Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to cover a couple of stories. I mean, we were going to come on anyway to cover the Venezuelan election, which is a super important election in Venezuela. Polls close in 44 minutes in Venezuela. But we also want to give you updates, any updates that might come along on the Israel-Hezbollah situation, where Israel is expected at some point, I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but at some point Israel is expected to launch some kind of retaliation against Hezbollah for what Israel says is a rocket that Hezbollah fired yesterday that hit a soccer field in Israel-controlled Golan Heights, killing 12 people. So we want to bring you the latest updates on both stories. And big election in Venezuela. Will the opposition succeed in defeating Nicolás Maduro? Will the 25 years of the Socialist Party rule, the specific party is the PSUV, will the 25 years of socialist rule by Hugo Chavez and Nicolás Maduro come to an end in Venezuela? It is a huge election for that country. Huge, 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 huge. So we want to bring you live coverage of both stories, and we'll be taking your comments on the air. And also, we're going to be having some video shortly from Venezuela, so I'm going to show you that. But we are going to be keeping an eye on the situation in between Israel and Hezbollah. And just so people know, so there were some strikes reported in Lebanon, but that is not the Israel response. So as Joe Truzman, Joe is an expert, a Middle East expert. And as Joe posted, let me show you. Joe says, regarding recently reported strikes in southern Lebanon, this has been a normal occurrence over the last 9 months. When Israel responds to the attack from yesterday, it will be obvious. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? My graphic has a typo in it, somebody said, which is entirely possible because I just changed the graphic before coming on the air. So I might have to fix that. Uh-oh. Venezuela election in Israel. Oops, Israel. That's obviously wrong. Let's change that. Sorry, man. All right. I'll fix the graphic right now. Thank you for letting me know. That happens a lot when I'm rushing before the stream. I just changed it right before the stream. All right, I'm going to fix the graphics now. Thanks for letting me know. Hang on a moment. All right. So the thumbnail is now fixed. And now I'm going to fix the one over my shoulder. Which will take about 30 seconds. Haven't had one of those in a while. Okay, I think I got it. It's correct in the title, but not in the thumbnail. Okay, I'm gonna fix the graphic now. Here we go. Ready? Watch. Check this out. Check this out. Well, I got to pick the right one. I don't know which one I'm picking here. It's one of these two. Is it that one? No, that's the old one. Let's try this one. Is it this one? Hey, it's fixed. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Sometimes that happens. I apologize. My bad. My bad. I always have to remind myself to double check when I make a late change, because that's when it happens, when I'm changing it or doing it right before coming on the air. And I mess up and I don't see it. Well, it's now fixed. It'll be updated on the broadcast soon enough. Oops. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go. Venezuela is the same as Eastern time. Venezuela right now is 5:20 p.m. The polls close at 6. Israel, it's later. Israel time is 12:20 a.m. Our viewer Sonic Teal says, "I hope Maduro accepts the results. If it's not, he who wins." Yeah, we're going to talk about the situation in Venezuela. So basically what's going on in Venezuela is the polls have shown that the opposition is way ahead, at least according to the polls. In double digits, some polls say the opposition is over 20 points ahead. But no matter what the actual votes are that people cast, there's a question of will Maduro, suppose the opposition gets more votes than Maduro, will Maduro allow that result to be reported, and will Maduro actually be willing to not be in power anymore? The last presidential election in 2018 is widely considered not a free and fair election. So we'll have to see how this plays out. But there's big questions here as to how transparent the Maduro regime is going to be about the actual result, and whether he would be willing to step down from power. So what can I tell you? That's a big question. But this is it's a huge election for the country and has ramifications for the world. So one of our viewers, Too True, says, will there be an exit poll in Venezuela? So I don't know that there will be. Most of the articles I've read said that partial results don't get released. And I don't know what this, there's no big exit poll that comes out. It's not like some countries. In some countries, like in France, there's like this exit poll which like a bunch of the big broadcasters arrange, and like that is, and same with I think the UK, and it's seen as really reliable. That's not what's happening here. Like, we don't know if we'll get results released tonight. It could be tomorrow, could be 2 days from now. I don't know when results will be released. We don't know. It's not clear when the results will be released. But I can tell you that the polls close in 37 minutes. Also, the voting is done electronically. Now, people vote, from what I understand, people vote electronically, and then there's a paper ballot printed out. But it's not like they have to count all the paper ballots, because it is done electronically. So it shouldn't take that long in theory to count. I mean, if you wanted to check, you could count the paper ballots. But, you know, it's not like there's a built-in huge amount of counting to be done, since it's being done electronically. Again, there's a lot of uncertainty here. It's not clear when the results will be released. Again, it is not clear if Maduro is losing, whether he will admit that and whether he would agree to step down. So it's a huge, huge election for the country. You know, about in the last 10 years, Maduro has been in power since 2013. In the last 10 years, about a quarter of Venezuela has left the country. About 8 million people, about a quarter of the population has left the country. I believe the GDP went down over 70%. They have had just a historic economic collapse in that country, and under Maduro, and it is the Maduro government has gradually, I mean, you can find many articles about this, become more and more authoritarian, captured the judiciary, captured the legislature. This election is seen as a battle between capitalism and socialism. I've seen it described as a battle between authoritarianism and democracy. And it's a huge election for Venezuela. The opposition is hoping that if they win, a lot of those people who've left Venezuela will come back to Venezuela. But polls suggest there are a lot of people who, if Maduro wins, a lot more people will leave Venezuela. Venezuela also, their oil industry is in terrible shape, but they have the most oil reserves of any country in the world. They have the most oil reserves of any country in the world. But their economy is horrific. So they are certainly blessed with natural resources there. Martin Gingrich says, was Venezuela socialism? I'm not a Venezuela's expert. I'm not an expert on socialism, but the government technically is a socialist government. Is it strictly socialism like the original socialist writers said is socialism? No, I was reading an article yesterday that described it more as an authoritarian system. But it is widely referred to as a socialist government. So, but again, I don't mean to suggest that it's socialism in the traditional theoretical sense. But I mean, you could argue that the government has its hands in a lot of the economy, so socialistic in that sense. I certainly know that to be the case. The opposition wants to privatize more. So it's a fair question, but I am not an expert on Venezuela, and I'm not an expert on theoretical socialism versus the kind of socialism there is in Venezuela. Thanks, Martin, for your support. And also Joe B. and Fior Behin H. and Mary B. for your support. And I'm going to thank our moderators in a second. But again, with Venezuela, this is an enormous election. This is really a big point in the country's modern history. The opposition in recent years has been fractured, but they have come together. They originally came together around this particular candidate, who I think got over 90% in the primary. Hang on, I'm gonna get you some background on this too, but. We'll look at a couple articles and stuff, but hang on a second here. I need to get something on the screen. So the opposition leader, basically the leader of the opposition is María Corina Machado, and she in the opposition primary just won like in a landslide. But then the Maduro government banned her for running. That's something they do. They will ban candidates from running against Maduro. So the Maduro government, after she won the primary, they banned her from running in the final round. But the opposition has picked another candidate who is basically, I've seen him described as a quiet diplomat. That is how I've seen him described as. His name is Edmundo González. So Edmundo González is technically the opposition candidate, but really the head of the opposition movement is this woman, María Corina Machado. And she is not allowed to leave the country. She's not allowed to fly. They have the government, the Maduro government has set up roadblocks to hinder her from campaigning. But she's been doing this campaign where she'll go around on motorcycles and speak on the back of a truck. Her campaign appearances are organized on social media because the government controls the mainstream media there. So it's been a real grassroots campaign. But again, from what I understand, and you can find multiple articles that say this, the polling data suggests that the opposition is way ahead of Maduro. A big reason for this being that the economy has gotten so bad there. Economy is awful there. It is believed, I don't know for sure, but it's believed that the opposition is going to have enough votes to win. But even if they do, does he allow that result to be published? Does he step down? Was he willing to step down? We just don't know what's going to happen there. I've seen some different assessments of this. For example, I was reading an article in The Economist about the election, and The Economist said, I'm going to quote here, it is implausible but not impossible that the government loses and accepts defeat. Again, The Economist says it is implausible, unlikely, but not impossible that the government loses and accepts defeat. Valor thinks that Maduro is not losing. Queso thinks dictators don't step down. But another issue here is if the country as a whole feels like Maduro has rigged the election, and if the country feels like, oh, this is like, there's widespread support for the opposition, you could have civil unrest, right? If the country, if most of the country wants him to step down, and they feel that the government has just clearly rigged the election, or is just not agreeing to step down, that could be a dangerous situation in Venezuela. So we will have to see. The 2018 election is widely believed to have not been a fair and free election in Venezuela. I mean, I don't know if I can show you anything on that real quick, but also just the way it's set up there. There are all these obstacles the government places in front of potential opposition candidates. Yeah. I mean, for example, I will talk about this more later, but there's like a Wikipedia article in the 2018 Venezuelan presidential election. Some analysts describe the poll as a sham election, as many prominent opposition parties had been barred from participating in the election. The elections had the lowest voter turnout in Venezuela's democratic era. That's the 2018, which is the last presidential election. Anyways, we'll talk more about that. But hey, let me thank our moderators. Oh, do I have some video to show you too? I should have video soon. Let me thank our moderators for being here. We have Moonshine and Ruth Krafasi, RJ. They're all over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you so much. Thank our Twitch moderators. The polls close in 27 minutes. Papa Bear and Surly Dev moderating over there on Twitch. And by the way, this election has important international ramifications. Could have very important international ramifications, which I want to talk about in a second. Oops, you're going to hear two of me for 2 seconds. Thank you to Kay Lowry Body and Margaret Riley moderating over there on Facebook. So one very important consequence of this election is, as I mentioned, about a quarter of the country has left the country under Maduro's government. About 8 million people have fled the country. I believe most to Latin America, but an increasing amount lately to the United States. So the opposition really wants people. The opposition keeps saying that if they win, they're hopeful that people will return, that people will come back from around the world, who will then want to come back and be with their family and be in their home country again. So that's a hope of the opposition. That's something that María Corina Machado frequently says. She is the head of the opposition. So if the opposition wins and if Maduro steps down, you could have a bunch of people coming back to Venezuela who have fled abroad in recent years. But if the opposition doesn't win, if Maduro wins or refuses to step down or whatever, then polls suggest a significant amount of the population is going to want to, that's still there, is going to want to leave. So you could have a greater number of Venezuelans leaving the country. Immigration is a very sensitive topic in the United States right now. That could, in theory, increase the number of Venezuelans trying to get into the U.S. And coming into the U.S. So that's important. Also, as I mentioned, Venezuela, it's a hugely important country in terms of oil, but their oil industry has really collapsed under the Maduro regime. And their economy is awful, but they do have the most oil reserves in the world. I know that might sound strange. I was surprised to hear this. Look, list of countries by proven oil reserves. Look who number one is. Venezuela is number one. They even have more than Saudi Arabia. So This is a country which could be doing, and used to be doing much better economically. And that, one article I read said, well, if Maduro loses, and the U.S. has a number of sanctions, I believe, on the oil industry in Venezuela, and also the oil industry has been very poorly run there. But if the oil industry improves there, that could affect the world oil supply. Obviously, affect the economy there. Shin Chan says this is what socialism does. It is amazing that they have the #1 amount of oil reserves in the world. Peter Popper says, just think they could be a super rich country if they knew how to be civilized. Well, they certainly have a wealth of oil. They also have a good amount of natural gas, from what I understand. Our viewer Adam Dargoon claims they have extremely fertile lands. That's what Adam says. So this is just a really important election for the country. I don't have video yet. I'm supposed to get some live video from there in a moment, or shortly, but I don't have it right at the moment. Now, I have read some analysis which says that one thing Maduro could be especially worried about, if he might be thinking, one thing he might be thinking is, if he even thought of leaving power, he might be worried about getting arrested for stuff he did in office. So there's talk that maybe some deal could be worked out among like the opposition in countries like the U.S., where Maduro would be allowed to kind of go away in peace and get protect, indemnity, I guess it would be called, from any kind of charges in exchange for him stepping down. So I've seen that talked about. I don't, would it happen? I don't know, but that's something to keep in mind as well. Hey, thanks to JoJo777JLD for your support, and Blue Sky, Baby Blue Sky, and Walter Beasley, and Errol A. Neptune for your support. Thanks, Errol. Errol is writing in from, where is it? Hold on. Turkey. Wow, Errol's writing in Turkey. Thank you. Or Errol's watching in Turkey. Thank you. Baby Blue Sky says, are we expecting shock results from Venezuela this afternoon? Well, again, first of all, I don't even know when the results are coming out. I've read a number of articles said it's not clear when the results will be released. Second of all, the polling suggests that the polling has suggested in recent weeks that the opposition is way ahead. So if the results come out and the Maduro government is ahead, I mean, it's a shock in one sense, but is it a shock in it's not a shock to the many people who think that Maduro might not want to lose power. So I don't know what's going to happen. A reminder, because people are talking about this, there has been no Israel response to what happened yesterday. Let me read this again. There have been some strikes in Lebanon, but they are like the regular strikes. Look, Joe Truzman says, who's an expert in the Middle East, regarding recently reported strikes in southern Lebanon, this has been a normal occurrence over the last 9 months. When Israel responds to the rocket attack from yesterday, it will be obvious. That could happen while we're on the air, which is why we're doing double coverage. Or maybe it won't be tonight. It's about 12:39 a.m. Israel time. So at some point in the next few days, we're expecting Israel to launch some sort of significant military response against Hezbollah in Lebanon, in response to a rocket that was launched from Lebanon by Hezbollah, says Israel, and hit a soccer field in the Israel-controlled Golan Heights yesterday, killing 12 people and injuring, Israel says, over 20. They were all people between 10 and 20 years old, a number of them children. So that is something we are also keeping an eye on. And I will bring you updates on that as well. We're covering both things. But I don't know if anything's going to happen tonight with, I don't know when an Israel response exactly will happen. And thanks so much to David Solvoy. Thoughts on if Harris will help with Democrats boycotting elections over Gaza? I have no idea. I do not know. Any predictions on the Wesley Bell versus Cori Bush primary? No, I totally have no idea. I am not up on that primary. Maybe I should be, I'm sorry, but I'll admit it to you. I know nothing about that primary, so I can't help you, David. I have no help for you. You know, I never, with the stuff with, you know, whether Biden's Israel policy affected how many Democrats were going to vote for him, I don't know on that stuff. It's like it could. I don't know, you know. So I can't really give you any kind of intelligence analysis on whether what the difference in voting will be of Democrats' preference for Harris over Biden because of their respective policies on Gaza and Israel. So I'm sorry I can't give you a better response. And thanks to 904 Classic Legend. I appreciate your support. Okay, let's see here. I am still waiting to get some live video from Venezuela, which we should have soon. Ooh, guys, I have a little video from Venezuela. I think I have a polling place. I have a polling place, I think, in Caracas, Venezuela. The neighborhood of Patar in Caracas. Hey, let me pull this up. Let me see if I can get this going for you. From Venezuela. One moment here. Okay, now it's a little dark. The scene, it's a dark video. There it is. That's it. Look. That's in Caracas, Venezuela. Via AFP. Uh, 16 minutes and 54 seconds till the polls close. There we go. There we go. That looks like maybe a box of ballots. Poder. Now, poder means power, right? So is poder electoral mean electoral authority? I'll have to look that up. According to Wikipedia, I don't know. I can't find it. That person looks like they're voting. CNE. Oh, CNE. It's CNE. Consejo Nacional Electoral. Consejo Nacional Electoral. That's what it is. They have a website too. I believe it's the National Electoral Authority. Can I translate their site? Poder Consejo. I believe that's the electoral authority there. The National Electoral Council. Yes, it is the National Electoral Council is the CNE, according to Wikipedia. Wikipedia says Hold on. Wikipedia says, following the election of Nicolás Maduro, Hugo Chavez's handpicked successor into the presidency, the CNE has been described as being pro-Maduro. So, again, this is a huge election for the country today. The country is deciding whether they want to continue the socialist party rulership, the socialist PSUV party, which has been ruling for 25 years, which included the regime of Hugo Chavez and then his successor, Nicolás Maduro. And under the Maduro regime is just widely described as a regime that has become increasingly authoritarian. And also the economy has really collapsed in Venezuela. The GDP has gone down over 70% under Maduro. And the country is voting on whether Maduro should get a third term as president. And there are big questions. The opposition has been leading in the polls. There are big questions as to whether Maduro would step down if he lost, and also even whether the Maduro government would allow it to be reported. If the votes are coming in against him, is he going to allow that to be reported publicly? So I don't know what to tell you, but it's a huge election for Venezuela. About a quarter of the population has fled Venezuela under Maduro. I'm not kidding you. About 8 million people have left Venezuela under Maduro. About a quarter of the population has left. Uh, 12 minutes and 45 seconds until the polls close. Although I think they can maybe keep them over for longer if people are online. I'm not sure about that. All right, let me take some more comments from you guys. But this is an interesting video here. Henry says, we all know who'll win, don't we? The U.S. would certainly prefer Maduro to not win. But we'll have to see what happens. Hey, thanks to 904 Classic Legend for your support. 904 Classic Legend says they believe many Venezuelans regretted voting for Maduro. The Socialist Party, backed by Russia, Iran, and China, used the military against their own civilians who opposed Maduro's violent overtake of the country. That's what 904 Classic Legend says. By the way, another bit, I appreciate bringing up the military. In a number of articles I've read, they've talked about the military and whether so the military is seen as supporting Maduro. But there is this question. Suppose the votes come in and it's looking like the opposition has more votes than Maduro. If Maduro wants to basically, rig the election and not be honest about the results, would the military stay with Maduro? And it's not known. It's not known if the opposition has the votes and Maduro doesn't want to go along with it, who would the military support? That's an important question, and it's not clear. Hey, thanks so much, Walter Beasley. That's so nice of you. Thank you, Walter, for your support. Oh, hey guys, I got another video. I got another video from Venezuela, from Caracas.
Okay. María Corina Machado. 47 años. Ahorita más de casa.
It's a little interview here.
Oye, mucha ansiedad.
Can't really
de mi
hear.
parte, tengo mucha ansiedad, nervios. Bueno, esperando.
Also, I can't understand what she's saying.
Que sea bien para todos. Bueno, por los resultados, que es lo que estamos esperando, pues la libertad de nuestro país.
Maybe somebody can. She said she's very anxious. One of our viewers said. Maybe one of our viewers can translate. Housewife, she is very anxious. Our viewers are saying. She said she is nervous.
La he visto fuerte.
She says they're waiting for the
El
results.
papá de mis niños se murió hace 7 años. Era hipertenso y por falta de medicamentos y todo. Y a través de la situación, bueno. Sí, claro. Tengo familiares, mi hermana, mis sobrinos, todos se han ido. Y yo no me
She
puedo
says
ir
many
porque
are
mis
nervous.
papás que ya están mayores y bueno, no pueden, pues. Yo no los voy a aquí sacrificarlos por ahí.
Our viewers are translating.
Sí, claro, por una libertad.
One of our viewers said she said her kids
María
died or
Corina.
her kid died because of a lack of medicine. Yes, a number of our viewers are saying she says her child died because of lack of medicine. The economy is horrible there. The economy has really collapsed under Maduro. From what I understand, the big reason that Maduro is so vulnerable in this election is because the economy is so bad. That's my understanding. Hey, let me show you the other. Well, I have another video, but let's stay on this one right now. This one is actually, this is neater than the other one. Really quick, I'll show you the other one. That's the other one. That's also Caracas there. That's 2 polling places. We got a Reuters video and an AFP video. Thanks to Sweetums for your support. Thank you, Sweetums. So the polls close in 8 minutes. And then after that, it's not clear when we will get results. We don't know when we'll get the results released. Thank you, Sweetums, for the gift memberships. But a huge, huge election for this country. Huge election for the direction of the country. So I just need to check the news too. Make sure I'm not missing updates. Hang on a second here. And I'm also, I will tell you any updates I get about Israel, Lebanon, Hezbollah as well. No response yet. No, the military response from Israel to what Israel says is a Hezbollah rocket that hit a soccer field in Israel-controlled Golan Heights yesterday. We have supposedly that response has been determined. Well, is it determined? No. So the Prime Minister has now met with the Security Cabinet. So according to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister's office said that the Security Cabinet has authorized the Prime Minister and Defense Minister to decide on the manner of the response against Hezbollah and the timing. So Netanyahu has met with his Security Cabinet. So I don't know when that response is going to happen. Could happen tonight. Might not happen tonight. We'll have to see. 6 minutes. Guys, 6 minutes left till the polls close. Let me take some more comments from you guys. But I also want to read you, I have some stuff I want to read you too. Guys, if you send me things from like random account on random social media account that's claiming to report on some news event, but they're not like a news outlet, that's not going to be a source. And also, if the thing they're saying is very pro one side or the other, that's not going to be a source I really take very reliably. There will be all kinds of misinformation with a story like this with the election. So you might as well save your time. If you're going to send me some post from some random social media account claiming something is happening, you really might as well save your time. Less than, guys, 4.5 minutes till the polls close. I wonder if we'll see them close the doors. Oh, let's go back to the other one. There's the other one. Let me look for some updates here too. Hang on a moment. I just saw a report from NTN 24 Venezuela, which is a news outlet. And NTN 24 Venezuela says the opposition has asked Venezuelans to return to the voting centers for the counting of the presidential election ballots. Supposedly, there are a lot of opposition observers around the country who've been organized because they're very concerned that the government, the Maduro government, might try to be dishonest in the counting. And there have been opposition observers at various polling places, from what I understand. Oh, let me see. I just saw a different report. This is interesting, guys. Hey, guys. So Juan Ferrero, who is with the Wall Street Journal, he posted this. Let me mention this to you from this is again Juan Ferrero. He is with the Wall Street Journal. He says the opposition candidate Edmundo González has a 64 to 31% lead over Maduro, says polling by Edison Research obtained by Wall Street Journal. A firm that does exit polling at major American elections, Edison polled over 5,000 Venezuelan voters in 100 polling stations. Edison does extensive work overseas. So take that for what you will. But Juan is with the Wall Street Journal. I wonder if the Wall Street Journal actually has a story posted about that. Let me see. I'm looking at their story, but I don't see anything about that there. But he posted that like an hour ago. Hey, a minute and a half until the polls close. What is going to happen in Venezuela? Again, recent polling has been bad for the leader of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, widely described as an authoritarian leader. There is a big question of, will the opposition, after years of being fractured, be able to come together and defeat Maduro in this election? But will Maduro even allow himself to lose the election? That's a whole other question. So it's a huge moment for Venezuela, but genuinely don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Ted Whitford thinks whoever controls the army will win. Well, I guess you mean maybe like whoever the army supports will win? Literal Mount God says surely he won't win. Well, I'm going to do a poll. After the polls close, I'll do a poll of you guys. Bill Snick thinks Maduro will not leave. Oh, hold on. So let me switch to the other one. So it's about, the polls are about to close. Okay, I think the polls are closed, but I'm not sure if they're exactly closed yet. Are people in line going to be left out? Are they going to start packing up there? Supposedly the polls are closed. Look, she's removing the thing. People are starting to close stuff down. I'll say polls closing. Let me just fix the headline on the different pages here. Give me a second. I'm just going to fix my, give me 1 second. I'm fixing my headline, just fixing my headline. We'll take you back to the video. Live video, look at this. Polls closing in Venezuela. Oh, let me show you this. Let me show you this real quick. Look. Hey, look. So, one of our viewers mentioned this before. So, Maduro, you'll see Maduro's picture multiple times because I guess he represents different parties. So there's like, I think as our viewer said, there's like 13 pictures of Maduro because he is like the candidate for multiple parties. There's Edmundo González. See, it says Edmundo González. Edmundo González is the main opposition candidate. He's only the candidate because the opposition leader who won the primary was not allowed by Maduro government. They barred her from running in the election. That's María Corina Machado. I believe she won over 90% of the vote in the opposition primary, and then the government said, you can't run. So instead of Machado, the opposition is running this candidate Edmundo González, who's this diplomat. But Machado is really the head of the opposition.
Para poder participar en la herradura, todos los miembros, testigos, incluso el personal del CNE tiene que votar en el centro de votación.
Hang on, I'm trying to get you some updates here. Oops, hold on.
Operador del sistema integrado.
Okay, guys, what is this? So María Corina Machado, who is the opposition leader, she just shared something. Oh, it's from the opposition campaign just posted that the participation rate is 54%. Let me show you this right now. See right there, that account is from the opposition campaign. And I translated it, and it says, we share information as of 4 p.m., so as of 2 hours ago, 54.8% of the population had voted. So actually, it'll be higher than that when all is said and done, because that was the count at 4 p.m. It's currently after 6 p.m. now.
Selecciona la opción de su preferencia y aquí está el ejemplo. Cuando ya hace la selección, aparece la imagen del candidato ya seleccionado y debe la persona marcar votar en esta parte.
They're talking about how people vote. She's explaining how people vote.
De esta parte sale, de la impresora de la máquina sale el voto ya realizado. Lo que hace la persona es simplemente certificar o verificar que su selección es la misma que está impresa.
Praise the Oak says she is explaining how voting works.
Luego deposita su voto en la urna electoral y de allí hace ya lo que viene siendo la...
So they vote electronically, but then a paper, from what I understand, they vote electronically, but then a paper ballot is also printed out as well.
Para dar la certificación de su identidad y de que su voto fue ejercido. Un voto. Bueno, aquí.
Reuters has an article. The Reuters article says Venezuelans vote in highly charged election amid fraud worries. And, hold on a second. Reuters says this is the most consequential election in a quarter century of Socialist Party rule. Reuters says President Maduro, whose 2018 re-election is considered fraudulent by the United States, among others, has said Venezuela has the world's most transparent electoral system and has warned of a bloodbath if he loses. Reuters journalists in 7 locations around the country reported lines outside polling stations, including some that opened late or where voting was moving slowly. Many voters had arrived before dawn. This is interesting. So one voter that Reuters talked to said this. Let me read you a quote from a voter that Reuters talked to. Her name is Luisa Gonzalez, 61, and she was voting in the state of Bolivar. Traditionally, Bolivar is a strong state for the ruling party. But she said she's not voting for Maduro. Here's what she said. Here's what she told Reuters. She said, "I work cleaning houses, and my 4 grandchildren depend on me. I earn just $15 per week, and that is enough to eat one day, but not the next." She said, "We have spent years looking for change. I was a Chavista," meaning she supported the Socialist Party government, "but people have changed," she added, using the term for ruling party supporters. Reuters says polls close at 6 p.m. local time, so they're closed, and results could be published on Sunday night or in the following days. Reuters also says Maduro's government has presided over an economic collapse. The migration of about a third of the population has left the country, and a sharp deterioration in diplomatic relations crowned by sanctions imposed by the U.S., the European Union, and others which have crippled an already struggling oil industry. The minimum wage is equivalent to $3.50 per month, while basic food for a family of 5 is estimated to cost about $500. Many people receive government food baskets or remittances from relatives abroad, says Reuters. Venezuela's military, says Reuters, has always supported Maduro, and there has been no public signs that the leaders of the armed forces are breaking from the government. Oh, here's a different polling place. Yeah, so Deben, I believe with the polls, I had read, I think they have a thing where they can like stay open later, maybe if people are waiting or something. It's not clear to me that these polling sites we've we're looking at, are those poll, I mean, I don't see a lot of people coming in and voting. So maybe these sites are closed or maybe they're staying open, I'm not sure. I mean, the official poll closing time was 10 minutes ago. I will keep checking. If I hear anything about some kind of Israeli military response to Hezbollah, I will certainly let you know. Yes, by the way, CNW, which is an account I follow, which is very good, Conflicts W, they're very good with Venezuela stuff. They say the polls have officially closed. Voters waiting in line will still be able to vote according to the National Electoral Council. Oh, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I mean, what's the right way to say this? Who will win the election? I mean, I want to be clear here because there's a fear the opposition could get more votes, but then the government doesn't report it as such. So, because who will win the election can be interpreted different ways. Will Maduro lose and step down? How about that? Will Maduro lose and step down? Or will this election result in a new president of Venezuela? How's that? Will this election result in a new president of Venezuela? Because remember, Maduro is the current president. All right, I'm going to do it that way. Let me post it on Twitch. Loaded question? Why is it? How is that a loaded question? Will this election result in a new president of Venezuela? Is a loaded question. The chat never ceases to amaze me with some of the things people say. Such a loaded question to ask if the election will result in a new president of Venezuela. Okay, so our YouTube viewers say, here's what our YouTube viewers say. In answer to my loaded question, will the election result in a new president of Venezuela? %60 say no, 40% say yes. And on Twitch, interesting. As for Twitch, 68% say no and 32% say yes. So fairly close in both of between YouTube and Twitch. But more of you think this will not result in a new president of Venezuela. I wonder if Polymarket, the betting site, has odds on this. All right, I'm gonna wrap up the poll. I appreciate you voting. Roger Shoemaker, our viewer, thinks Maduro should go and the people should see a new direction. Let me do a quick check and see if Polymarket. Yes. Let me show you this, guys. So Polymarket, which is it's an online, it's like a betting site. I'm not, they don't sponsor me. I'm not advocating them. I'm just saying that it's an interesting site because you can see what people are betting on. The odds on Polymarket are just determined by how much money comes in on each possibility. So right now on Polymarket, they say the people who are betting on Polymarket give Maduro a 60% chance of being the election winner. Now, just to be clear, this is not, the people who are betting on this are not betting they're not saying like, oh, Maduro will win a free and fair election. They're just saying when all is said and done, Maduro will be the winner. So I assume that say he rigged the results and came out and said, I won, but it's widely believed he lost, but he just says, I won, and he stays in power. I believe in that case you would win if you bet on Maduro. Just to be clear on what people are betting on here. So, yeah, exactly as JD says, this is pretty close to what you guys were saying. I think about 60% of you on YouTube and 68% of you on Twitch thought that Maduro there would not be a new president, which is, strictly speaking, it's different to say 60% of you thought something and there's a 60% chance. I guess you could, that's not technically the same thing, but anyways, that aside, it seems like fairly close with what you guys were thinking. Anyway, so oh, I'm sorry, I have this thing up and I shouldn't have it up because you don't know, I apologize. There, Polymarket is the name of the site. Just to be clear, that's called Polymarket, and it's a site where people like bet on different stuff. But the odds are just determined by how the money is coming in on different choices. So I appreciate Polymarket letting me show the odds from their site. Thank you to Polymarket. Okay, so let's go back to the video. Oh, look at this. Hey, what's going on here? Guys, look at this. Looks like it's closed, doesn't it? This video is a Reuters video. So this is a Reuters video. This is a live video from Reuters from Caracas, Venezuela. Lou says, will the counting be done tonight? We don't know when the results will be released. We don't know if it's going to be released tonight or tomorrow or in a couple days. No idea. They're the same time as American Eastern Time. All right, let me see if I got any updates for you. Sorry. Trying to take comments and bring you updates on everything that's going on.
Reinó la paz. Consejo Nacional Electoral tomó la decisión como le corresponde. Ahora van a hacer un sorteo y después dan los resultados. Claro, la auditoría.
There has been a huge amount of excitement in Venezuela for this election among the opposition, because this is the best chance the opposition has had to defeat the socialist ruling party in a long time there. And hugely enthusiastic among the opposition. And they have been leading in the polls in recent weeks by a lot. But you have a leader who is widely described as an authoritarian, and there's a question of, even if they do have the votes, will Maduro, would he allow himself to lose and then step down? And I don't know what to tell you about that.
Gracias. Amiga. Disculpa. Amiga, una pregunta.
Oh, one of our viewers, Brain Owl mentioned to me that María Corina Machado, the opposition leader, posted on her social media. She wrote, I'm translating it here. She said, it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The time has come. If there are no people in line, the tables must be closed. It is time for you to see how your vote is counted piece by piece. To all witnesses, you have the right to take the record. The record is the proof. I'm not exactly sure what that means translated. Just make sure you have it and follow the command protocol. So the opposition is very concerned that there could be irregularities with the counting of these votes, and there are opposition observers around the country who are observing the count, I guess, from what I understand, have been observing the vote today. And again, María Corina Machado, she won the opposition primary with over 90%, I believe, and then the Maduro government barred her from running in the election. So she's really the opposition leader. And she's the figurehead, but she can't run, so they're running this candidate, Edmundo González. But she's really seen as the leader of the opposition party, and she won the primary. Why did they bar her? I don't know the whole story. I have, like The Economist said, it's trumped up charges. This is something the Maduro government has done in the past. They are known for barring opposition candidates and taking other actions to hinder opposition in elections. I'll see if I can get some more background on that for you. Hang on, I'm pulling something up here. I'm looking here at it's a U.S. Congressional Research Service. The U.S. has this thing called the Congressional Research Service. They come up with all kinds of reports. This has been going on for a long time. It's not a new thing. But they come up they basically do these research reports, I think for members of Congress, but you can find them online. It's a public policy research institute of the U.S. Congress that operates within the Library of Congress, and it works directly for members of Congress and their committees and staff on a nonpartisan basis. That's according to Wikipedia. So the Congressional Research Service has an article about Venezuela where they say, one of the articles about Venezuela says, U.S. relations with Venezuela, which was once a major oil supplier, deteriorated under the increasingly authoritarian Hugo Chavez government from 1999 to 2013, which was the predecessor of this government, the Maduro government. Tensions deepened as the Maduro government has cracked down on the opposition, cracked down on the media, and cracked down on civil society, engaged in drug trafficking and corruption, convened fraudulent elections, and impeded humanitarian aid distribution. The Trump administration exerted diplomatic, economic, and legal pressure on Maduro, but Maduro refused to leave office. The Biden administration has maintained most sanctions. Now, last year, the Biden administration lifted some sanctions on the regime because the regime was promising to make the elections more fair and free. But I believe some of those sanctions ended up getting put back on because of stuff the regime did. I'll try to find some more description of that in more detail.
Luego que cierren la puerta, pues un sorteo y vamos a pasar
You know, something else about, this is from an Economist article where it's called a New Danger for Venezuela's Autocrat. The subheadline of the article in The Economist is "The Regime's Dilemma is to Rig or Lose the Election on July 28th." And one thing The Economist says is that that the Maduro government appears determined to cling to power through intimidation. At least 37 opposition activists have been arrested this year. The tax authority has moved to close down any hotel or even snack bar which Ms. Machado or Mr. Gonzalez of the opposition uses while campaigning. One establishment, a family-run empanada shop, was raided 30 minutes after the opposition leader Machado had stopped there for breakfast. So Camus says, is there any chance Maduro will lose the election? So thanks, Camus. I appreciate your support. So look, I'm sure Maduro doesn't want to lose the election. One thing I've seen suggested is that I was reading one article today that basically said something like, if the voting is clearly just an overwhelming landslide against Maduro, that would make it harder for him to rig the results. For example, if the military thinks, he lost the election by 30%, they might not be as willing to support him as if it's like a close election. So, I would also think that if the vote is overwhelming against him and he tries to stay in power, I would think there might be a much greater chance of like huge protests and that kind of thing and violence. So, it could make a difference whether the voting is close or not. But I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. It's just unclear. I mean, and as I said, The Economist thought it is implausible but not impossible that the government loses and accepts defeat. I've read a lot of articles on this, and I see again and again and again, it's just not clear what will Maduro do if the votes are coming in, and as the polls have suggested, he is losing. What is he going to do? One of our viewers said, Anthony says Maduro is going to steal another one. Oh, let me show you this. Look. There is, so that's a polling place. I don't know what the things in the back are, unless those are ballots. So I read that, you know, people vote electronically, but then a piece of paper is printed out. I don't know if those things in the back are ballots or if they might just be, maybe that room serves some other function. I would be surprised if those are ballots. I would think maybe it's like a book depository or something like that. I don't know. You know, it could just be a place where they keep books and then they move the books to the side for the polling. I would be shocked if those were, I'd be pretty surprised if those were ballots just sitting there like that. So maybe those are just books or something. But that was a polling place. CAC says it looks like a classroom. Maybe it's books. Xylee thinks it's a school. Alfredo believes those are textbooks. Hey, thanks so much to Yolanda Orta Swope. Yolanda Orta Swope, thanks for your support. You know, there are, in addition to people in Venezuela, there are millions of people not in Venezuela who are extraordinarily interested in this election, many of them hoping that Maduro loses. So about a quarter to a third of the population, about 8 million people, has left Venezuela under Maduro. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. And also, I have read that the Maduro government makes it very hard for people who have left Venezuela to actually vote in the elections. So that's a lot of people a lot of those people would probably vote against Maduro, I would assume, if they could vote. But my understanding is that it's not easy for them to vote. Anyways, but the opposition hopes that if they win, a lot of people will come back to Venezuela who have left. That's actually something that the opposition has been emphasizing in their campaign. The hope that if Maduro is gone, many of the people who left will come back and their families can be reunited. So, but if Maduro wins, it is believed, there's polling suggested that if Maduro wins again, a lot more people will leave the country. Karina Lena, our viewer, thinks Maduro is not popular, opposition is just not allowed, or they left the country already. About 8 million people left the country. I'm going to read you a little something from the Congressional Research Service here, which is run by it's a division of the U.S. government which produces reports that you can get all online, CRS reports. They say Venezuela, which Freedom House ranked partly free under the previous president, Hugo Chavez, has deteriorated to not free under Nicolás Maduro. Maduro has used security forces buoyed by corrupt courts to quash dissent. His government has rewarded allies, particularly in the security forces, by allowing them to earn income from illegal gold mining, drug trafficking, and other illicit activities. Those forces have detained and abused Maduro's opponents, including military officers, politicians, and civic leaders. Also, this report from the U.S. Congressional Research Service says, by most accounts, Maduro's government has mismanaged the economy and engaged in massive corruption, worsening the effects of a decline in oil production. Between 2014 and 2021, Venezuela's economy contracted by 80% according to the International Monetary Fund. Let me say that again. And remember, Maduro took power in 2013. Between 2014 and 2021, Venezuela's economy contracted by 80%. And something else to remember, which is pretty surprising, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves of any country in the world. They have the largest oil reserves of any country in the world. Wikipedia says proven oil reserves are those quantities of petroleum which by analysis of geological and engineering data can be estimated with a high degree of confidence to be commercially recoverable from a given date forward from known reservoirs and under current economic conditions. So basically, it's basically oil that could realistically be taken out of the ground and produced or sold or recovered. But the largest amount of oil reserves is in the world is in Venezuela, even more than Saudi Arabia. Why don't they sell their oil? It's a good question. Well, first of all, there's a lot of sanctions on their oil industry, I know, but also their oil industry has been very mismanaged. Hang on a second here. So the Wikipedia has an article on oil production in Venezuela, actually. History of the Venezuelan oil industry. So the last two leaders in Venezuela have been Hugo Chavez, starting in 1999, and then the current president, who is Chavez's protege, Nicolás Maduro. And Wikipedia says after Chavez took office, and this is a socialist party. The Chavez and Maduro are both in this socialist party. After Chavez took office in 1999, several policy changes involving the country's oil industry were made to explicitly tie it to the state. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, I see. Thanks. One of our viewers said they're saying queremos entrar, right? We want to enter. And now they're saying el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. So like basically the people united will never be defeated. And before they were saying, I think queremos entrar. I'm assuming these are opposition supporters. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming it's opposition supporters.
¿Pero por qué sacan a los testigos?
I don't know that they wanted to vote. I think they might want to go in and observe the count, I think. But I don't know. Yeah, I didn't see, we were looking at this polling station before. I didn't see a big line of people at 6 p.m. So I think more that maybe they want to observe. But I don't know for sure.
¿Cuál es su nombre y su cargo? ¿Cuál es su nombre y su cargo? ¿Se puede identificar?
Wallace Morera says they're saying they need time to give results. We don't even know when the results are coming out. Here, we'll put it this. We'll do it that way. Time until results unclear. If that makes sense. Hang on.
Ninguno de nosotros acá te ha tocado, ni a ti ni a la señora.
Hey, let me show you the other video.
Nosotros sí nos jodieron bastante, así que nosotros somos ejemplo para ustedes. Somos ejemplo para ustedes.
En carro nuevo. Mi carro nuevo tiene miedo.
So that's inside the other polling place. That's also Caracas. The polls are closed. We'll keep bringing you updates. Unless that guy, is that guy voting? Or maybe, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what these people are doing. Let me try to get you some more updates as we watch what's going on. So Frances Robles, who's with the New York Times, she says dozens of people are gathered outside a voting station in Petare, traditionally a Chavez stronghold, shouting, demanding that it close because voters were being allowed in after closing time. Oh, I see. So I believe she is there. She's with the New York Times. She said she's at a polling place, which is in an area where you'd expect there to be more Maduro voters. And there are people outside the polling place saying, like, you got to shut this polling place because it's supposed to be closed, but you're letting people come in after it's supposed to be closed. I don't know if that's true. And then this is I think this is outside a polling place in Caracas. They're saying I think queremos entrar, we want to enter. And again, I believe this is opposition supporters who want to see how the votes are being counted, I think. I'm not sure. Thanks for people translating in the chat. Geomax says they are opposition. Oh, they're saying conteo? Is that what they said? Oh, I just heard a guy saying están sacando la voto, which I think means they are, what, taking the vote?
Lo que hacen es burlarse de la población venezolana, ignorarnos. Eso es lo que hacen.
One of our viewers said, one of them said, the counting is public. Hey, thanks so much to Sergio Lobos. Our viewer Sergio Lobos says, ellos quieren estar presentes en el conteo de votos, which I think means they want to be present at the count of the votes, if I'm translating that correctly. Yes, that's what Sergio says. Thanks so much, Sergio, for your support. Sergio is in Chile. Again, this is a huge election for Venezuela. The opposition is hoping to end 25 years of rule by the socialist PSUV party. It's a presidential election, but in 1999, Hugo Chavez took power as the president, and then his protege was Nicolás Maduro. And Nicolás Maduro took power in 2013. He's still the president. He's running for a third term. There has been an enormous economic collapse under Maduro. The GDP has dropped by, I think the economy has contracted by around 70 or 80% under Maduro. About a quarter of the country has fled the country. Economic conditions are terrible. The government has become more authoritarian, and the opposition supposedly has been leading in the polls. As you can find many reports about this, not supposedly. The polling suggests the opposition has been way ahead. But it is not clear, even if the opposition does get more votes today, will the Maduro government allow that? Will Maduro agree to step down? Will he do a fair count? What can I say? I don't know. Will the military keep supporting Maduro if the votes are coming in for the opposition, but Maduro does not want to step down? I don't know, but it's a huge election for Venezuela. Jackie Morgan says, I'm worried what will happen if he remains the president. So if I will say this, if the results come out, tonight or tomorrow or 2 days from now, if the results come out and Maduro is ahead, you're going to have a lot of very upset people in the country. And I don't know what's going to happen if that happens. I honestly don't know what's going to happen. There certainly could be big protests. If there's big protests, will you have some sort of violent crackdown on the protesters? I mean, remember what happened in Belarus, which is run by a dictator. In Belarus, a couple years ago, it was widely believed that the opposition won the vote, but then my brain isn't working, and I'm blanking on the leader of Belarus, who is often Lukashenko, who's often called Europe's last dictator. So there were major protests in Belarus, and then the government, with Russia's help, violently cracked down on the protesters in Belarus. And so, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here with this situation. I hope it's not violent, but given all of the polling that suggested that in recent weeks, the opposition had a big lead. If the government if the results are officially released and they have Maduro ahead, I don't know what's going to happen then. And from my understanding, a reason that Maduro is so at risk electorally is just because the economy is so bad there that you have people who may have supported him before who might not want to support him anymore because the economy is so terrible. Our viewer Colm Dan thinks Maduro will stay 100%. Stephen Elder thinks people have nothing left to lose. The time there is Eastern time. It's 6:53 p.m. I should put that up on the screen. Let's see if there's an easier way to do that. Let me see if I can get a clock up on the screen. Let's do it that way. Yes, as Lee DeMont said, the people are saying, we want to go inside, Queremos entrar. They want to see the vote count. These are, I believe, opposition supporters. Let's see if I can get you any updates on what's going on. This is outside a polling place. Polls are closed. This is outside a polling place in Caracas, Venezuela. Hang on one sec here. I got to do one other thing. I'm seeing some various reports from different Venezuelan news outlets and people I follow from Venezuela claiming that in some areas there are these claims that like, oh, the polling station is staying open and it's supposed to be closed. And you should, and like there's some polling stations where people are demanding that they close the polling station even though it's still open. I mean, there's just a real concern in Venezuela that, you know, that the vote might not be a fair vote. Let me read you an update from, I'm going to read you an update right now from Reuters about the election. The update is called Polls Begin to Close in Highly Charged Venezuela Election. So Reuters says polls began to close in Venezuela's most consequential election in a quarter century of Socialist Party rule. The opposition leader, María Corina Machado, has been the star of the coalition campaign, despite a ban on her holding public office that forced her to pass the torch to candidate Edmundo González, a 74-year-old diplomat. So Maria, the leader of the opposition, María Corina Machado, won the primary in a landslide, the opposition primary, but then the Maduro government said she couldn't run. So the opposition had to pick a different candidate. The opposition candidate, González, has won backing even from some former supporters of the ruling party, says Reuters. But the opposition and observers raised questions ahead of the vote as to whether it would be fair, saying decisions by electoral authorities and the arrests of opposition staff were meant to create obstacles. Maduro, whose 2018 re-election is considered fraudulent by the United States, among others, has said that Venezuela has the world's most transparent electoral system and has warned of a bloodbath if he loses. Now look at this. Thanks to Joe in Carmine for your support. Thank you to Joe in Carmine. I actually pay for the footage. I pay Reuters and AFP, so that's how I can use this footage. I have a license for it that I pay for. So are the people on the bikes, are those like Maduro supporters? Is that what's going on? Are those Maduro supporters on the motorcycles? Does anybody know? I couldn't tell. Some of our viewers are saying yes and some are saying no. Oh, uh-oh. What's going on now? Why are we losing volume? Hold on. Hang on a moment. The volume dropped for some reason, and I don't know why. The volume dropped on the actual camera. Sorry about the volume, but it went down on the actual camera, I believe. Hopefully it goes back up. That was not me. That's not on my end. I'm going to prove it to myself here. It's not me. That's not on my end. Yeah, so it's not, the volume going down was not my fault. It's just on the source, the volume got lower for a second. I'll try to turn it up some. Now, something happened just with the camera. I turned the volume up. I hope it doesn't kick in all of a sudden and then blow everybody's ears out. By the way, I have not heard any updates about Israel stuff. Look at this. So I'm keeping an eye on the situation with Israel and Hezbollah. Praise the Oak says they're shouting, "Go away." I can't put the volume up more because there's an issue with the camera. the camera volume got lower. I don't know what happened, but I have the volume blasting, but there's very low volume on the actual camera. So that's why the volume just like collapsed on the camera. It's not me. I have the volume jacked up here. So this looks like you have maybe the people in the street, I think, are maybe Maduro supporters. Jamie Rowland says, looks like a huge fight waiting to happen. Yeah, it's very tense there. Jazzy Renee says, I feel like the crowd is getting bigger. This is a tense situation. This is outside a polling place where I guess they're counting the votes in there. I'm supposed to get some other footage too. If I get other footage, I will certainly let you see it. We got some scuffles going on there now. This is not good. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Oh, we got the volumes coming back. Hey, there we go. Wait, what? Let's go. Oh, they ended the live event? What? Maybe they'll come back. We lost the camera footage. I'm supposed to get more camera footage. We lost that camera. Maybe it'll come back. It says the live event has ended. Well, we'll have to wait till the new footage. This is not as interesting. That's that. Hang on. I got to get the audio better on this. Gonna fix the audio. Yeah, the camera just stopped broadcasting from that location. I don't know if the camera person thought they needed to get out of there, but the camera stopped broadcasting from that location. You know what I got to do? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get that audio better. Give me a second. So I'm sorry we lost that shot, but I don't have control over when the camera's going to go away. But I am supposed to be getting more footage very shortly. Very shortly, more footage, guys. So we will bring that to you. All right, hang on a second. I'm pulling up what I was just showing you. I got it now. I got it. But that just shows you how tense it is there. This is a huge election for the country. So that's a polling place where I think they're counting votes, I believe. Thanks so much for being here for our coverage of the Venezuela election, and also we're bringing you updates, any updates we get on the Lebanon, on the Israel-Hezbollah situation. And I am supposed to be getting more footage momentarily from Venezuela, which I will show you when I get it. By the way, you know, there's all kinds of reports on social media saying this is going on, or this poll place isn't closing, or these people aren't being allowed to vote. I'm not passing along all that stuff. I don't know if it's true or not. There's all this stuff floating around, and so I'm not like passing along all these social media reports. Again, it would just be like, you know, I just don't know if they're reliable. And I'm sure you have people on both sides claiming things, so that's just not something I'm going to... You know, it's one thing if I hear, like, if there's some, like, major news outlet saying there's a huge pattern of irregularities or something. I'll let you know that. But, you know, some individual account claiming X, Y, or Z is going on, I'm just not really getting into that on this broadcast right now. Hey, thank you to Juan Palma. Thanks, Juan Palma, for your support. Let me try to get you I'm trying to find some more updates for you right now. But again, so the polls closed about an hour and 13 minutes ago. And like, we don't know. It's not clear when the results will be released. Like, I've read a number of articles saying, like, it's just not clear. They could come out tonight. They could come out tomorrow. They could come out in a couple days. So the BBC in an article today said that the National Electoral Council, which organizes elections and announces the results, that body is dominated by government allies. And it's led by the person who banned the opposition leader from running for office. So, and they're the ones who release the results. Cat Burtz thinks there will not be an honest result. That's our viewer, Cat Burtz. Thank you, Ray Paul's Picks, for your support. Thank you, Ray Paul's Picks. Let me give a shout out to our moderator too. Hey, thanks to our supporters on Twitch, Yumi Bang. Thanks for your support on Twitch. Ma Florida, thanks for supporting on Twitch as well. And Zbot and Wolfius. Thank you for your support on Twitch. Well, what am I seeing here? Hold on, there's some other video I have. I'm supposed to get video from the opposition headquarters and the headquarters of Maduro. So I'll be watching for that. So this is a polling station we're looking at where they're like counting the votes. So, and to repeat, the way the voting works is you vote electronically, but a paper record of the vote also gets printed out. BBC says the electronic results are sent to the headquarters. You know, so as I said, to the voting, it's the electoral commission or whatever it is, the electoral authority, their headquarters get it. But as I said, like, in theory, it shouldn't take that long to count if it's all done electronically. But what can I say? I don't know what's going to happen. Again, according to BBC, the C&E, which runs the elections, is dominated by government allies. Yeah, and I knew this. So the Reuters originally had a video posted, and it said 7 p.m. election results. And I was like, oh, I don't know that that's going to be the case. Reuters literally just changed their video from 7 p.m. to, it said election results 7 p.m., which was 17 minutes ago. Now it says election results possible only, time TBD, which seems more accurate. Hey, thanks to John Wayne. Thanks, John, for your support.
Leemos el voto, lo colocamos aquí, ¿no? Leemos aquí y lo vamos a hacer ahí. Leemos el voto y lo colocamos aquí, ¿cierto? Leemos el voto y lo colocamos aquí.
Thanks also to the White Power Ranger fan. Thanks for your support from
El
Europe.
otro candidato lo colocamos donde al lado. Y todos estamos viendo lo mismo, ¿cierto?
Son varios de este partido comunista.
No, sí, por aquí, pues, te toca hacer varios grupitos, está bien. Una mesa para uno y una mesa para otro. Dale. Otro candidato, lo ven y lo colocan.
Oh, you know, a very interesting thing that I read about this election this year is that I read that the government has been spending less in this election than in previous elections. It's very interesting. The economy is bad, and apparently the government doesn't have enough money to spend to like encourage people to vote for them. So, like, for example, in the Wall Street Journal has something in their article today saying that they talk to they write about a pro-government community organizer who remembers when the ruling Socialist Party used to splurge to provide free refrigerators, concerts, and cash bonuses to prospective voters. But these days, the Wall Street Journal says, most of those benefits have disappeared as the support that the strongman Nicolás Maduro once had in the shantytown. The most of the benefits have disappeared, as has the support that strongman Nicolás Maduro once had in the shantytowns that long backed him. And they talk about in the article how, as we said, the economy has contracted 80% in a decade under Maduro, and roughly a quarter of the population, 8 million people, fled Venezuela. Let me also see, I thought the Economist article said something about spending too. But I definitely have been seeing that reports that the government has less to spend. They've been spending less on this election. Maybe they just don't have the funds to do it.
No, esta. La 5 y la 8. Sí. Pasa que yo me confundí, pasa que yo no.
This is a polling place. This is something involving processing the voting. Those are, I would think maybe that those are the paper slips that get printed out when people vote, because when you vote there, you vote electronically, but a paper slip is printed out for each vote. So I'm guessing that they're going through the paper slips that are the records of all the votes. That's what I would assume is happening. Edmundo is... Edmundo is Gonzalez. See, they're saying Maduro, Edmundo. Edmundo and Maduro. So it looked like there were more Edmundos there. So Edmundo Gonzalez is the opposition candidate. Maduro is the president. So it looked like there were more Edmundos than Maduros. Now that's just one polling place. See, that says Nicolás on it. But again, I think this is maybe just a backup, because I know it's a backup. This is not how they count the votes. The main count is done they have an electronic count that gets transmitted. Hold on. A lot of Gonzalez ones. Oh, a few Maduros. This is interesting. I think this is interesting. Oh, hold on. Also, well, clearly in this location, the opposition is winning in this location. There's way more Edmundos than Maduro. But I want to keep repeating this. Remember, this is just the backup. They have an electronic count. People vote electronically, and the paper is printed out in addition to that. So there's already an electronic vote count. Maybe they're doing a secondary vote count with the paper ballots. See, it says Edmundo Gonzalez. Dean R. says, looks like a landslide at this station. Oh, I got video from the Maduro camp. I got some video from Maduro watch party. Hang on. I thought I had it. Nope, not right now. So many Edmundos, guys. They don't release partial results. There's no partial results you can watch that I'm aware of. But I mean, that's Nicolás Maduro. Nicolás Maduro. I mean, there's so many more Edmundos than Nicolás Maduro. I'm waiting to get you some more video. I don't want to leave this yet, though. The opposition was making a statement, but I don't want to go to that right this second. I want to leave it on this right now. Uh-oh. Here we go. More voters. Here we go. These are more Maduro ones, some of them.
¿Cómo que trabaja? O sea, no transmite. Nicolás, mundo, Nicolás, Nicolás,
I don't think there's electoral college. I think it's just who gets the most votes. Hey guys, I'm going to switch you to Machado speaking. I have Machado speaking. Let me see if I can switch that. I might have to reset something. So this is going to pause in a second. Machado, the opposition leader, is speaking right now. So I'm going to see if I can't get that on the screen for you. It's a little, I might have to reset something here. And then Gonzalez is speaking now too. Let's see if I can get this to work. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. There they are. That's Gonzalez and Machado. That's Gonzalez on the left, and Machado, he's the candidate, and Machado on the right is the opposition leader, but she was barred from running. Sorry, I missed them speaking, but I wanted to keep it. I wanted to show you that vote count. So let me go back to the vote count now. So this is the opposition like headquarters. It looks like. There's Machado there. Again, she won the primary, but then the Maduro government would not let her run for president. So she's been campaigning around the country. They won't let her fly and they won't let her leave the country. So she's been like going around on motorcycles and stuff. campaigning. And there's Gonzalez right there. He's the candidate, but he is really not the leader of the opposition. It's really Machado. There's Gonzalez right there. That's Edmundo. When they say Edmundo, that's Edmundo. All right, hang on. Let me go back. I'm going to go back to them counting the votes. Show you some of that vote count again. I just have to we're watching a vote count going on. Well, it looks like a vote count of the paper backups because they do vote electronically. But at least in the polling station we've been watching, there's way more votes for Gonzalez than Maduro. Right here. Give it a second. Sorry, it's a little hard to hear him. But Edmundo is Gonzalez. I'll try to turn it up a little bit for you, if I can. Getting all the ballots out. I'm waiting to get more video for you guys. But this, again, this polling place, there's been a lot more votes for Gonzalez, the opposition candidate, than for Maduro that we've seen. R3D says Maduro getting smoked in this location. Camu says, why don't the cameras show the names on the papers? They have periodically zoomed in, and we've seen the names periodically. Thank you, Camu. I appreciate that. Thanks so much to all of our moderators for being here as we cover these stories for you. Moonshine, Sabrina, Ruth Krafasi, Kinetic, YouTube moderators, thank you so much. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X, over there on Twitch. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, McBritches, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Certainly Dev. Thank you. Kay Lowry Body on Facebook moderating. Margaret Riley. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. I'm just waiting to get the other video. I'm supposed to have more videos shortly from Reuters. This is AFP. You know what I did read? I did see something in the Economist article about the election they did a couple weeks ago, I think it was. The Economist said, I think it was the Economist article, said that it would be harder to rig the vote because it's electronic voting, which I know might sound a little strange, but let's see if I can find where I read that. Yeah, so the Economist said, Venezuela's electronic voting system, introduced by Chavez, the previous president, makes ballot stuffing hard. And a former opposition nominee, a former opposition member who was on the Electoral Authority claimed it is impossible to do an electronic fraud. So I don't know that for sure, but the point is, so they have these pieces of paper, but they also have an electronic count because people are voting by pressing the, you press the button of the person you want. So what can't happen is the government, if the Maduro regime wanted to try to falsify the count, they couldn't just like dump a bunch of pieces of paper somewhere because there's an electronic record of it too. But no, they're not. They're not. The retaliation has not happened yet. Israel has not yet retaliated for the rocket which hit the soccer field in Israel-controlled Golan Heights yesterday, or on Friday. That rocket hit. No, Saturday that rocket hit, and Israel blames Hezbollah. There were some Israeli strikes in Lebanon earlier today, but those were seen as like the regular strikes that they normally do. They have not done their retaliation. AFP is reporting that the Venezuela's opposition leader urges voters to remain at polling stations to verify the ballot count. See, I'm a little confused. I don't know what's going on here, like, because I had heard that there were going to be like observers. So I don't know if any of the people here are observers from either the government or like the opposition. I mean, at least there's a camera here, but I'm sure that, for example, the opposition would want to be there for this just to verify what's going on. I mean, we've had a camera here, but I don't know, how that's going. Whether the opposition is being allowed to be at these various polling places while this count of the papers goes on. Oh, hey, thank you, Walter Beasley. That's so nice to you. Really appreciate all your support, Walter Beasley. Thank you, Walter. Luis says they could also be international observers. True, I believe a lot of the international observers were actually were not allowed to come. So I know that the European Union observers, I think, were not allowed to come. Let me try to get you something on that. Yeah, so Reuters had reported on May 28th that Venezuela revoked its invitation to the European Union to send election observers. And something else Reuters reported is they said that Maduro's government had reached a deal with the opposition last year to hold elections, prompting the U.S. to temporarily ease oil sanctions. But the U.S. then reimposed sanctions on the oil industry in April, saying the government had not done enough to make the electoral process fair. Oops. Oh, I have a live shot from the Maduro. Hey, guys, I have a live shot from the Maduro headquarters. Maduro headquarters. Look at this. Look at this. Oops, if I can show you. Why is that not working? Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to make an adjustment here. I'm gonna have to make a little adjustment. I might have to reset something. I'm having a minor issue here. Give me one moment. Hey, give me one moment. I just have to reset something so I can show you the different videos. So let me take a second and reset and see if that fixes it. But I want to show you the video from the Maduro headquarters. See if that works. I might have to do a little more resetting here. Yeah, I'm going to have to do that. Give me about, I need about 30 seconds here to reset everything. You can see me. I just have to reset what I'm looking at in front of me. Hey, I really appreciate you guys being here. We are bringing you live coverage of these enormously important Venezuelan elections. Venezuela has been ruled by the same socialist party for 25 years. 2 different presidents. First, Hugo Chavez, and now Nicolás Maduro. He is widely seen to have, is widely described as an authoritarian leader. Under Maduro, the last 10 years, the economy, roughly 10 years, the economy has collapsed by about 80%. About a quarter of people who live in the country have fled the country. Economy is really bad there, and they're having this presidential election, and the opposition candidate has been ahead in the polls. So, what is going to happen in this election? And if the opposition gets more votes, will Maduro actually allow that to be reported? Would he agree to step down? It is just not clear. So we are waiting to see what happens, to see what the National Election Commission, which from my understanding has a lot of government allies on it. What are the official results going to be? They could get reported tonight. Maybe they won't get reported tonight. Beats me. So we're waiting to see what happens with this incredibly important election in Venezuela. All right, I'm getting the video back for you guys. Thanks for your patience while I get the video back up. Oh, and I have more video. Great. I have the opposition camp, and I have the opposition camp, and I have the Maduro camp. So let me just show you Maduro. This is, first of all, let me just show you the vote count. Got some vote counting going on of the paper backups. Okay, there's that right there. Now let me show you the Maduro headquarters. Hey, look, it's Maduro headquarters. So it says siempre means always. Does vence mean win? What does vence mean? Win? Some of you will know. Some people are saying yes. What is the verb? Vencer. Vencer is to defeat, to overcome. So Venezuela vence siempre. Is it pronounced Venezuela vence siempre? Venezuela always wins. So that right there is the Maduro headquarters. And then, yes, Shredda says he had better paid for these streams he is streaming. Oh, I pay, and I pay. It costs a lot of money. Costs a lot for me to buy these things. This is from AFP. It actually says it in the description of the broadcast. It says right there in the description that I license the videos from AFP and Reuters. And then here is here is the other one I wanted to show you. Here's the opposition camp. That's the opposition. So we got the Maduro headquarters and the opposition headquarters. So let's go back to the. We lost the feed from the polling place. We lost the feed from the polling place. So I'll see what else I can get for you. There is Maduro headquarters. So I'll keep an eye on what other video we have. But that is Maduro headquarters. Thanks, Notorious Rob, for your support. Thank you. Thanks, My Florida, as well, and Barker J. Roar for your support on Twitch, and also B. Harbin42 and E-Biker. And Gonzalez, thanks for the gift subs, Gonzalez, and thanks, Mirror Chairs, for your support on Twitch as well. We should do another poll. Yeah, the feeds don't last forever. They come in and out. So thank you, Zach A., for your support. The feeds come in and out during the evening, so see what else we get. I don't have one right now from like, I know there's some feeds showing like what's going on outside, and if I get one, I'll certainly show you. I just don't have one at the moment I can show you. Oops. So I'll keep an eye on those, but I can only show you what I have the rights to show you. So we did a poll before, and like roughly 60% of you said that you did not think this election would result in a change of the president. How about will the vote results be reported fairly and accurately? Will the vote results be reported fairly and accurately? That's the poll. That's what I'm going to ask. So I just posted that on YouTube. Now I'm going to post it on Twitch. We're doing a poll. Oh, thank you, Hannah, who gave a donation toward the cost of the feeds. Thank you, Hannah. That's very nice of you. Hannah H., thank you so much, Hannah. All right, let me show you how YouTube is voting. Again, this is Maduro headquarters. You're looking at Maduro headquarters. Our viewers on YouTube, will the vote results be reported fairly and accurately? 86% say no. Very close to Twitch. Very close to Twitch. Look at this. Twitch, 84% say no. Our viewers are not optimistic that the vote totals will be reported fairly and accurately. Not by me, but by the government there. Well, it's the government. There's an electoral commission. It is seen as being pro Maduro. All right. Thank you for voting. Yo Pop says it's going to be bad. Dangerous Frank thinks dictators are not fans of removing power. I mean, I just don't know what's going to happen if the government comes out and they announce results and they say like Maduro's ahead, because the polling has suggested in recent weeks that the opposition is way ahead. There's going to be a lot of angry people in the country. So I don't know what's going to happen. Really unclear. And as I've mentioned, I've read a bunch of articles on it, and the articles, they genuinely don't know if Maduro would be willing to step down. Paula Thompson says it's difficult to be positive when talking about authoritarianism. That is the opposition. That's the opposition headquarters right there. And that's Maduro headquarters. Thanks, Ariane7, for your support. Thank you, and Ali C as well. Gringo thinks the opposition is scared of Maduro's colectivos, a.k.a. thugs on motorbikes. Here is a new post from opposition leader María Corina Machado, who again won the opposition primary and then was not allowed to run in the election. But she's really the head of the opposition. She said, Nos quedamos en los centros, I think means remain at the voting centers. I think this is witnesses. I don't know what that is. In all of the world, something like being present at the paper count, paper by paper. Something about counting by hand. Let's see. We'll translate this. We stay in the centers. Witnesses, voters, and everyone to witness the counting paper by paper until you have the record in hand. So what I believe what she's saying is, again, sorry if you've heard this already, but when you vote there, you vote electronically, but you also get a paper record of how everybody voted. The vote prints out on paper. So I guess they have the one electronic count, but they also do counts of the paper. And we were watching one before. We were watching a polling place in Caracas where there were way more opposition votes than Maduro votes. So she's saying to supporters of the opposition, because I guess they have a lot of observers around the country, stay at the polling places and watch those counts, the paper by paper count, until you know the final count. Because they want to have observers everywhere that see that paper count. So if the government comes out and says, well, the electronic count is Maduro by 5, and they can say, well, we had observers at all of the polling places that saw the paper count, and that was different than you're saying. I mean, that's the reason to do this, is to get your own count. So she just posted that 4 minutes ago. But they're telling people to stay. They want people, witnesses, voters, and everyone, stay to witness the counting of the paper by paper count. Oh, what's happening? What's happening here? What's happening here? They're going somewhere. Where are they going? This is at the Maduro headquarters. Where are they all going? Why are they going somewhere? I see people moving. That's Maduro headquarters. Everybody's walking away. They're going somewhere. Our viewer Maury says, hopefully Venezuela gets a leader who can learn from their past mistakes and bring it back to be the richest country in South America again. Now, I don't know if it was the richest country in South America. It was one of the best economies in South America, I believe. I can't say it was the richest. Maybe it was. And to repeat, their economy has contracted 80% under Maduro, and they have the most oil reserves in the world in that country, and their economy is still horrible. So we just saw a bunch of people leaving that. Now they're coming back in. Why are people running? Is Maduro speaking somewhere? I don't know what's going on, but the press all started leaving. Now, oh, is the camera gone now? What? I bet we're going to lose the shot. I bet we're going to lose the camera shot. I don't know what's going on. See, I bet we're going to lose the camera shot because I bet they had the camera had to move. I don't know what happened there. But you saw them kind of, a bunch of people. I thought maybe like somebody is speaking in another room. But I mean, this is the room they would speak in, I would think. All right, so that shot is now frozen. Oh, are they going to announce the results? Hey, we might get a results announcement, guys, because I think the results stream might have just gone live. We might get some results soon. I'm not kidding you. Hang on, look at this. Hang on, I got a feed for you. I have a feed for you. I have a feed for you. I don't know what this is. It's from Reuters.
Depositan en las cajas, por lo cual la posibilidad de que exista un
Yes.
resultado distinto al que la población
This is
haya
from
planteado
Reuters.
es completamente inviable, sobre todo porque también se hace con integrantes de las mesas de la propia oposición. Entonces creo que en este tema y producto de toda esta intensidad política de los últimos años, Venezuela ha venido conformando un sistema electoral que es muy robusto, muy fuerte y muy confiable.
Bueno, sí, y otra denuncia que también fue muy importante, muy grave, que se hizo ayer, la hizo el presidente de la República, Nicolás Maduro, cuando presentó toda la información de un ataque que pretendían hacer unos ciudadanos, entre ellos unos paramilitares colombianos, para sabotear el sistema eléctrico y dejar al menos 8 regiones del país sin electricidad.
Desde los Andes hasta Yaracuy prácticamente iba a ser la incidencia de esa tentativa de atentar contra una subestación importante de suministro eléctrico. Justamente lo mencionaba el gobernador Freddy Bernal, quien estuvo o hizo la denuncia de lo que fue la captura de estos, creo que 6 objetos,
I'm getting this video from Reuters.
Colombianos. Antes de seguir desarrollando este tema también, el proceso
Hey guys, give me 1 second. Oh, Pai-Poon says this is state media. So apparently, Reuters has this, that this is going to be the results released. But I don't know if that's happening yet. Yeah, some viewers are saying this is state TV. Some viewers are saying this is state TV in Venezuela. Now, Reuters is listing this as National Electoral Council releases the vote count. So I'm going to keep an eye on that because I don't know that they're actually releasing the vote count yet. But that's from Reuters. Let me, in the meantime, show you this, which is, oh, sorry. I have the opposition. I need to take a 1-minute break. Okay. Let me find out what's going on. So what I'm going to do really quick. Hey, thanks to Gringo for your support, and Jerry Kovacs and Christopher Anderson, and John Wayne. Thank you so much. I need to take a 1-minute break. So if you just give me a minute, and I'll leave you. This is the opposition headquarters. Just give me a minute here. Steve back in 1 minute. Oops. I didn't do that too well. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back, and we will bring you updates in a minute. Okay, thank you for your patience. Let me get caught up here. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. So I'm a little confused because Reuters went live. Reuters went live with this shot, which some people are saying, oops, where is it here? Oh no, they left the shot. So Reuters has a broadcast and it says Venezuela election results. And then they went live like 10 minutes ago. But the video was just showing, I think what you guys were saying was like state TV news. So I was like, oh, so are they going to announce the results on the state TV news? But then Reuters just cut off that feed. So I don't know why Reuters was showing that news, the state TV news program, on their broadcast, which says National Electoral Council releases vote count. So we don't know when this vote count could get released soon, or it could get released tomorrow or in 2 days from now. We just don't know. But it shouldn't take that long because they do electronic voting. So I would guess that Maduro right now knows what the results are. I would be shocked if Maduro didn't already know what the results are. What is Maduro going to do about it? Are they just going to present the results as fact? Are they not going to? I have no idea. So hold on a second. Let me see if I can get you any updates, and I'll check your messages too. We've been kind of doing a bunch of things at once here. You know, I follow this account called Report Ya, which is it's an account in Spanish, and they post a lot of news stuff. And they just posted something, and they claimed when there is democracy again in Venezuela, it will be possible to have real-time and public totalization of electoral results. Technology allows it. It is a political decision that this process is not public or televisable. This must change. It is very strange there. There's no partial results that I know of. There's no set time for the results to come out. I read article after article saying the results could come soon. They could take days. So that is what's going on. The government, it's widely seen as an authoritarian government. They control the judiciary. They control the legislature. From what I understand, they basically control the electoral committee there that handles the elections. So what can I tell you? We'll just have to wait until something official is announced. But I know it might seem strange to say, wait, it's not known when the results are going to be released. But yes, it's really not known when the results will be released. That's really the case. But again, the opposition I showed you the statement from the opposition leader who has told opposition supporters to stay at the voting centers and be there for the counts if they can and witness the counts of the backup paper ballots. Do I have a Maduro camp picture? Oh, hey guys, you know what I got again for you? I got the Maduro headquarters. Hey, look, it's the Maduro headquarters. It says Venezuela always wins. Venezuela vence siempre. Siempre is always. Do they pronounce in Venezuela V as B? Is it Venezuela vence siempre? I don't even know. Somebody who's Venezuelan can tell me. But that is the Maduro headquarters right there. Unregistered voter says it's B in Venezuela. V. Pronounced B. Gringo says it's V. I don't even know. We have a disagreement in our chat about how they pronounce it. Smoker says in Spain they pronounce it as a B. Nayabi says it sounds like a V there, not B. Oh, are they announcing this? What are they doing there? What's going on there? What's happening? Guys, what is happening? Hang on, let me get volume. What's happening? This is at the Maduro headquarters. This is Maduro headquarters. I'm going to put that on the screen. Maduro headquarters. Are they going to announce the vote? I don't know what's going on.
A los medios de comunicación que se encuentran aquí, pero muy especialmente queremos, dándole las buenas noches, felicitar a todo el pueblo de Venezuela que hoy votó por la paz, votó por el diálogo permanente, votó por la soberanía, votó por la independencia, votó por la vida. Queremos darle las gracias a millones de mujeres y hombres que no solamente han resistido, sino que ahora se apuntan hacia el futuro con la elección presidencial del día de hoy. Queremos darle desde el fondo de nuestros corazones las gracias. Las gracias por tanta fuerza, por tanta entereza, por tanta valentía demostrada por este pueblo.
Maybe our viewers can translate. Viewers, can you translate?
A pesar de los agravios, a pesar de los bloqueos, las sanciones, todas las acciones que se han perpetrado contra el pueblo de Venezuela, aquí se fue un pueblo digno, un pueblo valiente, un pueblo heredero de las glorias de nuestros libertadores, a decir: yo voto por la paz, yo voto por el futuro, yo voto por continuar la recuperación económica, yo voto por los cambios y transformaciones que Venezuela necesita. Por eso les damos las gracias. No podemos dar resultados, pero podemos mostrar caras.
What? Did he say something like, we can't give you the results, but I'm smiling or something?
Ha sido la victoria de todas y de todos. Ha sido una victoria para afincarnos en el futuro. Tenemos que esperar, por supuesto, los resultados emanados del Consejo Nacional Electoral, porque nosotros sí somos respetuosos de las leyes de nuestro país y de la Constitución de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Queremos también darle las gracias al Consejo Nacional Electoral, a sus 5 rectores, que hoy han dado una nueva demostración de un sistema electoral que funciona cabalmente, que funciona a la perfección y que ha permitido que la fiesta democrática transcurriera en absoluta tranquilidad y en absoluta paz. Revisen los eventos electorales en cualquier parte de este continente, incluso en otros puntos del planeta, y notarán, sin duda, que es Venezuela un ejemplo para el mundo, para los países del mundo, en la realización de eventos electorales en completa paz. A pesar de que siempre están ellos, los violentos, las minorías, los que permanentemente persisten en la oscuridad, en el odio, en buscar enfrentar hermanos contra hermanos, en buscar la manera de atacar lo que es la idiosincrasia del venezolano, que somos por naturaleza solidarios, generosos, cercanos. Queremos felicitar también al despliegue del Plan República que garantizó la paz, porque ahora lo podemos decir. Durante los últimos días se dieron amenazas contra la acción del pueblo y el Estado venezolano, y esas amenazas fueron sorteadas por el presidente Nicolás Maduro, por el Estado venezolano, para que incluso en el silencio impedir que esas acciones fueran en contra del desarrollo del evento electoral. Ahora que el evento electoral ha transcurrido y que hay un resultado, podemos decir que se yugularon, se impidió que algunos brotes violentos y algunos actos de sabotaje sucedieran y generaran zozobra en la población. No podemos dar resultados. Pacientemente esperaremos el boletín del Consejo Nacional Electoral, pero inmediatamente después que sea emitido ese boletín, los esperamos donde ustedes saben, para encontrarse con quienes ustedes conocen. Vamos a contestar algunas preguntas por Venevisión. Rafael Camacho. ¿Cómo está, Rafael?
Buenas noches, diputado. Precisamente lo que le preguntaba al gobernador Héctor Rodríguez esta tarde, el recorrido que hicimos durante casi todo el día, vimos una
So they're saying they can't say the results. They're saying they can't give the results. This is the Maduro headquarters.
Los dos extremos, muchas personas de la tercera edad y muchas personas jóvenes participando y yendo a votar, indistintamente en los centros y en las zonas en donde hemos estado, sobre todo en nuestra cobertura, en nuestro operativo de Democracia 2024. La óptica de ustedes, desde el comando de campaña de ese fenómeno, es precisamente en este proceso que se diferencia de otros que se han realizado en el pasado.
Bueno, nosotros tuvimos en nuestro centro de cómputo y en nuestra sala situacional, teníamos una maquinaria bien aceitada que probamos una y otra vez, que nos permitió saber lo que estaba ocurriendo en tiempo real en cada municipio, en cada estado y en nuestro Centro Nacional de Cómputo, y notamos un desarrollo del evento electoral con una característica, que fue la participación asimétrica en los centros de votación. Por poner un ejemplo, la ciudad de Caracas, en los centros de votación del este de la ciudad, hubo un inicio de la votación, como naturalmente ocurre, sobre todo en estos centros de votación, con una participación importante en las primeras horas, pero esos centros se desinflaron temprano. Y así ocurrió en todos los centros de votación de características similares en el país. Otros centros de votación en zonas populares, en zonas del interior del país, en zonas donde de manera natural la fuerza de la revolución venezolana reciben el favor de las electoras y de los electores, empezaron con fuerza también. En efecto, como tú bien dices, hasta pudimos determinar que nuestras abuelas y nuestros abuelos eran de los que más temprano acudieron a los centros de votación, y como tú dices que lo recorriste, te habrás dado cuenta que en las zonas populares, en las zonas populosas, en las zonas del interior del país, se mantuvo el flujo de votación durante todo el día. Diosdado, Delcy, Héctor y yo estuvimos en un centro de votación, Andrés Eloy Blanco, en Catia, en la parroquia Sucre del municipio bolivariano Libertador en Caracas, y todavía estaban votando a las 5:30 de la tarde cuando nosotros fuimos. Es decir, hubo cosas que en otras ocasiones ha ocurrido, aquí también ocurrió una participación asimétrica en cuanto a los electores y las electoras. La percepción y la lección que Venezuela le da al mundo es que nosotros tenemos la fuerza, tenemos la determinación para hacer las cosas de los venezolanos entre venezolanos y venezolanas. Es absolutamente inaceptable que factores externos del país que sea, sobre todo los que se arrogan la función de gendarmes del mundo, se inmiscuyan en asuntos que solamente nos corresponden a las venezolanas y a los venezolanos. Y el pueblo hoy habló. Y esa voz del pueblo debe ser respetada. Y todas y todos la haremos respetar. Mi conclusión, creo que se cierra una etapa donde el pueblo le da una lección importante a quienes recurrieron a la violencia, a quienes recurrieron a la solicitud de invasiones, a quienes recurrieron a la solicitud de sanciones en contra de Venezuela, a quienes aplaudieron y celebran que todavía pesen 962 sanciones contra el país. Y así como la constituyente del año 17 signó la paz para la República, esta elección presidencial y su resultado signan la derrota definitiva de los factores extremistas en Venezuela y signan la derrota definitiva de los agresores que desde el exterior atacan al pueblo de Venezuela. Viene una nueva etapa, una etapa de construcción, viene una etapa donde el primer decreto que... no puedo decir eso.
So real quick, this is at Maduro headquarters, and this is Jorge Rodriguez, who I assume is a Maduro ally because he's speaking at Maduro headquarters. He's the National Assembly president, and he had said before that they cannot give the results. But he did say something like, we can show our face or show our faces, and he pointed to himself smiling. So they seem confident. By the way, Marco Rubio, United States Senator, just posted this. Look what Marco Rubio posted both in Spanish and English. Marco Rubio posted on his social media, everybody knows massive voter turnout like the one today in Venezuela would result in a massive loss by Maduro. The only way he wins is with massive fraud. Now, let me say again, polling has suggested recent polling in Venezuela has the opposition way ahead. Also, as far as I'm aware, and I have seen a number of journalists, Venezuelan journalists reporting this, they say there's nothing in theory keeping these numbers from being released. It's an electronic vote. They have paper backup, but it's an electronic vote. But no one knows when these numbers are getting released. There's no set time for the numbers to be released, which is kind of strange in itself, right? I mean, look at articles about the election. They say it could be tonight, it could be tomorrow. We're just waiting for what the Electoral Commission, which is part of the government, which is strongly controlled by Maduro, is going to say these results are. So we'll have to just see, what does the Electoral Commission say the results are? This guy seems to be very confident, but we'll have to just see what the official announcement is. I don't know. We're waiting to see. So I'll turn the volume on this up again. Thanks for translating in the chat, people who are translating.
A la votación, pero en la gran mayoría de los centros se culminó el acto comicial a las 6 de la tarde. Gracias. Y por Radio Nacional de Venezuela, Gabriel Fuentes.
Buenas noches.
¿Cómo está?
Muy bien. Decía un veedor internacional estadounidense a tempranas horas de la mañana, su nombre es Jason Hickler, que aseguraba dos cosas, que haría su análisis. Los dichos de fraude son falsos. Y también aseguraba que las elecciones en nuestro país, en Venezuela, son más seguras que en los Estados Unidos. Yo quisiera su análisis. Y con respecto a las elecciones en nuestro país, el día de hoy está el Gallo Pinto y habían otros 9 candidatos que se presentaban a la contienda electoral. Yo quisiera saber si a esta hora, como lo decía Tibisay Lucena en actos electorales anteriores, si a esta hora no tienen ningún tipo de posibilidad de ganar esos candidatos y si la tendencia es irreversible. Y por otro lado, me robaba la pregunta en su primera intervención, si ya huele a Miraflores y si el balcón del pueblo se va a abrir.
Bueno, vamos a empezar por la opinión de ese veedor de los Estados Unidos de América. Yo creo que Venezuela ostenta el curioso récord de que es el único país y el único evento comicial en donde uno de los 10 candidatos que estaban participando en el evento electoral, cantan fraude antes de tiempo. Eso nunca se había visto. Porque el plan era otro. El plan no era participar en base a los parámetros establecidos en la Constitución y en las leyes electorales de la República, no. El plan era utilizar el evento electoral, utilizar la campaña electoral para buscar la manera de que la violencia se desatara en algunos puntos y algunos focos del país. Ese era el plan verdadero. De allí que no firmaron el acuerdo ante el Consejo Nacional Electoral reconociendo los resultados. De allí que permanentemente insistían en que se estaba dando un fraude. ¿Cómo vas a hablar tú de fraude si todavía ni siquiera se había dado el evento electoral? Nosotros queremos rechazar cualquier forma de intento de violencia por algún sector de la política del país, porque lo que Venezuela quiere es tranquilidad, paz, estar en su casa tranquilo.
I'm going to turn this down a bit because I don't know how long he's going to talk for, and most of the audience and myself does not speak Spanish. So, again, he is speaking at the Maduro headquarters. We are waiting to hear some sort of announcement from the results by the government election commission. And we don't know when we're going to get that announcement of results. And I mean, again, the opposition has been leading in the polls. There was huge turnout today, from what I understand. And but what's the official result going to be when it's announced? We just do not know, and we don't know when or what it's going to say. This guy seems pretty confident, though. If they do announce, if they announce it and they announce that Maduro is leading, it's going to be like, there's going to be a lot of really angry people in the country. I mean, there'll be angry people either way. But if they announce that Maduro is leading, you're going to have probably a majority of the country thinking that they just threw the election. So I don't know what's going to happen there. Do we know who the guy is? It literally says it on the screen. It literally says Jorge Rodriguez, National Assembly President at Maduro headquarters. I don't know how I can spell it out any better, given that I literally spelled it out on the screen. So again, I'm not gonna. I don't want to. He could talk for a half an hour, and then nobody will know, and then a lot of you won't know what he's saying. So I'm sorry to talk over him, but at the same time, he's been talking for a while, so I figured I would interject and try to get you some more information. But it's really weird. Like, we don't know when the results will be announced. We have no idea.
Cuidando a su hijo, el presidente Nicolás Maduro, en la más intensa campaña electoral.
Lewis says, I wonder if they're waiting to announce it overnight to prepare for angry mobs. Well, what are they planning on announcing? If they're going to announce that Maduro won, maybe they want to like wait a while or something. I don't know, or do it like in the middle of the night. I don't know.
Nuestro agradecimiento y nuestra celebración.
Hey, thanks to Purple Oryx for your support too. Thanks so much, Purple Oryx.
¿Nadie más? ¿No hay más preguntas? Marcos, adelante.
Gracias.
Ajá. Rosita, fracasó la violencia, fracasó el odio, ganó el amor, ganó la independencia, ganó la soberanía de Venezuela y ganó la paz. Marcos, y terminamos.
Sí, le quería preguntar por un tuit de hace un ratito de Leopoldo López. que dice que hay que creérselo porque ganamos. No lo estoy diciendo textual, pero era más o menos eso, y por una enorme diferencia. ¿Cuál es su reflexión en ese sentido? Gracias.
Te invitaría a que busques en cualquier página en internet la definición de 2 trastornos psiquiátricos. 1, trastorno psicopático de la personalidad, y 2, trastorno antisocial de la personalidad. Ahí está la explicación en ese tweet. Muchas gracias.
All right, well, we're still waiting for results. He seems like in a very good mood. Again, I'll just say again, I cannot imagine that Maduro doesn't know the actual vote count. And I cannot imagine that Maduro didn't know the actual vote count like hours ago. The polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. I have to imagine that Maduro has access to those numbers right away. That was not Maduro. That was Jorge Rodriguez. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on this. That's Maduro headquarters. At some point, these results, I guess, will get announced. It's such a strange system. It's 8:28 p.m. there. But I mean, oh, thanks so much to, I really appreciate it. Austin Jackson for your support. Austin says his girlfriend is from Venezuela. He says, we really hope change is coming. The last 25 years have been tragic for Venezuela, says our viewer, Austin Jackson. Thank you, Austin, for your support. So, look, I mean, isn't this basically what we were expecting? The big question is, what is the government going to say the results of the election are? So that's where we're at. We're still waiting to see what does the government say the results of the election are, and we don't know yet. And that's what we're waiting for. I don't even know if they're going to say anything tonight. Onslaught thinks it could be days. No, there's been no Israel retaliatory strike at the moment yet on Hezbollah for what Israel says is the Hezbollah rocket that landed on a soccer field yesterday, killing 12 and injuring more than that. In Israel-controlled Golan Heights. So it is widely believed that Israel will launch some kind of military retaliation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. But that has not happened yet. And so I'm keeping an eye on that as well. Christine Atherton says, what is going to happen when people realize they've been duped? If the government comes out and says Maduro is winning, it's going to be a huge deal, and I don't know what's going to happen there. There definitely, I would expect protests if that happens. Our viewer, Naibes, says, this circus has been repeated for the last 20 years. Only a miracle would bring the real results to the public. The thing is, though, in the last election in 2018, I believe a lot of the opposition boycotted the election. So this is I don't believe there's, in the last 25 years, there's been an election like this where the opposition was polling so far ahead. and seem to be so united, the opposition. I have my eye on the opposition headquarters, but nothing much is happening there either. I'll show you that. That's the opposition headquarters. Maybe somebody will get up to speak there. They already did, but maybe they'll speak again. Hey, thanks Carmine for your support. Again, it was very interesting to see Marco Rubio post that post. This is Senator Marco Rubio in the U.S., Republican senator. And he posted in both Spanish and English. He said, everybody knows massive voter turnout like the one today in Venezuela would result in a massive loss by Maduro. The only way he wins is with massive fraud. That's what Marco Rubio said. Oh, now we have, hold on, focus coming back. No, there's no results. They don't publish partial results. Just the government will release the results at some point. Let's see if I can get you any updates here. BBC said about the election, opinion polls have suggested that the opposition candidate, González, has a wide lead over Maduro. But as Maduro's 2018 re-election was widely dismissed as neither free nor fair, there is concern that the result of this election could be tampered with should it not go Maduro's way. Walter Beasley, thanks, Walter. I appreciate that. Walter thinks the longer they wait, there could be problems in the streets. If I get any video from the streets, I'll certainly show it to you. I can only show you what I have the rights to. And, you know, there's various people on social media posting various things. And again, just because I'm not like posting, I'm not giving you like social media rumors and stuff. We did see the vote count from one voting center in Caracas. We saw it on video before through AFP, and it was by far it favored González over Maduro because we could see them counting. Yeah, but I see these things getting posted on social media, which are basically garbage. I see these people are posting the stuff which is just garbage, which is not sourced at all, and is just highly unreliable. So please be careful with the stuff floating around social media. I did mention before that a Wall Street Journal reporter said that the Juan Ferrero from the Wall Street Journal had said that the Wall Street Journal had obtained exit polling by Edison Research, which is a firm that also does exit polling in America. And Edison Research, according to the Wall Street Journal, said that the opposition candidate was winning 64 to 31% over Maduro, according to their exit polling. What can I say? But that was from the Wall Street Journal's Juan Ferrero. He posted that several hours ago. Is the Venezuelan military mobilizing? I haven't heard any reporting on them, but we'll see if the government says that Maduro won and people go out in the streets, what'll happen then? There's also a question of whether the military would support Maduro. Suppose Maduro sees the results and doesn't like them and tries to change them. Would the military go along with Maduro? And that's unknown. That is unknown. Like the Economist in their article about the election said, blatant fraud might create friction with the armed forces, the ultimate arbiter of power in Venezuela. But it's not, they said they didn't know what would happen with the military if the government if Maduro tried to rig the election. There's a lot of unknowns here. This is, the New York Times says this is the first time in more than a decade that Maduro has faced a strong challenger. The Times points out that over the course of Maduro's rule, the Chavismo movement, of which Maduro is part, shattered the nation's democracy, presided over an economic contraction unlike any seen outside of wartime, and became the source of one of the largest migrant crises in the world, because a quarter of the country left the country. The Times also points out that for years, Maduro's government has used coercion, suppression, and confusion to win elections. You're looking at the opposition party headquarters. It's interesting also, the New York Times said whatever result is announced, it is very likely to be disputed by the other side, possibly leading to protest and a violent response from the armed forces. How about that? Also, the next president wouldn't assume power until January. What is going to happen? TC2290 says it's silly to think people want more of the inflation that they had under Maduro. Live Life thinks they will announce soon. Why the large gap between election and inauguration? I don't know. I guess that's just the way they do it there. I mean, it's July, and the new president wouldn't take office till January. I don't know why that is. Anthony R., viewer, thinks it would be a miracle if Maduro stepped down. Yeah, so our viewer Supergram sent me, it's an unverified video from this person, Eduardo Minoni, that supposedly shows a polling place where somebody is making an unofficial announcement that Gonzalez won like 70% of the votes. Again, I can't verify the video. And I don't know enough about Venezuela to be able to look at the video and go, like, that's legit. So what can I say? I appreciate you sending the video in, but I can't verify it. And I don't, even if it's a legit video from Venezuela, I don't know where that person got that information. And they very well might be legit, but I just don't know enough to know whether it's legit. Micron Nix Inc. says, if anything, Maduro will flee the country. Yeah, guys, people are mentioning a shooting in New York because somebody, I guess, posted about it on social media. RochesterFirst.com says there was a shooting in Maplewood Park and 1 person is dead and 6 people are injured. I'm very sorry to hear about that. We're not going to be covering it here. Unfortunately, there are a lot of shootings in the U.S. It's not good news, certainly at all. But we're not covering that right now. But again, RochesterFirst.com says 1 person is dead and at least another 6 are injured following a mass shooting at Maplewood Park Sunday. I have no information on why this happened. I don't know what the origin of it was. The headline on the New York Times article right now is Venezuela awaits result in pivotal election that could oust autocrat. Sunday's vote could end a generation of control by Venezuela's Socialist Party. So they're not coming out with the results for some reason. From everything I understand, they could come out with the results if they wanted to. So why aren't they coming out with the results? I have no idea. I leave that to you. Reuters in an article says Maduro, a socialist whose 2018 re-election in Venezuela was rejected by the U.S. and most Western governments as a sham, is seeking his 3rd term. U.S. officials have said they will calibrate their sanctions policy toward Venezuela depending on how the elections are run. But the polls closed almost 3 hours ago, and they vote electronically. They vote electronically, and the polls closed almost 3 hours ago. Tall man thinks Maduro is sweating bullets. Walter Beasley, thanks, Walter. Walter says, U.S. embargo does not help the economy. Thanks to Gabriela Aguilera, too, for your support. No, I have no update about Israel. Nothing. I know nothing about Israel. There's been no update about any kind of attack. It's like the middle of the night in Israel right now. 3:47 a.m. I did see a post from Joe Truzman that I'll show you. Joe is an expert on the Middle East who I follow. And he said, Joe posted and said, Israel knows of numerous Hezbollah targets that are situated away from the major urban areas, which it may consider in response to the attack yesterday. Notably, in northeast Lebanon, there are various sites housing Hezbollah ground forces, ammo depots, headquarters, and military compounds. Israel may choose to target this area to avoid a significant response from Hezbollah, i.e. rockets on Haifa. Though it's noteworthy to mention this is one option out of many that Israel may choose. Lastly, recall that Israel publicly revealed the commander behind the attack on the soccer field, or the rocket hitting the soccer field. He was identified as Ali Muhammad Yahya. He is likely high on the target list, says Joe Truzman. But we don't know. I mean, that could happen tonight or not. The Israeli response hasn't happened yet. So this channel that Reuters is showing this, guys. I can show it to you via Reuters. Let me show you this. So people were saying this is like state media. This one right here. What's this?
Durante la Operación República, elección presidencial 2024, nuestra Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana aún se encuentra desplegada y seguirá desplegada hasta el día
28 Julio, VTV.
Del corriente. En apoyo al CNE como ente rector de este proceso electoral, continuaremos resguardando la seguridad de los electores.
Is this the military speaking? I don't even know.
Garantizando el orden, velando por la custodia, el traslado y el resguardo de todo el material e instrumentos electorales, tecnológicos y no tecnológicos, todas las infraestructuras y plataformas de soporte de carácter estratégico, que de alguna manera le brindan bienestar a nuestra población. Infraestructuras, plataformas nacionales, en apoyo a los órganos nacionales, regionales, municipales y parroquiales. Estaremos operando hasta el 15 de agosto. Continuamos preparados al llamado para garantizar el orden interno de la patria.
Maybe somebody can translate in the
y la
chat.
Soberanía y la defensa militar en cualquier rincón de nuestra amada Venezuela. Esta operación conjunta y unificada de acompañamiento, seguridad y custodia bajo la conducción y control del Comando Estratégico Operacional.
I can confirm this is Venezuela government TV. We are watching Venezuela government TV, according to Reuters.
De orden público y de paz, donde llegaremos hasta los hogares y las familias del país en su protección. La operación contra,
Ariane says he's talking about security of elections.
La operación República, de acuerdo al cronograma electoral, consta de 3 fases bien definidas. Una fase preelectoral, una fase electoral y una postelectoral. En este momento hay una transición donde estamos finalizando la fase electoral y entramos en la fase postelectoral. Esta fase postelectoral tiene 4 partes. Un repliegue de los sobres número 1 por medios aeroterrestres hasta el llanito, a ejecutarse entre el día de hoy y el día 30.
Oh, I got more
número
video.
2, operativo de recepción de sobres número 1 en la...
I got some interesting video for you. I'm going to show it in a second, guys. I got video in Caracas, Venezuelans protesting outside of, I think, of a polling place. I think we got more video for you. Hang on, I'm going to show it to you. More video coming up. Venezuelans protest outside of a Caracas polling station demanding to enter to witness the vote count. All right, so let me put that up on the screen for you. Hang on. Give me a moment here. Got to refresh it here. You should see it in a moment. Give it a, there it is. Give it a second. Give it a second. Not hearing any volume at the moment, unfortunately. I don't know if there's no sound on it. There might be a sound issue. Oh no, we got it. There we go. Look at this video. Look at this video. This is outside a polling station in Caracas. This is Venezuelans outside a polling station in Caracas who want to go in and see the vote count. Now, the vote count would be of the paper backups because the people vote electronically there. Anyways, we're almost 3 hours after the polls closed. My understanding is that the government, if they wanted to, could release the vote at any moment because it's done electronically. But they haven't, and we don't know when they're going to. MNJ says we already know who's going to win.
Pero era como que tratando consigna por el otro lado y tratando para buscar reacción de la
I want to show you guys something in a second. Yes. Hey guys, I want to show you something, and I've talked about this a little earlier. The Wall Street Journal said that there was an exit poll from Edison Research showing that that the opposition candidate had almost 2/3 of the vote, an exit poll. So the person I'm going to show you a post of is this person. His name is Fernand Amandi. He has a profile at the he's a lecturer at University of Miami, and also he is let's see here, where does it say it here? He is a managing partner of this firm, the nation's leading multilingual and multi-ethnic public opinion research and strategic. So basically, this guy works. He's like one of the heads of like a polling firm. It looks like B&A. Looks like it looks like B&A, and I'm telling you who this guy is. So I'm going to show you what he posted, but I'm first telling you who he is. They work with the Latino community. again, it's a research firm. They conduct opinion research. So this guy, Fernand Armandi, is a lecturer at UMiami, and he's one of the heads of like a public research firm, the polling firm. And he said, and he posted the Edison thing, the Edison exit poll. He said, my firm has also conducted hundreds of exit polls in the US and Latin America. If a reputable, independent scientific firm like Edison Research says that Edmundo González, the opposition candidate in this election, he says if the Edison exit poll says Edmundo González received 65% of the vote today in Venezuela over Maduro, you can take it to the bank. And then he posted this, and this is from Edison Research, and it says that their exit poll said that Edmundo González got 65% and Maduro got 31%. Now, I mentioned this, we already talked about this because the Wall Street Journal had already been reporting on this exit poll. Okay? Just to be clear. All right, let's go back to here. I'm trying to get that Edison Research poll in English for you, that result. So again, just to let you know, Edison Research, which is a very respected polling firm, has come out and said that their exit poll says that González, the opposition candidate, got 65% and Maduro got 31%. We will see what the government elections authority says the results are when they decide to actually release the results. Thanks to our new member, Anthony Nash, by the way. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Hang on. Hold on a second. What's going on here? Someone got up at the... Oh, sorry. Somebody got up at the opposition headquarters, started saying something, but then they just walked away. So I thought there might be a speech going on at the opposition headquarters. Thanks to Snecky Stream for your support, and Notorious Rob Thank you. Hey, hold on a second. Now, what's going on here? What's going on here? Who is this person, and what's he saying? Oh, now he's not talking. I'm confused. So this is outside a polling place where people, I believe, wanted to be allowed to go in and see the votes being counted. Oh, Edmundo González posted. Look, it's a post from the account of Edmundo González, the opposition candidate. He says, Venezuelans, he just posted this, Venezuelans, let us remain in the voting centers in peace, validating and defending vote by vote. We have the right to remain at the voting centers until they deliver the minutes that will validate the information we have. Let us defend and celebrate democracy in peace.
Estoy orgulloso porque esta última noche la estoy dando por Venezuela. A mí no me importa perder la vida, Señores, vamos a esperar con calma. Esa gente va a salir. ¿Y quién va a ganar? ¡El mundo! ¡Para todo el mundo!
Our viewer Strickler thinks they're not going to release the results today. Our viewer Nick Blackbird says they are chanting against Maduro and that he doesn't care if they murder him. If they murder him or he murders them, they will stay all. Oh, he doesn't. You're saying they don't care if they're attacked or something. They will stay all night to defend the vote. Thanks, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Where is it from? It's from Caracas, Venezuela via AFP, which I pay for. AFP video. Yes, this is in Caracas. This is Caracas, Venezuela. I'm just kind of looking for updates here, but let's see. Hang on a moment. I'm just looking to see if I can get you any updates here. No, State TV did not have a big update. Please stop saying, people keep saying, oh, you missed some gigantic update on State TV. No, I have not. They did not, the military did not say when the vote's going to be released. They didn't say who won. I was just reading a comment that someone sent me talking about what the military said, and this person was claiming that it was kind of unclear. You could read what the military said various ways, but they did not say when the vote's going to come out. They did not say who won. All right, so just to be clear, we don't have the results. We don't know what the government's going to say. We don't know when they're going to come out. I'm looking at a lot of different sources, including sources, Venezuelan news sources. Believe me, if there's some big announcement, we'll hear about it. As to why the government has not announced results yet, when, as far as I know, they could, that I leave to you. That I leave to you. There's different conclusions you could draw from that. I don't know. I don't know why some people in the chat are claiming they said no results till tomorrow, because I have not seen a single news source say they said that. I've not seen a single source I follow say that they said no results till tomorrow. Oh, what's this? What's this?
Que venimos pues con la mejor intención de establecer todo sin tipo de problemas y manejar todo esto en lo más posible. Okay. Aquí me acompaña la profesora Soraya, que es quien lleva.
Can someone translate?
Y me parece prudente que haga rápidamente un comentario, la cual, que lo haga, está avalado por un señor comisario.
Hard to hear.
Yo también, que soy general de la Fuerza Armada, y los jefes comisarios también estuvimos allá para este lado. Y posteriormente pues puedo tomar la palabra.
Buenas noches a todas y a todos, muchachas y muchachos. Estamos realizando ahorita lo que es la auditoría. Allá adentro están las personas que ustedes mismos escogieron para que estuviesen allí representándolos a ustedes, y estamos haciendo la verificación ciudadana, ¿verdad? Vamos a esperar el resultado que ellos emitan para que ustedes mismos o ellos mismos vean y le den a ustedes, donde ellos mismos le van a dar el resultado de la verificación ciudadana. Todo hasta el momento ha estado prácticamente en la normalidad. Continuemos así. La democracia es participativa y protagónica. Vamos a tener un poco de paciencia. Que les vuelvo y les digo, ellos están allí, que fueron ustedes mismos que los pusieron. ¿Ok? Entonces vamos a esperar. Gracias.
One of our viewers said
Por favor, me gustaría terminar mi comentario con esto, ¿no?
Sorry, the video and audio are a little off. I'll fix that in a second.
Por favor, mire, vamos a hacer un poco de silencio nomás. Yo lo voy a dejar tranquilo en este espacio para que cada quien vaya a deliberar, ¿no? O hable en este
Some of our viewers are saying she asked for patience.
Aló. Aquí. Ayúdame. Ok. Fíjense, ya, no, ya que lo paro. Ahí, ok. Gracias. Entonces, fíjense, yo le quiero pedir lo siguiente. Pienso que puede venir aquí a sesionar con los diferentes jefes policiales que están marchándose en el marco de las leyes y los reglamentos y los procesos claramente establecidos. Entonces, lo que les voy a pedir es lo siguiente. Estamos dando una imagen que no es la correcta.
I think we just lost the video. I think we just lost the video while he was talking. The video went down. So there. Oh no. Sorry. All right, so we lost the video. You know what? I realized there was some audio on. Sorry, I had some extra audio on, which I shouldn't have had on. But anyways, we also lost that video. What can I say? So maybe we'll get it back. All right, I'm sorry. You know, things keep happening here. Now, let me. Hey, I'm going to show you the opposition headquarters. So some people were saying that the woman was saying she was asking for patience. All right, here is the opposition headquarters. That's opposition headquarters. Is that what she was saying? Was she saying patience? People are saying yes. She was saying they are auditing the results. She asked for patience while they do their process, says Wallace. So a bunch of our viewers are saying she was saying, please be patient. Wildflower says this is all very confusing and surreal. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, there's no set release time for the voting results. There is an exit poll from well-known polling firm Edison Research, which claims that the opposition candidate, Gonzalez, got 65% of the vote. The opposition candidate has been ahead by double figures in a number of polls by over 20 points recently, but we have no idea what the official results are going to be announced as. We don't know what the results are and also what they will be announced as. So we're just waiting. We have no idea if they'll come out with, if the government will release results tonight. P. James thinks it's a foregone conclusion. I think P. James thinks that Maduro is going to be announced as the winner. Looks like they're setting up for something here, it looks like. Doesn't it, guys? I see microphones. Look. Are we going to get some sort of announcement from the opposition now? Sea Turtle thinks at 3 a.m. Oh, hold on. Sea Turtle thinks at 3 a.m. suddenly Maduro will win. Gregory says he will spring for a pro-translating service. I don't know how that would... Thanks, Gregory. I don't know how that would work. I mean, I'd either have to have a person standing here or a person watching the video who could, like, in real time, like, just translate. They'd have to be kind of on call or something. Hey, guys, please stop mentioning the Rochester thing. We might have to put Rochester on the banned words list or something. I already talked about it. According to a news website in Rochester, there was 1 person killed and 6 injured in a shooting in a park, and that's all the information I have. We're not covering that right now. I'm sorry it happened, but we're just not covering it right now, okay? We're covering this right now. So please keep the comments on topic. Thank you. Looks like they're setting up for some kind of announcement or some kind of speaking thing at the opposition headquarters. No, I have nothing new to report from Israel. Nothing new from Israel. It's about 4:22 a.m. in Israel. No updates. They have not. Israel has not launched their retaliation against Hezbollah. All right, get ready, people translating in the chat. Sophia heard that results are estimated in an hour and a half to 2 hours. Maybe that's true, I'm not sure. Thanks, Sophia, for writing in.
Sí, sí. ¿Me escuchan bien todos atrás? ¿Se escucha bien?
¿Cómo está la señal?
Probando sonido, probando. Sí, sí. Probando sonido, probando sonido. Sí, sí, sí. ¿Sí escuchan allá atrás? Sí. Sí, sí. Hola. Hola, hola. Probando, probando.
Probando is
Sí.
testing, right? Probando is testing.
Sí, sí.
Thank you, Fliptrepreneur. Fliptrepreneur says, if the opposition wins, max exodus to Venezuela from the U.S. Hey, the opposition hopes about a quarter of Venezuela has fled over the last decade from Venezuela. So the opposition hopes that if they win, that a lot of people will return to Venezuela. That's certainly a hope. I think there's probably a hope of a lot of people who are voting for the opposition. The opposition has talked about that during the campaign, wanting people to return and reuniting families and that kind of thing. Thank you, Hateful Desecrator, for becoming a new member. Did I thank Pixel Panda? Thanks, Pixel Panda, for your support. And Camus. Thank you, Camus and Jim Dish. Camus and Jim Dish, thanks for your support of the channel. And Princess Teapot as well. And Jefferson Acosta and Anthony Nash, thank you. Slow Bro says, my girlfriend and numerous others of her family have fled from Venezuela to Colombia.
Esas actas están llegando y los testigos están en los distintos centros de votación, pues haciendo todo el trabajo para poder tener en sus manos esas actas. La situación aquí es de espera, como está el país, absoluta espera, calma y tranquilidad, pero sin ningún tipo de información. La última información que ustedes pudieron ver en la pantalla de TV fueron las declaraciones de Hugo Chavez, junto con el candidato Edmundo González Urrutia, de quien nos ha señalado que está tranquilo, le ha comentado a las personas que están cerca de él que sienta calma, paciencia y
Yeah, so one thing that was said by the military when the military spoke earlier tonight is, according to News 24 Alert, which I follow, they say the military said the people of Venezuela have rejected the sanctions, but it wasn't really clear what that meant. That could be read different ways. So that was not like saying that somebody in particular won. There's an account called Caracas Chronicles, which is a popular Venezuelan news account. And Caracas Chronicles says, was the military spokesperson talking about the end of sanctions because the opposition won, or because Maduro defeated the candidate of the sanctions? I'm not sure what even candidate of the sanctions means. My point is, I follow a bunch of accounts from Venezuela and Venezuelan news accounts, and none of them is saying, oh my gosh, the military just announced who won. So just to be clear, no account I follow is saying, oh, the military said who won. And as I understand it, there are different ways to read that statement about the people voted against the sanctions. Hey, thanks Paul G. Paul, that's very kind of you, Paul. Paul says, it's all a farce. Mr. Maduro will never let go of power. Thanks, Paul. That's very nice of you. And thanks also to Austin Jackson as well. Hang on one second here. We're waiting for some sort of announcement. Oops, hang on. Hang on. We did a poll earlier, and like roughly 60% of you thought that this election would not result in a change of president. It is 9:31. It's been 3.5 hours since the polls closed. There have been no results released. Remember, people vote electronically with paper slips being printed out as a backup. But from what I understand, there is nothing keeping the government from releasing the results. But we don't even know if they'll release results tonight. Polling before the election and an exit poll by Edison Research tonight suggests that the opposition has won by a lot, but we don't know what the government is going to announce the results as. Do we know how long it's taken in previous elections? No. But I do know that in articles I have read about this, they said that it was not clear when the results would come out, and it might not be tonight. And there was a report, I don't know, I can't confirm this, but Factual News, who I follow, said that 2 people were reportedly hurt after gunmen on motorcycles opened fire and threw incendiary devices outside of an electoral center in Patiecitos area of Táchira, Venezuela. I can't confirm that report. Maybe it did happen. I'm not sure. I can't confirm it. I have not heard widespread reports of violence in Venezuela, but who knows what will happen when the results will come out, when the results are announced. Derek Dowsat thinks if there's not a change, they should take to the streets and force change. If the government comes out and says Maduro won, you will see big protests, but we'll have to see what happens when that happens, if that happens. Yeah, and John Q mentions, we heard somebody speak, we heard the head of the National Assembly spoke several hours ago at the Maduro headquarters, and he seemed to be very confident. As John Q mentioned, he said something like, we can't report the results, but we can show faces, and he pointed at himself smiling. Who knows what that means, you know? So who knows? Until we actually have the government say something, we don't know what the government's going to say. And we don't know when they're going to say it. Thanks, John Q, for writing in. But we're just waiting. We're just waiting.
Estamos en vivo directo, amigas, amigos, cuando son las
9:35. Ricardo Hausman, who teaches, sorry. I'll show you this in a second. I want to see what's going on here. It looks like they're about to... I wonder what they're going to say. Is the opposition going to come out and say, like... Is the opposition going to make an announcement and say, like, look, we think that they're holding the results and they're intentionally not coming out with the results? We'll have to see what the opposition says. This is opposition headquarters. Hey, thanks, Fliptrepreneur, who says his wife is Venezuelan. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Fliptrepreneur says her mom, who is in Venezuela, says the state-run media is projecting victory for Maduro. Now, I haven't heard that myself, but we'll see. Unrest in the streets is beginning. Hey, thanks, Fliptrepreneur. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, so when they speak, somebody in the chat will hopefully translate for us. Thank you, Xander Hatmaker, for your support. Thank you, Xander. Hey, I want to while we're waiting for someone to speak, or hold on, I don't want to miss it. Anatoly Kermanayev, who is with the New York Times, he says that, again, a New York Times reporter says that one of Caracas's largest voting stations, poll workers were told by the National Election... Oh, hold on a second. Hold on.
Voy a procurar hablar lo más alto que pueda para que todos me puedan escuchar mientras resolvemos el tema de los micrófonos.
El teléfono, vale.
En primer lugar, quiero reiterarles a nuestros testigos de mesa que no se retiren de los centros de votación hasta que tengan las actas en la mano. Tener las actas en la mano es un derecho legal que está previsto en toda la normativa electoral venezolana. Lo prevé la ley de procesos electorales, el reglamento de la ley, así como la propia normativa al respecto ha emitido el Consejo Nacional Electoral. No entregar el acta está completamente al margen de la ley. Los testigos, repito, tienen derecho al acta y les pedimos que se mantengan en sus centros hasta tanto la obtengan.
¿Por qué lo dice?
Igualmente, las preguntas al final. Por favor, amor. Igualmente, queremos denunciar varias cosas que nos parecen fundamentales. Por ello, desde esta mañana, cuando dimos el inicio de este proceso, dijimos que nosotros vamos a hablar con la verdad, como nos ha caracterizado a lo largo de todo este proceso. Hoy, Venezuela ya sabe lo que pasó. Y lo que pasó no es otra cosa que el espejo de una campaña electoral maravillosa, acompañada por millones de personas. Millones de personas. Y esas millones de personas ya saben lo que pasó. Lo que pasó es que Venezuela hoy puede celebrar en paz el ejercicio de la democracia. Sin embargo, pareciera que hay algunos que no quieren que esto ocurra, como por cierto ya lo han hecho en el pasado. Yo quiero recordar algunos momentos, por ejemplo, el referendo constitucional que ganamos las fuerzas democráticas. Quiero recordar que en primer término se habían negado a reconocer esto. Igualmente ocurrió en el año 2015. ¿Te acuerdas, María Beatriz? No es la primera vez que hacen cosas como estas. Pero como quiera que hoy, la Venezuela que estamos viendo en cada rincón del país, que vimos a lo largo de toda nuestra campaña, de la campaña de nuestro candidato Edmundo González, acompañado por María Corina Machado y por toda la Unidad Democrática, Venezuela ya, repito, sabe lo que ocurrió. Hay una consecuencia de ello. La primera, hemos ido reiteradamente al Consejo Nacional Electoral, Perkins, Juan Carlos y yo, y se nos impide el acceso. En la última oportunidad que fuimos, me llamó poderosamente la atención una frase de un funcionario. Me dijo que era mejor que nos retiráramos por mi seguridad. Y yo me pregunto, ¿por qué tiene que correr peligro una persona? ¿Por qué tiene que estar en riesgo su seguridad si está rodeada de funcionarios del Estado? Es raro, ¿verdad?, esa afirmación. Pero bien, el tema es que no se ha permitido el ingreso de los testigos al Consejo Nacional Electoral. Eso es importante destacarlo. ¿Para qué? Para que podamos tramitar las incidencias que ya están convertidas en patrón. Ya están convertidas en patrón. ¿Cuál es el patrón que estamos observando en este momento? Hay una importante cantidad de centros de votación en donde están retirando a nuestros testigos. Les están obligando a retirarse. Otra cantidad importante de centros de votación que, repito, se está convirtiendo en un patrón donde se están negando a transmitir el resultado del acta. Repito, el Consejo Nacional Electoral, a través de sus operadores, se está negando a transmitir el resultado del acta. Y con lo cual, bueno, obviamente en primer término se niega a imprimir el acta. ¿Cuál es el proceso? Se imprime el acta, la primera acta, de escrutinio, inmediatamente se hace la transmisión y luego de la transmisión se imprimen el resto de las actas. Lo que está ocurriendo es que no quieren imprimir el acta y no quieren transmitir, entonces se ha paralizado la transmisión. Y esto sí es ya un patrón. Sin embargo, debo decir que con las actas que tenemos, que son suficientes, que son bastante numerosas, repito, podemos saber lo que está pasando en el país. ¿Qué estamos decidiendo en este momento? Porque si alguna cosa, nosotros hemos demostrado con hechos que somos capaces de hacer, es defender la voluntad de la gente. La voluntad de la ciudadanía se expresó en ejercicio pleno de un derecho humano, porque los derechos políticos son derechos humanos. Y como lo hemos hecho todos nosotros, toda la vida, vamos a defender los derechos de los ciudadanos y la voluntad de los ciudadanos que ya se ha expresado.
Okay, guys, I know she's speaking, but my take on what she's saying, according to the chat, is that she's telling the opposition observers to stay at the polling stations. The opposition wanted to have people observe the count of the paper ballot backups at all of the polling stations. I believe she said, according to the chat, that some of the polling stations were not letting the people observe. Oh, hold on a second here.
Con Venezuela, complementario a lo que ha dicho Delsa Solórzano, es muy breve, es muy sencillo. Estamos dispuestos a defender en todos los terrenos la alegría que hoy se ha manifestado en el venezolano en la calle de manera multitudinaria. No estamos dispuestos a que nos arrebaten la felicidad que hoy los ciudadanos sintieron en la calle. Aquí al lado mío hay una alianza perfecta de hombres y mujeres que han peleado en el terreno social, político y jurídico del país en todos los terrenos. Y llegó la hora de demostrarle a Venezuela que estas personas que están acá, que representan esta alianza política fundamental, estamos también dispuestos a defenderlos y no lo vamos a abandonar. Nuestros testigos fueron hoy irrespetados y sin embargo permanecen en este momento al frente de los centros electorales. Queremos que muchos espacios se le han quitado las actas, se le han negado las actas. Se empezó tardíamente en algunos casos el proceso. El artículo 140 de la Ley Orgánica de Procedimientos Electorales se violó. En muchos casos no se llevó a cabo el acto público y en este momento están a la espera de que se lleven a cabo. Repito la idea, es muy básica. Estamos dispuestos a defender la felicidad que hoy en los ciudadanos se expresó en las calles. Somos fiel a ese sentimiento. La soberanía popular es lo más sagrado que tiene un país. No permitiremos que esto sea en este momento vulnerado. Hay firmeza, hay preparación, hay 90.000 testigos que permanecen todavía en sus centros electorales y a ellos los vamos a acompañar. Los ojos del mundo están sobre Venezuela en este momento. Cuidado oficialismo, no vulnere y no burle nuevamente a los ciudadanos. Tenemos, tanto como ustedes, la constancia de cuáles fueron los resultados. Es momento que digamos la verdad. Hasta ahora, nuestro mejor instrumento ha sido la verdad. Por ella estaremos dispuestos a dar nuestras vidas. Es todo.
Hold on.
Una pregunta a la vez. Porque hasta que no nosotros...
Pero ya, ¿cuál es el porcentaje de actas que tienen? Porque eso es clave. Si ustedes tienen el 20% de las actas nada más, eso es nada. Pero ¿cuál es el porcentaje de actas?
No puedo hablar de porcentajes porque no podemos hacerlo hasta que el Consejo Nacional Electoral no emita el primer boletín. Y nosotros no vamos a violar la ley. Lo que les podemos decir con absoluta certeza es que así como hay un patrón del Consejo Nacional Electoral, y lo estoy denunciando con mucha firmeza y además con las pruebas en la mano, porque las tenemos, es que están impidiendo la transmisión para detener que haya mayor cantidad de actas. ¿Por qué? Porque el otro patrón, como me decía María Beatriz, es que con el número de actas que tenemos y el porcentaje que arrojan las mismas, es claro que Venezuela tiene razones para celebrar. Como decía Perkins, no vamos a permitir que se le arrebate a Venezuela su voluntad y su alegría. Sin embargo, repetimos, porque esto es fundamental, testigos de mesa tienen derecho a las actas. Esta es una responsabilidad de todos nosotros y la asumimos con firmeza, con interés y con compromiso, pero es necesario que sigamos insistiendo en cada uno de los centros de votación en que nos entreguen las actas. Hemos también denunciado ya ante los observadores internacionales y ante distintos organismos internacionales. Hoy, gran parte de la comunidad internacional tiene toda esta información y está consciente de lo que está ocurriendo en el país. Es por ello que estas horas son cruciales, porque estamos defendiendo, reitero, la voluntad de Venezuela que ya se expresó y que, repito, no es más que el reflejo de una extraordinaria campaña admirable que llena de alegría y de millones de personas se desplegó por toda la nación, superando todos los obstáculos. Este obstáculo también lo vamos a superar para que la voluntad de la nación sea respetada y pueda expresarse con claridad en las próximas horas cuando todos puedan volver a casa.
¿Qué pasó en Táchira? Dicen que hay una víctima fatal en
No tengo conocimiento.
Ha habido comunicaciones entre ustedes, escúcheme, ha habido comunicaciones entre ustedes y el gobierno de Maduro en estos tiempos.
No ha habido ninguna. Estamos comunicándonos con el Consejo Nacional Electoral a través de dos de los rectores, la rectora Aimé Nogal y el rector del Pino, y además nos hemos comunicado, ya que no nos dejan entrar a la Junta Electoral, y algunos de ustedes ya vieron los videos, algunos periodistas nos acompañaron al CNE, vieron lo que ocurrió hoy. No hay ningún puente para hablar con la Junta Nacional Electoral. Nos dicen que hablemos con ellos para que nos dejen entrar, pero no nos reciben para hablar.
¿Qué va a pasar si, como usted dice, se vulneran los derechos de los venezolanos?
Una vez que logremos que se transmita el 100% de las actas, porque no se han transmitido. O sea, ¿cómo puedes anunciar un resultado si no has transmitido actas? Todos sabemos lo que pasó.
¿Qué garantía
y todos tenemos las actas. Con las actas que tenemos, si esas son las que hay, bueno.
Delsa, ¿cuál es el llamado de la Fuerza Armada, tomando en cuenta que el ministro Padrino hablaba de que ganaron, que ganó el sector, que ganó la paz, que ganó el rechazo a las sanciones, que es una línea que ellos han venido siguiendo?
Una vez más, el artículo 328 de la Constitución es bastante claro. La Fuerza Armada Nacional no puede estar al servicio de ninguna parcialidad política. Cualquier declaración al servicio de una parcialidad política, cualquier declaración que además sirva para manipular la verdad y para pretender alterar la voluntad de una nación que ya se expresó, está completamente al margen de la Constitución y es altamente condenable. Pero además, ¿sabes qué? Es violatoria de un deber que tiene un uniformado, que es mínimamente el de la solidaridad con el resto de los uniformados. En nuestros recorridos por Venezuela, todos los que estamos aquí, si alguna cosa logramos ver, fue a los funcionarios de la Fuerza Armada Nacional queriendo una Venezuela mejor, donde tuvieran un salario digno, un salario que se les respetara, donde se acabaran todas esas marramucias y triquiñuelas en las que algunos están incursos. Ellos también quieren cambio y eso se respeta porque son también parte del pueblo que hoy se expresa.
Sin representación en la Junta Electoral, ¿cómo confían en que todo lo que están diciendo va a ocurrir?
Es que a estas alturas, más allá de que podamos estar presencialmente en la Junta Electoral, porque ahí hay 3 rectores del oficialismo, esa es la realidad, que si ellos no actúan dentro del marco de la ley, sino que actúan en acatamiento a instrucciones políticas, ellos no van a cambiar si fuere solamente instrucciones políticas lo que quisieran hacer. Nosotros les estamos exigiendo acá, frente al mundo entero, que cumplan con la ley. Simplemente, señores miembros de la Junta Electoral, cumplan con la ley. Dense la oportunidad de decirle a la nación que pueden ejercer esos cargos que hoy ocupan y que pueden hacerlo sintiéndose verdaderamente patriotas, sintiéndose personas de bien. Tienen la oportunidad de eso hoy. Tienen la oportunidad hoy de respetar la voluntad de una nación y tienen la oportunidad hoy de devolverle la alegría a la nación, porque ya la nación hoy actuó conforme a lo que todos sabemos que pasó.
¿Las incidencias se han presentado en unos estados más que en otros?
No, exactamente igual. El mismo patrón en todos los estados del país. Hubo un momento en el que se detuvo la transmisión.
¿De qué manera se están defendiendo ante eso? ¿De qué manera están defendiendo todo lo que está pasando?
Once she stops, we'll talk about what she said. So people in the chat are translating.
Anunciando ante los observadores internacionales que tienen... No. No he dicho eso, al contrario, he dicho que nuestros testigos permanecen en los centros de votación y los estamos exhortando a que allí sigan, así como le hemos pedido a la ciudadanía que en el ejercicio de su derecho a la verificación ciudadana también permanezcan en los centros de votación. Asimismo, quiero decir que hay abogados desplegados por todo el país ayudando en los centros de votación donde se están presentando irregularidades para impulsar a los testigos conforme a la ley y darles la orientación necesaria para que les entreguen las actas, y se logró en muchísimos centros donde habían dicho que no iban a entregar las actas, finalmente las entregaron. En este instante, el patrón, repito, está detenida la transmisión, y eso es, miren, lo que pasa es que detener la transmisión no detiene la voluntad del pueblo, que ya se expresó. El pueblo ya se expresó. Detiene la transmisión para que no sigamos viendo en las actas lo que ya vimos.
¿Es cierto que hay colectivos armados circulando ya en la calle?
Yo no lo vi. Yo vengo del centro y...
Let's talk about what she's saying. I'm going to turn it down for a second. We're going to talk about what she's saying. So the basic idea here is that the opposition has been ahead in polls for weeks now by a lot. Oh, I think she finished. Okay? So sorry, let me just turn this down a little second so I can think. Venezuela is ruled, the president of Venezuela is Nicolás Maduro, who is widely referred to as an authoritarian strongman leader of Venezuela. And the opposition they're having a presidential election today. People voted, and in the polling leading up to the election, the opposition was significantly ahead. And then Edison Research, a well-known polling firm, did an exit poll saying that the opposition candidate had 65% of the vote today, according to their exit poll. But the numbers, if you just read articles on this, you can see the numbers leading up to this suggest that the opposition would be favored to get more votes. But this is a authoritarian government. It's a government that has been known to interfere in elections before. And so the government still has not released the vote total. So when people vote in Venezuela, they vote electronically, and a piece of paper is printed out as a proof of who you voted for. So as I understand it, first of all, as I understand it, the government could have come out with the vote count hours ago if they wanted to, because there's all electronic voting. So it can't take long. There's no counting that needs to be done, as I understand it. I would think if the government wanted to come out with that result fast, they could. Second of all, though, at each polling place, they should have a stack or a box or boxes of the pieces of paper, which they also count. So as I understand it, because we saw a count earlier going on at one of these places, one of the polling places, we actually saw a video of a polling place in Caracas where the opposition candidate was getting way more votes than Maduro was, because they were counting them. But as I understand it, what's supposed to happen is at each polling place, they do a backup count, which is they go through all the paper backups that are printed out when people vote electronically, and they count those. And as I understand it, the plan for the opposition was to have people at each polling place observing those counts, and as I understand it, they were supposed to be allowed to do that. So what the idea would be that the opposition could be at each polling place and they could watch the physical count of those paper backups, and then they could just, make a note of what the total was, and then no matter what the government said the electronic vote total is, if they tried to mess with the total, the opposition could say, well, we had observers at every single place and we watched you count the votes, and this is the actual total. But there's a problem, which is that I guess from what our viewers were saying in some of the polling places, the opposition is not being allowed to watch the count. And also a reporter for the New York Times, Anthony Kermanayev, reported that he reported about one polling place where the volunteers were told that there was no physical printout. They would not be getting a physical printout of the votes, which doesn't really make sense. But the elections authority, which is part of the government, which is, from what I understand, basically pro-government, pro-Maduro, they told the workers at this polling place, according to New York Times' Anatoly Kermanayev, that, oh, you're just not going to get the paper printouts. And then Anatoly Kermanayev said there was worry on volunteers' faces at that polling place when they heard this. And what Anatoly Kermanayev of the New York Times said, he said, access to the physical receipts, the actus, was the bedrock of the opposition's accountability strategy, putting in serious question their ability to contest the official numbers. So the point is that the way the opposition was going, the plan was to have, as I understand it, the plan was to have observers at every polling place observing the count of the paper backup ballots, and then they would have their own count, but they are being supposedly, I guess, from what our viewers say, the translation of what the person was just saying was, some of the viewers said she was saying that they were being kept from the polling places and not being allowed to observe the count. And I guess there are also, I just told you this one report of a polling place where literally the government election agency just said, oh, you're not going to get copies of the paper things. So, what Anatoly Kermanayev of the New York Times said, he said, to be clear, it does not appear to be a blanket national policy. There are some polling places where there are paper printouts of the votes like there are supposed to be. He said, but what he says is, but gaps in receipts, especially from such large centers as the one he was writing about, will make accountability much more difficult. So that is one thing that appears to be happening according to the opposition, that they are not being allowed to observe as they were supposed to be. They're not being allowed to observe the count of the paper backups of the electronic votes. Okay? And then also, and by the way, people who are saying this idiotic thing in the chat, to all the people saying the idiotic stuff in the chat about just like America in 2020, no. There's been all of these court cases, and again and again and again, there is no evidence whatsoever that has come out over 4 years of any kind of significant fraud in the 2020 election. If you want to be a crazy person, if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, if you want to live in your hole and put on your tinfoil hat and say this nonsense, that's fine. And that's not having an agenda. That's just going off of, there is no evidence. It's never come out in 4 years. Okay, so just keep being a nutty person and making the world a worse place because you like being in you like believing in conspiracies and making the world worse for the rest of us who just like believing in facts. Okay, but it's just nonsense. So stop saying it. I'm going to time you all out. Then I'm going to hide you from the channel so you can't check because I'm sick of it. It's just utterly ridiculousness. Just like this country in 2020. Just like this country, even though there's no evidence of it, even though no evidence has ever emerged, it's just like this country. Are you saying it's just like this country in which there was no evidence that ever emerged of significant fraud? Are you saying that? It's just ridiculous. It's just stupid and ridiculous, and it makes you look stupid. So stop it. It's just nonsense. Can we get back to this story? Anyways, that's my little aside thing there. That's my little aside. But anyways, so that seems to be an issue. But I'm also interested in seeing that we have people in the chat who are translating what they were saying. So I would love to hear I would love to hear some more from people in the chat about what the speakers were saying, because I can't translate Spanish. And by the way, what I just said, that's not biased. That's not having an agenda unless you think rational thought and basing your conclusions on actual evidence rather than nutty conspiracy theories based on no evidence is having an agenda. Yeah, I guess I have an agenda to be committed to truth and not nutty conspiracy theories with no evidence. That's my big agenda. My big agenda at this channel. Yeah, mountains of evidence. Ridiculous. Mountains of evidence in your head. Ridiculousness. But here today in our world, people can just make stuff up. You can just make stuff up and say whatever you want. And it doesn't matter. You just make stuff up. Someone said to use that phrase to me a couple months ago. I think it captures it perfectly. You can just make stuff up. You don't even have to base it on evidence. You can just say whatever you want and make it up. Anyways, it's ridiculous. Ridiculousness. Hey, thanks Carlos, Rosa, and Christy Instabam, and Keith and Martin Gingrich for your support. Just so stupid. I mean, come on. Ridiculous. Okay, so hey, what else? So what else was said in that press conference? I'd like to get some more of the people who are translating to say that. I'm going to have to change my headphones too in a second. So these headphones are going to come out. The broadcast is going to pause for a second. So if it pauses for a second, give me a moment so I can get it going again. I got to take my headphones out because I ran out of battery. Put my other ones in. Hang on. All right, it's going to pause for a second. Bear with me while we pause. This always happens when I take out my headphones. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. I think we're good. Are we good? We're good. Okay, so what else? Hey, can people in the chat? Ugh, no, I'm going to start timing people out. I don't want to hear it. If you want to be in the if you want to go to Crazy Person Chat, go to Crazy Person Chat. You can go to the Crazy Person channel and be in the chat there. I'm just not listening to it anymore. Hey, thank you, Matthew Faustini, by the way, and Jen Haneke and Toddles, and Alex Kruglov, and Walter Beasley, and Stormbreaker Chasing. Okay, so some people in our chat were saying, that the opposition speaker was saying that the government was refusing to transmit the results. Is that true? Is that true, guys? Can somebody say, we had a couple people saying that one of the things the opposition speaker said is that the government wasn't transmitting the results? Some people are saying yes. So transmitting the results from the polling places to the headquarters? Is that the idea? Is that the idea? They weren't, VA says they weren't transmitting the results from the polling to the central location. Yeah, so look, I mean, as I said before, I don't think any of this is a surprise. The big question about this whole election, the big question has been, what would the government say the results are? What would Maduro say the results are? And would Maduro know? If the opposition got more votes, which certainly seems likely given the polling before, the Edison Research exit poll today, and the turnout, and from everything I've seen reported, it would seem likely that the opposition got more votes. The big question has been, what would the government say the results are, and would Maduro be willing to step aside? And that has not been answered yet. I will say this. I will say this. From what I'm seeing, it seems to me like the way things are going, I'd be kind of surprised at this point if the government came out and said, oh, the opposition won by 20 points. I mean, if they do, they do. I'm not feeling a vibe like the government's going to do that. So we'll see. But, you know, this has always been the question about this election is what, not necessarily how the votes would be, but what the government would say the votes are. Nan B thinks they won't say that. KH says, surely they are delaying and moving things around to remain impartial and fair. I think KH is being sarcastic. Nico says, don't let people upset you and show you're snippy. Well, I'm sorry if you don't like it, but I think it's important. I'm sorry. I get upset when certain things upset me because I think they're really important. So I'm sorry if you don't like it. I appreciate your feedback, but it's going to happen sometimes. Thank you, Nikos and Jonathan Sharp and Marcelo. I would say upset versus passionate. I don't think I'm not sitting here crying, but I get passionate about it. I feel very strongly about people sticking to truth and good evidence and making reasonable conclusions based on rational thinking, no matter what the conclusions are. I think it's so important. There's really nothing more important for the world, I don't think. So it's something I feel strongly about. So I'm sorry if you don't like it, but, you know, I do appreciate you watching the channel. Thanks so much, Megan71, Childless Cat Lady. It's not like it happens every day. But I appreciate your feedback. Thanks, Joe, for your support. Thank you, Megan71. That's very kind of you. And Joseph Carver and Walter Beasley and Storebreaker Chasing. You know, a couple people have claimed you can use Google Translate to live transcribe the translation. I have tried that before and it has not worked very well. I have tried to use it. I don't know that it really does work for that. I have tried to hold up Google Translate and translate a speech I was listening to and it didn't work very well. So maybe I'm doing it wrong. I'll go after this stream. I'll practice again and see if it works any better. Because I've tried before and it hasn't worked well. I mean, I don't know that exists. That technology, that real-time translation technology on that level exists. Ron says it doesn't work well. One of our viewers, Ruth, says it doesn't work that great. Matthew thinks it only works great in Pixel devices. I mean, I'll try it. I'll try it again. I just, the times I have tried it, it has not worked well. But I'll try it again after the broadcast. I'll try it on my own again. Some people suggested ChatGPT. Again, I will try it after and see how it works. I appreciate the suggestion. When I've tried it, it never really worked well. Hang on a minute. Thanks Nick Kernick for your support and for the suggestion. Hold on a second here. No, we don't have the feed outside at Caracas right now. I don't have a feed from Caracas outside. The feeds come in and out. I just have the ones of the headquarters right now. That's the only thing I have. This is literally the only feed I have right now, opposition headquarters. I mean, I appreciate the people in the chat. I think we got the general idea of what she said. Oops, hold on a second here. Hang on. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, and there's a lot of random stuff being posted on social media, random accounts posting reports of this or that happening, and I'm not really getting into all that stuff. It's like kind of like rumors, and I just can't, there's just all kinds of people saying stuff on social media. So On the Fence, our viewer On the Fence says, you lost a lot of followers tonight. You can have your opinion, but when you mock others for theirs, you are now picking sides. But your true colors are coming out. Shill for Kamala, no use anymore. So I guess the fact that I said there is no evidence whatsoever of significant fraud of the election, which was true in 2020, there's no evidence whatsoever of significant fraud in the election, and I pointed that out, that is being a shill for Kamala. That's what that is. That's being a shill for Kamala, and I'm picking sides. That's picking sides. If I say there's no evidence for this, which is a fact, that's a fact. It's a fact. All the court cases that came out about it, no evidence was ever presented. Every big media, every big claim about it has been debunked. But I guess if I say that, I'm picking sides. I'm picking sides. So I guess if I say 2 + 2 = 4, then I'm picking sides, and I am mocking the people who say 2 + 2 = 5. I guess I picked sides. Good. I'm glad you left On the Fence. Get away. I don't want you watching the channel. Go find the Crazy Person channel. I'm mocking you. If you believe in conspiracy theories and you live in conspiracy theory land, and you are not committed to believing in solid evidence for your beliefs, then you should be mocked. Then you are thinking badly, and you're acting stupidly, and you're thinking stupidly, and you deserve to be mocked. So I agree. So good. I'm glad you're leaving the channel. Good. Great. Go to the Crazy Person channel. If you think that's taking a side, I don't want to hear from you. If you think that means I'm shilling for Kamala, then I don't want to hear what you have to say. Then you should be mocked. You should be mocked for saying that. That's a ridiculous thing, and you should be mocked. People should make fun of you. You're nuts, and your brain is in some weird place, and you deserve to be mocked for it. So fine. Go watch something else. John Q says the military guy who spoke said they are moving to a post-election process and could take up to the 30th for results. So again, thanks, John. The military spoke earlier, and I didn't hear reporting saying that they said what time the results are going to come out. I had been reading article after article saying it was not clear if results would come out tonight or tomorrow or days later. So we just have no time for when these results are coming out, which is very strange, but that is the way this is going. Thank you, John Q. No, the 30th, not 30 days. But again, as I understand it, there is nothing preventing. There is no way that Maduro didn't know the results right away. This was an electronic vote. People vote electronically. There is no way Maduro didn't right away know what the vote was. And probably before. I'm sure Maduro had a decent idea before the polls even closed what the vote was. So that's just common sense that Maduro knew. The question is, what is the government going to say the result is? And that's always been the question. There is just no way they didn't know. It's an electronic vote. Nobody has to count anything. So we're waiting for the government to say something. The polls closed 4 hours and 18 minutes ago. That person wrote me back. I'm muting them. I'm not reading anything you say. Just write to yourself. You've been muted. I'm not reading any. Nothing that you say anymore is worth my time reading. You have lost from what you have said before. You do not deserve to even be read. You have lost deserving to even waste a second of my life reading anything more you say. So I have muted your account, and I am no longer going to see any notifications from you. So good. So keep writing back. You have lost the right or the justification, the authority to spend a second of my time reading anything you say. So write to yourself and send it to yourself. That's it. Don't keep running back to me. Not reading it. Waste of time. You lost me. You lost me as a follower. You lost me as a follower. That's what happened, is you lost me. See what happened? Nikos, be careful, Nikos. Hey, guys, seriously? I've had it with the negativity in the chat, all right? Stop it. Stop it with the negativity. I don't care if you donate or what. Just stop it. If you don't like it, don't watch. It's my channel. It's my channel. Go watch the John channel or the Cindy channel if you don't like it. Go watch their news channel. Just stop it with the negativity. People think they can order you around to be negative. If you don't like it, don't watch. All right? If it really upsets you that someone cares about the world, and as someone gets passionate and upset about lots of people in the world making stuff up, and somehow truth now being this thing that's relative in the world, and people feel that they can just make stuff up with no evidence, if it really upsets you that somebody gets upset about that, well, then watch another channel. I'm sorry that upsets you so much. I would think that maybe once in a while somebody would like somebody getting upset about that, or at least understand it. Okay, now let's see when we get. I don't even know if we're going to hear anything tonight. I have no idea. I have not known the whole time. Have not known the whole time. Anatoly Kerminayev of the New York Times says downtown Caracas nearly empty by 10 p.m. as the country awaits first election results. No atmosphere of celebration. Thank you to our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much for being there in the chat rooms. Ruth Krafasi is there right now. Thank you, Ruth. Seriro, Markinensi, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Div. Nothing happened overnight with the Israel-Lebanon thing, by the way, with Israel-Hezbollah. Nothing. That Israel has not had their military response to Hezbollah yet. Thought it might be overnight, but it hasn't happened yet. Kay Lowry Body's moderating on Facebook. Thank you. The current time in Israel is 5:24 a.m. Thank you, Francid, for your support, and Michelle Hoops and Corey B, Princess T-Pop, Stormbreaker Chasing, and Lynn O. Thank you. And there's not even like reporting on what's going on now. It literally is just wait until the government says what they want to about the results. Oh, hold on a second. Guys, I just saw something. News 24 says the CNE in Venezuela announced that a statement from the authorities is expected shortly. That's from News 24 Alert. They claim that the CNE, who runs elections, is going to make a statement shortly. I just saw that. Hang on, where is my thing here? So again, Alerta, it's Alert to News 24, which has 2 million followers, which is an account I follow for some news, for Venezuela news. They say that the CNE says they're going to make a statement shortly. CNE says that there's going to be some statement shortly. A statement from the authorities is expected shortly. Oh, I think Tal Qual says, Tal Qual, which is a news outlet, Venezuelan digital newspaper, they are also saying that the CNE is supposed to give an update soon. Thank you so much to Maple Tinkerer from Canada. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. And Amber Nolan. Thank you. And Megatron and Lynn D. Thank you. So supposedly there's going to be a statement soon from the Election Commission. What they're going to say, I don't know. Oh, who is this? Hold on, I just saw something else. The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Look at this. This is from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Argentina. It says Maduro acknowledged defeat. The difference in votes against the Chavista dictatorship is overwhelming. They lost in every state by more than 35%. There is no fraud or violence that hides reality. This is the Argentinian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Diana Mondino. She says, Maduro acknowledged defeat. The difference in votes against the Chavista dictatorship is overwhelming. They lost in every state by more than 35%. There is no fraud or violence that hides reality. Again, that is from Diana Mondino. can see she has 500,000 followers. That's the real account. Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship in Argentina. So supposedly hold on. A new post from María Corina Machado. New post from the opposition leader who won the opposition primary and was not allowed, then was barred from running in the election. She is the opposition leader, María Corina Machado. She just posted, Venezuelans, this is till the end. This is translated. That means all of us staying in our voting centers until the votes are counted and the minutes are obtained. We will make the truth prevail and respect popular sovereignty. Hey, thanks to Clint Worley and Holy DCE for your support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And PZ Papa Zulu and Kamisu. So supposedly there's going to be some sort of statement soon from the Electoral Commission. Supposedly. This is Venezuela State TV here. Let me just show you that for a second. I also have an access to, through Reuters, to Venezuela State TV. Oh, hold on. I don't want to play this. There. That's Venezuela State TV right here. Oops. Venezuela State TV. I assume that's a... this is a pro-Maduro event, I assume, if they're showing it on state TV. VA says that's the Maduro regime. Louis R. says, looks like a victory rally. So again, this is state TV, government TV. I don't know if that's in Caracas. That right there. I would assume it is, but I don't know if it is. And then here is, we'll keep an eye on the opposition headquarters. That's the opposition headquarters right there. Oops, sorry. So we're keeping an eye on that too. It is now 4.5 hours after the polls closed. Even though the voting is electronic, the government has not released any results. The opposition claims that, that when they vote, there are paper backups produced whenever somebody votes, but the opposition is claiming that their observers in some polling places are not being allowed to observe the vote count of the paper backups. Robert Kennedy says, not sure if the military backs him. The military has supported Chavez and Maduro. It's unclear if Maduro tried to falsify an election that he had lost by a lot. It's unclear if the military would stick with him. K.E. Lieb says he's not going to go quietly at all if he can prevent it. So trying to bring you, as soon as I have more information, I'll give it to you. CNE, one of our, Sergio wrote in, thanks Sergio, and said, I can see a press conference is being prepared at the CNE. Do you have access to cameras there? No, I don't have a live shot of CNE, but I might have a live shot. Oh, you know what? I just did get a live shot. Thanks, I just checked and I got access to a live shot at CNE. Hey guys, I actually, thanks for mentioning it, Sergio. Let me see if this works. I might have to do a little resetting here. But I am getting a live shot from the election headquarters. So let me see if I can get this on the screen for you. I might have to reset a little bit. How's the sound on this? I might have to reset for the sound. Are you hearing anything? That's right there. That's the, oops, now this messed up. Now I have to fix this. I'm going to reset. Guys, let me reset something. I need to reset something. It'll take a second. And then I'll have better sound for you from there. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. That is the Election Commission right there. Let me get my headphones on. I need to get my headphones on, guys. Hold on. You're seeing... Let me just send this to you. There you go. Hang on a second here. One moment. One moment. That is the Election Commission. right there. Thanks to Rock and Rant for your support. I appreciate it, Rock and Rant. Thank you. Let me put some text up there. We are awaiting a statement from the CNE, which is the Election Commission, which is run by it's a government commission. From my understanding, it is a pro-Maduro government commission, which I would not be surprised at, given that the Maduro is seen as a strongman authoritarian government that has taken over like the judiciary and the legislature and so forth. So this is a government agency in the Maduro regime, and they are going to make a statement soon. Will they release the results? Will they say something else besides releasing the results and not release the results? That I don't know, but we're going to hear something. I will say this, if they come out and say Maduro won, I do think you are going to have large protests in the country. And then who knows what happens then. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they say something like, we're still counting. Like, will they say, like, with half, I mean, they can't really say half the vote is counted because it's everybody votes electronically. Bad Seed thinks all hell will break loose if they say that. Thank you, BZ, for moderating as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, quick thanks to Mary A. Bayer. Thank you, Mary, for your support. Mary A. Bayer, thank you. Then Live Life thinks there will be a crackdown if people protest. Devastator thinks this will probably devolve into some kind of conflict. Thanks, Ann Carolyn, for the support on Twitch, and Anonymous Gifter and Pucker War, and Dracode and Petmu, and Mattis, and Cthulhu Cultus, and Buckshot Andy, and Penguin Messiah. Cthulhu Cultus Tim over there on Twitch, thank you. And Evil Kuja, Fine Nick's Chicken, E-Biker, last one to go. Sorry, I'm a little behind thanking the Twitch folks. Thanks, Pezzy, as well, and Relila. In my Florida? Thank you. Stonky the Clown thinks Maduro will step down peacefully. Wow. As I've said, the vibe I'm getting tonight, I would be surprised if, no matter what the vote actually was, I would be surprised if the government says the opposition won. From the vibe I'm getting. But we'll have to see. Yeah, people are messaging me about stuff that happened in Lebanon. Israel has not launched their response to the Hezbollah, what they said was the Hezbollah rocket attack yesterday. There have been some strikes going on by Israel in Lebanon, but those are just like the regular things they would normally be doing. They have not launched. As Joe Truzman said, Middle East expert, you'll know, it'll be obvious when they actually launch their response. And that has not happened yet. Thanks to Haniel Vargas and World. What do you mean could they pull a Guaido? What do you mean, Haniel, exactly? I'm not sure. You're talking about Juan Guaido, a former opposition figure? I think. Thanks, World and Haniel. Do you mean like would they arrest her or something? I mean, I don't see why they would bother to. That would just get people angrier. Why would they do that on top of... If the government is planning on rigging the vote, I don't know why they would do more than that to anger people, I guess I would say. I'm guessing look, they already, the head of the opposition won a vast majority of the votes in the primary, and then she was not allowed, then she was banned from running by the government. So my guess is that, and then she was campaigning for the replacement candidate. My guess is if the government had thought that they could arrest her or something, they would have done it already. They were probably worried, my guess is they were probably worried about, like, you know, making people in the country too angry. Why was she banned? I don't know the specifics. According to The Economist, which I find reliable, they say she was disqualified for office from office for 15 years on trumped-up grounds. And given how the Maduro, which means basically made up, and given how the Maduro regime functions, that would not be a surprise. They have banned many candidates from running for election in past elections. Hey, thanks, Peanut Brain. Of course, we will be covering the U.S. election coming up. We've been covering it, actually. But we will, of course, have coverage of that. Thank you, Peanut Brain, for your support. Peanut Brain of the West. Will this affect oil prices? I mean, one way it could affect oil prices if the opposition won, and the Venezuelan oil industry recovered. Venezuela has the most oil reserves of any country in the world. So I'm no oil expert, but from my understanding, it could increase the oil supply if their oil industry recovered. It has really suffered under the Chavez and then Maduro regime. Under Maduro, the economy collapsed by 80%. Mode Holiz says, if Maduro rigs it or doesn't concede, I'm curious how neighboring countries will respond. They have observers there. Yeah, Jerry Cole points out the U.S. would have to remove sanctions. I assume if the opposition won that the U.S. would remove sanctions. Frisco Jones says, well, Venezuela used to be a wealthy country pre-socialism. So according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, which is part of the U.S. government, they say that Venezuela's crude oil production fell from about 3.2 million barrels a day in the year 2000 to 735,000 barrels a day in 2023. So the oil production in the country from 2000 to 2023 went down about 3/4, actually more than 3/4. The Council of Foreign Relations says, they have an article called Venezuela, the Rise and Fall of a Petro State, and they say Venezuela, it's the home to the world's largest oil reserves, and it says hold on, I was going to read you this real quick. Government mismanagement and U.S. sanctions have led to a drastic decline in oil production and a severe underinvestment in the sector. They say, starved of adequate investment and maintenance, oil output has continued to generally decline there. Also, Venezuela's gross domestic product, their GDP, shrank by roughly 3/4 between 2014 and 2021. They also say that inflation has been a problem in recent years in Venezuela, this Council of Foreign Relations. In 2018, inflation was over 130,000%, and in 2023, it was at 360%. Council of Foreign Relations also says, over the last decade, President Maduro and his allies have violated basic tenets of democracy to maintain power. This includes restricting internet access and arbitrarily prosecuting and detaining political opponents and critics. Also, as we've talked about 8 million people, about a quarter of the country, have fled Venezuela under Maduro. We're still waiting for a statement from the Government Election Commission. They're the ones who would announce the results. Will they announce results? I don't know. Praise the Oak says, let's hope everything goes well, not holding my breath. Part-time diver thinks it's going to be complete chaos. Daniel Mack says, sorry, that wasn't Daniel. Somebody else. Modalize says, wonder what Maduro is up to right at this very moment. OM17 Spot says, I have a Venezuelan friend who was a journalist there, but he had to move to the U.S. in 2015 because it was so bad. We are waiting for the first statement 5 hours after the polls closed from the government electoral commission. Remember, people vote electronically there. There is a paper backup printed, but they vote electronically. As far as I'm aware, there is nothing keeping the government from very quickly after the polls close coming out with the results. It's not like they have to count lots of paper ballots. The voting is all electronic. Leading up to the vote, polls showed the opposition way ahead in Venezuela. An exit poll by the well-known polling firm Edison Research today in Venezuela said that the opposition candidate got 65% versus Maduro 31%. But we have no results yet from the government. Thank you, Walter Beasley. Walter says, horror stories I've heard from Venezuelans defy imagination. Thank you, Walter, for your support. You know, it's interesting, in some past elections for a number of years, I believe, the opposition in Venezuela had a strategy of just not even wanting to participate in the election because they thought there was no chance that they would get a fair election. And then this was a change, this election, in that they said, well, no, we're going to participate in it. Now, I would assume the opposition thought that no matter what they did, there was a chance that even if they got the most votes, the government might say they didn't. So I don't think, you know, if that happens, that's something that the opposition wasn't expecting. Does the opposition have some kind of strategy for that if that's what happens? You know, something The Economist points out, though, and I think it's important, is they say that there's in other articles I've read that so The Economist mentions, they say that there's palpable disillusion among many government supporters. The economy has been so bad there, for example, that there's people who used to support Maduro don't support him as much anymore. So there's been this question of like, has he just lost enough support that it's not even realistic to try to fix the election? So in an Economist article from a few weeks ago, they said, for Maduro, stealing the election against a united and seemingly mobilized opposition and with palpable disillusion among many government supporters might not be easy. The last presidential election was 2018. Right said Rob says Maduro doesn't have the charisma of Chavez. Thank you, Kavka Zip, for your support. NPR, in their article previewing the election, said Maduro controls, says Maduro controls all the branches of power, including the armed forces and the National Electoral Council that will count the votes. His government has flooded the mainstream media, which it also controls, with propaganda, and he's engaged in a campaign to sabotage the opposition. NPR also points out that under Maduro, Venezuela suffered an economic collapse marked by food shortages, hyperinflation, and the crumbling of its vital oil industry. And they also say something we've been saying constantly, NPR said in their preview, the main question looming over Sunday's voting is whether, in the case of an opposition victory, Maduro will respect the results and allow for a peaceful transition of power. I would also say that a main question has always been, if the opposition got more votes, would the government election agency actually report the results that way? That's another big question. I don't think it's going to be the case. I don't think it's going to be the case that the government election agency says Maduro lost, and then Maduro says, "Oh well, I'm not leaving power." I think if Maduro wants to stay in power, he would, and he thinks he didn't get the votes he would just tell the elections agency to not report the actual count. Missa Herrera thinks he always wants to be in power. What is this? The president of Chile posted, "Hey guys, this is the president of the country of Chile." This is translated. President of the country of Chile said, hold on a second here. Why is that not working? Just make sure here. Hold on. I'm going to have to redo this. Hey, let me do something really quick. This is so annoying. I'm just going to read this to you. I'm going to read this to you. No, I'll do it this way. There, I'll just do it this way. Here. The president of Chile said the delivery of the results of this momentous election for Venezuela must be transparent, timely, and fully reflect the popular will expressed at the polls. The international community of which our country, Chile, is part would not accept anything else. So he doesn't specifically say, well, you better not say Maduro won, but that's kind of what it sounds like he's saying. As Paula says, he says it without saying it. Give me one moment here. Hey, Marty Hagwood, that is really nice of you. I really appreciate that. Marty Hagwood, thank you so much, Marty. And also, Paul G. Paul G, it's very generous of you. Paul says an exercise in futility, what a mess. Thanks also, Vincent Button, for your support. McLean33 expects a coup d'etat if Maduro loses. Do you mean by the military or by somebody else? But sounds like McLean33 expects an uprising if Maduro refuses. You mean if he refuses to? You said if he refuses, loses. You mean if he? You mean in either of those cases? That's two different cases. He loses or he refuses to go. Thank you. Thank you, Betty, for your support. And Darth Tater. Thank you, Darth Tater. I appreciate that. Thank you. It is now 11:07, over 5 hours after the polls close. Oh, hold on a second. Guys, Edmundo González just posted. Look at this from Edmundo González. He says, the results are undeniable. The country chose a peaceful change. That is from Edmundo González, who is the opposition candidate. The results are undeniable, he says. The country chose a peaceful change. So clearly the opposition thinks they've won. So I think we can conclusively say now that if the government says Maduro won, the opposition is not going to go along with it. Because we just had the opposition candidate say that they won. And remember, the opposition has been way ahead in polling leading up to this vote. Eric Ming says Maduro will not go quietly into the night. Hey guys, do me a favor. I just need to reset something here real quick. It'll just help me. If you give me about 30 seconds, I'll get the video back up for you. I mean, it's a crazy situation, but look, it reminds me of when we covered the election in Belarus a few years ago, which is run by a dictator. And, you know, the opposition supposedly won that election. And then when the government came out and said that the dictator won, there was several days of these massive protests in Belarus, which protests are not normally allowed in Belarus, but there were massive protests across society. And then the Lukashenko, the dictator of Belarus, with the help of Russia, started violently cracking down on the protesters, and he stayed in power. So now that hasn't happened here yet, but the whole thing with the waiting for the government to come out with the results of the vote, you know, when it's just, it's like they could have come out with it hours ago, and you're just waiting for them to. It's like you're waiting for them to decide to say whatever they want to say. Basically, that's what it seems like. I don't know what the excuse is. Hang on, I'm going to get the video back up. But it's just when you cover an election in a country which has like an authoritarian regime, you're waiting for them to decide what they want to say about it. All right, hang on. I'm getting the video back up for you. Getting the video back up for you right now. Okay, we're good to go. Ooh, let me do this. So no, that's wrong too. Why is everything off? Everything is just off. Hang on a moment. Okay. The CNE you're looking at is the electoral authority. Hey, thank you to Jason Minard. Jason said reports of stealing ballot boxes to avoid defeat. Mixed reports via Twitter. I haven't heard those reports. Maybe it happens. I mean, again, so you have everybody votes electronically, but each time they vote electronically, there's a piece of paper printed out. As I said before, from what I understand, what the opposition wanted to do is have somebody at every polling place, because I believe at the polling places, each of the polling places, and we saw a video of this once hours ago, in each of the polling places, I believe they're supposed to take the paper records of how everybody voted and do like a backup count. And in theory, the opposition would just have somebody at all these backup counts. So if the government tried to say, you know, to misreport the electronic count, that the opposition could say, well, we were at every polling place and we saw them physically count the ballots. But what we've heard, the opposition said that they were not, I believe they said they were not being allowed into certain counts. They were not being allowed to observe. Also, there was one report from a New York Times reporter saying that at least at one polling place in Caracas, a large polling place, the CNE Electoral Authority told the polling workers, oh, you're not going to get paper backups here. So there was no paper backup for whatever reason. So the opposition is not, as far as I'm aware, the opposition isn't speaking. I'm looking at two different sets of videos and I don't see the opposition speaking. But maybe I'm not looking at the right thing. Maybe they're about to say something. Hold on a second. It's hard because if I go to that, I got to go away from this. Hang on. I'm going to cut over there in a second and see. It's a pain when I do this. It's just difficult. It looks like somebody's about to say something at the opposition headquarters. So I'm going to have to go away from this for a second. Hold on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Let me refresh things here. Thanks for letting me know. Hang on one more second. I got to refresh this. Can we get sound here? Let's see. This is opposition headquarters. This is the opposition headquarters. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I actually have a better video. Hang on a second.
Por favor, los micrófonos.
El vocero es Omar Barbosa.
En torno a lo que
no ha llegado.
Lo que va a ser
no ha llegado al sitio.
Las acciones de la oposición a partir de este momento, los anuncios que también se esperan desde el Consejo Nacional Electoral con un primer boletín oficial de lo que son los resultados electorales, o al menos un primer boletín. Estamos ya aquí presentes están Juan Pablo Guanico, también Andrés Velázquez y también en compañía de otros dirigentes de la plataforma unitaria. Nosotros estamos a la espera entonces de...
Hermanos, yo les voy a decir algo con todo cariño. Aquí la idea es que haya una declaración del doctor Omar Barbosa con el respaldo de los partidos políticos. Si los periodistas están todos ubicados en el espacio de los partidos, no vamos a poder hacer bien la declaración porque no vamos a tener la contundencia de la presencia plural de los partidos aquí. Los periodistas deberían estar debajo del podio. Deberían estar debajo del podio. Claro, es lo lógico. Es lo lógico para todos.
Maybe our viewers can translate. I don't know what he's saying. This is the opposition headquarters.
Hola.
They are accommodating the media. He's telling the journalist to stay on the bottom side. I guess he was I guess he was just talking to the journalists trying to position them. So there's no, we're waiting for a statement from the Electoral Commission, but this is the opposition headquarters.
Él no quiso decir la verdad.
No se los aguanto aquí.
Mira, dice Inver que te ven cara de eso.
Vamos a poner mesa adelante.
Inver Amaloa.
Ponen los dos pollos y ponen todo el verguero de micrófono.
Cara de eso.
Ponen el verguero de micrófono y se acabó.
Mira, Andrea.
Tomándome foto.
Está mejor, mejoró.
Respeto a los periodistas. Puede estarlo bajando así.
Pero déjalo.
Todo es porque no te veía en la cámara.
Déjalo en el
No, señor.
No puedo.
Esto lo está en el piso.
¿Qué más me está tapando?
Pero déjalo abajo en el piso. Este está ahí solo, Y este es de Colombia, este es de Turquía, este es de Francia, este es de España.
So we're still waiting. Again, it looks like the opposition is about to make a statement here. Thanks to Surrender Monkey and Fliptrepreneur. Fliptrepreneur, I've seen a number of articles that just say the voting machines there are electronic. I mean, I just looked at a bunch of them. They just say it's electronic. So what can I tell you? There's many articles that say the voting there is electronic. With electronic with paper backup. That's my understanding. Thank you, Fliptrepreneur. I appreciate it. Maybe send me, if you have a different link, send it to me on X or something so I can look at it. Thank you, the strategist, who says Venezuela could positively influence the world. That's what the strategist says. Thanks for your support, the strategist.
Pues yo estoy posicionado.
Estás tú posicionado.
El que sea más alto declara, pues.
Una guerra aquí.
Juan Pablo por un ejemplo.
Juan Pablo se inclina, mira. Juan Pablo en los puntos. Andrés es más alto.
No voy a hacer la pregunta aquí, no, tranquilito.
No caiga de provocación.
No caigo.
Oh, guys, the leader of Argentina, thanks, one of our viewers mentioned this. Javier Milei just tweeted and said, Dictator Maduro out. The leader of Argentina just said, Dictator Maduro out.
Déjame pasarme para allá al lado tuyo que hay un espacio ahí y así no tapo a nadie de este lado.
Look, it's saying Maduro out. Venezuelans chose to end the communist dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro. The data announce a crushing victory for the opposition, and the world is waiting for it to recognize defeat after years of socialism, misery, decadence, and death. Argentina is not going to recognize another fraud and hopes that the armed forces this time will defend democracy and the popular will. Freedom advances in Latin America. That's from Javier Milei, the leader of Argentina. Hold on, I'm going to post that.
No aplaude mucho porque se caen los micrófonos y después vuelve a poner la mano.
Ahí viene el hombre.
Thanks for letting me know, guys.
Dejen pasar al doctor Omar, por favor.
Déjalo que pase.
Doctor Omar, gracias.
¿Y dónde te vas a poner vos si estás ahí?
Yo se va a colocar allí y yo te voy a tumbar de esta vaina.
He is the president of Argentina.
guardas y me la pones. Vámonos.
Un poco más al centro, por favor.
Perdón.
Gracias.
¿Me avisa?
Sí, estamos al aire, estamos listos.
Okay. Muy buenas noches al pueblo de Venezuela. Me quiero dirigir hoy a todos ustedes, a todos los venezolanos que dentro y fuera del país nos están oyendo y a todos los que están observando este proceso electoral en Venezuela. Todos sabemos lo que ocurrió hoy en Venezuela. Las actas de las cuales disponemos en estos momentos no hacen otra cosa que confirmar lo que vimos en la calle. La proyección de su contenido da claramente un resultado que no debería tener dudas si se quiere actuar con la verdad y reconociendo la voluntad popular. Nos dirigimos hoy al país y a todas las autoridades que les competa para solicitarles, en nombre de la paz de Venezuela, en nombre de la credibilidad en el voto,
He said the results are clear.
para tomar las grandes decisiones del mundo civilizado, que no den un paso en falso, que por alguna precipitación autoritaria no traten de destruir la construcción cívica que ha significado que todos los que queremos un cambio en este país nos pongamos de acuerdo en la ruta electoral, en la ruta pacífica, en la ruta del voto para buscar un cambio en paz, que ha sido la prédica de nuestro candidato Edmundo González. Le solicitamos, en nombre de esa paz, en nombre del futuro, en nombre de un proyecto que persigue es reconciliar a los venezolanos y reconstruir a Venezuela, que no den un paso en falso, que esperen a que se cuenten los votos, que esperen a que podamos tener todas las actas de lo que ocurrió. Apenas hemos obtenido un 30% de las actas porque no nos han permitido tener el resto. Nos han sacado los testigos de las mesas y físicamente ha sido imposible tener todo lo que deberíamos tener si el proceso hubiera facilitado de acuerdo a lo previsto en la ley. Y hoy estamos, más que con el deber que lo tenemos, de defender la voluntad popular, estamos con la preocupación de defender la paz de Venezuela, su futuro, la posibilidad de que nos podamos entender, que aprendamos a perder y a ganar, que aprendamos también que la democracia es alternancia y que el pueblo tiene derecho a alternar el gobierno cuando considera que le conviene a los intereses del país. Esta rueda de prensa se produce en momentos en que muchas voces desconfían de que se pueda tomar una decisión justa y que se pueda precipitar una para declarar ganador a alguien que no ha ganado. Y por eso queremos pedirle a esas personas, a las que tienen esa responsabilidad, a las propias Fuerzas Armadas, que por favor piensen en Venezuela, en su futuro, en la paz, y esperemos con calma que cada una de las partes estemos seguras de lo que tenemos en la mano. Nosotros sabemos lo que tenemos en la mano. Esperen ustedes también. Vamos a verificar las actas. Vamos a hablar con los observadores internacionales, con la comunidad internacional, que se designe un equipo, si es posible, para que verifique lo que cada uno tiene y los argumentos que defendemos. Eso es todo por Venezuela. Buenas noches y ojalá este mensaje, que es por la paz, que es por la convivencia, que es por la reconciliación, llegue al corazón de ustedes y de todos los venezolanos.
¿Había una comunicación con el CNE?
¿Conversado con el gobierno?
¿Alguna comunicación con el CNE, doctor Barbosa? ¿Alguna comunicación con el CNE?
Yo no he conversado con con el gobierno. Nosotros tenemos un delegado de la comisión negociadora nuestra. Han hecho el intento. Hasta ahora no ha habido ninguna negociación formal sobre el gobierno. No la descartamos, porque aquí, si estamos hablando de paz y de reconciliación, tenemos que estar preparados para hablar entre todos, independientemente de las diferencias políticas.
La Cancillería de Colombia vio ese comunicado, se han comunicado también con otros países.
Lo que nos han dicho muchos representantes de los países latinoamericanos y europeos, no puedo hablar por ellos, pero sí he tenido conversaciones con muchos de ellos en la noche de hoy, es que ellos tampoco reconocerán un resultado que no esté avalado por las actas de lo que ocurrió hoy. Pero vamos a esperar, seamos todavía optimistas por el bien de Venezuela, y para eso agotaremos cualquier vía de diálogo.
¿Y con el CNE han hablado, con los rectores?
No directamente con los rectores, no hemos hablado en el desarrollo de nuestras actividades. A mí no me corresponde esa parte, pero nuestros representantes lo han intentado todos estos días con mucha preocupación y eficiencia. O sea, no ha sido por falta de gestión nuestra, no ha sido por falta de disposición de los testigos, es que se ha violado la ley de manera atropellante y no hemos tenido la posibilidad de tener la prueba, que son las actas, que la ley obliga a que se nos entregue.
Habla del 30% de las actas, estamos entonces entendiendo que falta el 70%. ¿Hay posibilidades a estas alturas de poder tener más actas?
Están llegando. A medida que los testigos están reportando, que les están permitiendo, ellos están enviando. Quizás en este momento el porcentaje es mayor al que yo vi hace rato, pero el problema es que no han llegado porque no nos lo han permitido. Si el proceso hubiese sido normal, ya nosotros tuviéramos todas las actas.
La transmisión también está parada porque obviamente el proceso es se imprime el acta, luego se transmite. Si no hay actas impresas, entonces tampoco se está transmitiendo. ¿Se mantiene eso de no transmitir?
Bueno, nosotros tenemos los resultados que nos han transmitido a nosotros. Como ustedes saben, bueno, no le puedo explicar. Nosotros no debemos publicar resultados parciales. Esa no es una competencia nuestra y violaríamos la norma. Digo que tenemos ese porcentaje de acta para que ustedes sepan que no estamos hablando sin ninguna base. Esa es la realidad, pero lo que hace el porcentaje que tenemos es dejar muy claro que lo que vimos en las calles de Venezuela ocurrió también en las actas que tenemos. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Esto que está ocurriendo?
Bueno, no quiero entrar en calificativo porque cerraría las puertas a lo que pueda ocurrir en el tiempo.
I was quiet, sorry. So I just wanted to interrupt and say, just from he just finished speaking, or hold on. So that was the president of the opposition party. Oh, it's Omar Barbosa. I spelled it wrong. I had a typo. It was Omar Barbosa, not Barbiza. So really quick, let me just, this is the sense of what he said. From what you guys were saying and from what I'm seeing online, and I tried to use Google Translate to translate some of it too. He was saying that the results are clear. He was saying, I think that, so you know, the opposition's plan was to have people at every polling place to be able to observe the count after, I believe the count of the paper ballots, the paper, not ballots, but the paper record of each electronic vote. And I think he said they had only been allowed to see about 30% of those so far, but he said, I believe he said that the results that they're seeing, even those 30%, match their other data suggesting that they've had a victory. And our viewer Sergio Lobos, who knows the language, said that he said that the opposition said they had several obstacles to be able to supervise the election. They are worried about a possible intervention of the Maduro government in the results. So that's the general sense of what I got he was saying. I'll try to check some of the other people in the chat. And yeah, I did use Google Translate. It's not perfect, but at least it's helpful. So thank you for the suggestion. But he said that they might, I think he said they're expecting to get some more data in, but let me check. I know some of you know the language. Oh, let me go back also to the other video. We're waiting for a statement from the Electoral Commission. Ponyboy said that the speaker said he had spoken with many Latino country leaders that will not accept the false results. The president of Argentina, Javier Milei, already came out and said Maduro, dictator, out, and that Maduro had lost. Praise the Oak said he said that we tried to speak and access to the CNE, the Election Commission, but the law was broken and we have been denied proof of the vote records. So again, I believe he was saying that the government was not letting the opposition observe the results and observe the count like they were supposed to be able to. He also said he hadn't spoken to the current government yet. That was the president of the opposition party, not the opposition candidate. Praise the Oak said that the speaker also said, we are hopeful the government does the right thing. That person to the military forces, please, in the name of the future and peace, do the right thing. So that was the opposition. It's now almost 5.5 hours after the vote, after the polls closed. Here, that right there is the election commission. Lucianne Walmart thinks we're not going to get a real result tonight. We'll have to see. Nope, the government hasn't announced any results. By the way, we were watching a video before of, like this was hours ago, in one of the polling places. They were counting the paper receipts after the vote, and it was not taking that long. They literally just had, again, you vote, you do it electronically, it's like a touchscreen voting, and then a piece of paper gets printed out as evidence of who you voted for. And what I was reading about is that at polling places, they will do vote counts. I don't know if it's at all of them. I believe maybe tonight they were supposed to do it at all of them. But normally they would do vote counts, so they would check the paper count against the count that's on the that's stored on the computer, just to verify that it's accurate. But we were watching at one of the polling places them doing a count of the paper, and it doesn't take a long time. It was like it was just a bunch of people, and they were just like going through, and just like he'd be like Edmundo, Nicholas. So it would not take hours and hours to count the paper backups. That seems like it'd be a simple, quick thing. And the count of the electronic votes is already on. There's no counting that needs to be done there. The count of the electronic votes is already on the machine. Let me see if I can find any more results here. So I'm finding more updates. Hold on a second here. Yes, so the news outlet Tal Qual said, we just heard Omar Barbosa from the opposition party say, I guess it's from the opposition coalition, said they have 30% of the records of the election. Again, which I believe means that they had observers everywhere, but in 30% of the polling places, I believe the opposition observers have been allowed to look at the paper count and verify what the results were in that place. So the opposition is saying I guess their observers have been able to find out the results in 30% of the locations, but he said it was only 30% due to the impediments imposed on the observers. So again, saying that the government is not allowing the observers to do their observations like they're supposed to. And he said complaints are being raised to international observers. So that was from the opposition. Jen R. thinks countries like Venezuela do not have a peaceful translation of power. One of our viewers said the CNE website is down. I don't know if it's down or just too many people are trying to go to it, but they have not posted any results or anything. I don't know if it was down before. Seems to not be working right now. E-Biker thinks Maduro had the polls showing he was losing for double digits for the last few weeks, so he had plenty of time to figure out how to rig it. I mean, look, that the data has been out there. The polling data has suggested for weeks at least that the opposition was strongly leading. So the question has always been, what would the government do the night of? And like I said, you know, I would think that the opposition has known leading up to this that the government could, that even if they got more votes, the government could try something. Thanks, Camus. Camus says we should send Nancy Pelosi to Venezuela to convince Maduro to drop out. Thanks, Camus, for your support. And also Vilongo and Sergio Lobos and Ronald Kame, the strategist. Also, thanks to Ann Carolyn for your support on Twitch. Thanks to all of our moderators so much. Cerrero, Good Luck Duck, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, thank you. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on YouTube, Beezy and Cynthia Moon and Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much to our mods for being here in the chat. I really appreciate it. And also our Facebook moderators, Larry on X, for being two of myself. Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley, all of our Facebook moderators, thank you. And thanks, Rodrigo GRM, for your support. I think from Brazil. Thanks, Rodrigo. You can write to me on X at Lookner. Someone sent me a video claiming it's of big crowds marching to the CNE, to the Electoral Commission. I have seen no reports of that. I saw a report from the New York Times saying it was quiet on the streets. So I would certainly take that with a grain of salt. Carol Alfonso said the results can't be certified since the electoral acts are being held and not being transmitted. Yeah, I didn't really get the, again, we had heard somebody in the opposition said before that the results were not being transmitted, I think from the polling places to the central headquarters. I don't know what the deal with that is. Again, it's hard with the language and hearing exactly what they're saying. But if I get more, I'll let you know. I don't want to. It's just tough, you know, because I'm sure the wording really matters with this stuff, and I can't. I can't translate it myself.
Buenas noches.
Oh, hold on. What's happening?
Buenas noches. Tengan
What's
todos.
Listen.
Saludos.
Listen, guys.
Por favor.
Uh-oh. Guys, I think we're going to get an announcement from the Election Commission coming up right now. Sounds like we're about to get an announcement from the Election Commission.
Protocolo, ayúdame atrás, vamos a tomar asiento. Ya las autoridades se encuentran en la parte de atrás. Ya vamos a comenzar. Ayúdame ya, por favor, todos los que se encuentran en la parte de los veedores. Vamos a venir a tomar asiento. Saludos a todos los medios de comunicación. Gracias por la espera. Ya vamos a comenzar. Lo que todos estábamos esperando. Todos los que se encuentran en la parte de atrás, en la parte de la carpa de prensa. Por favor, protocolo. Todos los que se encuentran en la parte de prensa. Todos los que se encuentran en la parte de atrás de la sala de veedores.
Thanks, Rodrigo.
Vamos a tomar asiento.
Rodrigo claims there's already celebration in Maduro's committee. It is clear what result will be announced. That's what Rodrigo, our viewer, says. Thank you, Rodrigo, for your support. I really appreciate it. Oh, what happened here? They just switched. Something switched. Thank you again, Rodrigo GRM. So, what are they going to say at the Election Commission? Oh, people are saying they zoomed out. I missed it zooming. I just turned back and it was a different angle. Some of our viewers said they zoomed out. Again, Maduro is widely described as an authoritarian leader. The polling suggested the opposition had a big lead going into this election. There is an exit poll by Edison Research saying that the opposition candidate got about 65% of the vote. But we've heard no official results yet from the government. And so we're about to hear something from the government election commission, which is controlled, as I understand it, basically it's controlled by Maduro. Thank you, Eden's Vision. I appreciate that, Eden's Vision. As I mentioned before, there's various posts on social media claiming X, Y, or Z. So I'm not really getting into the individual reports of things X, Y, or Z. If I see lots of reports, especially in particular from outlets I consider, that I feel like are ones to trust about stuff coming from Venezuela, I will certainly let you know. I have not heard about, like, some people are messaging me about, like, stolen ballot boxes and stuff. I have not heard widespread reports of that kind of stuff. And the opposition hasn't said anything about that kind of stuff. What the opposition has said repeatedly is that their monitors, who were supposed to be able to observe the vote count, I assume that means counting of the paper ballots that are printed as backups when somebody votes electronically, the opposition has repeatedly said during the evening that their monitors are not being allowed to monitor the count like they're supposed to. The opposition has said nothing about ballot boxes being stolen. Just to be clear, or other kind of, you know, wrongdoing, alleged wrongdoing. That's the one thing they keep saying, is that the big thing is that they say that their observers are not being allowed to observe like they were supposed to be. The volume is up. It's just you're not hearing much sound now. There's nothing really going on there. Hey, thank you again. Thank you, Eden's Vision. I really appreciate the Eden's Vision. Thank you. But I can't, you know, there might be individual things going on here or there, but it's just, I can't verify that stuff here. I'm hoping maybe we get, I don't know why Reuters doesn't have a feed of this, but we have the AFP feed. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff floating around, and I think a lot of it's probably false. Again, I was just sent a video, and it was supposedly of some giant crowd of people going to the Election Commission. I've seen nobody reporting on such a thing. So, guys, if there's lots of false stuff on social media going around about a breaking news event, that would be typical. That is the usual. That's usually what happens. That is usually what happens. Oh, Cynthia Moon is moderating too. Thank you, Cynthia. And then also people will send me stuff from accounts that I know are not reliable from what I've seen from them in the past. Well, they still haven't said anything. Is there any way the Maduro government, so maybe they, you know, suppose the vote is like the polling suggested it would be, and the vote is very against Maduro. Is there any way, instead of announcing a result, they could announce that, like, so they could claim that, like, there was some sort of something wrong with the election itself and that they're invalidating the entire election or something? You know, a way for them to claim Maduro didn't lose without announcing a result. What do you think about that? Guys, again, people are mentioning, like, stealing of ballot boxes. Literally, the opposition has never talked about it. Don't you think if there was a big issue with ballot boxes being stolen, that the opposition would mention it? The opposition has literally not mentioned it. So I don't care what's on social media, some random account saying it. The opposition literally has not mentioned it. I mean, think about it. My guess, if there was some major issue, the opposition would be talking about it. A week ago, everybody was messaging me that Biden was dead. Well, he obviously wasn't dead. And you were all messaging me that it was on social media, and you kept messaging me all these accounts that were saying Biden was dead. And that's wrong. And then, what was it a few days ago? What nonsense? Oh, blackout in Paris. A couple days ago. Everybody's messaging me about blackout in Paris. Look at this video. Look at this video. It's all these garbage accounts that are retweeting each other and reposting each other. And there was no blackout in Paris. None of them bother checking. Nobody in France ever reports it. And what you should do in that case is just not follow these accounts anymore. Why do you keep looking at these accounts if they're repeatedly giving you garbage? So, I mean, it's just it's like every 3 days I got people messaging me about the new thing on going around social media. So those were false. Just to be clear, Biden was not dead. Biden was not on his deathbed, and there was no big blackout in France. So please draw conclusions from that. So if you're sending me something that's from the account that posted that there was a blackout in France and that Biden was dead, well, I'm not really going to pay attention to that. News 24 Alert, which is interesting. News 24 Alert, which is a very popular news account which talks about Venezuela, has 2 million followers. They claim, I don't know if this is true, they claim that there's deployment of military in various parts of the city. Now, I don't know if that's true, but look, I will say this. If the government is going to say Maduro won, I would assume they would have some plan in place for demonstrations. I don't, so it would not be, if the government's plan is to announce Maduro won, I would not be surprised if they had military ready in various parts of the city, because I would think there's going to be big protests if that happens. Thanks, no, yes, well, maybe for your support in Sergey and Rocks and Gardens, CA. And thank you, Eden's Vision, for your support. Eden's Vision, thank you. Oh, the president of Colombia posted. Oh, no, that's the former president of Colombia. The former president of Colombia, Andres Pastrana, said the narco dictator Maduro orders to hide the election results. That was the former president of Colombia. Andres Pastrana. Thanks, Dial Bruv. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, we've watched several announcements by the opposition, but I'm not sure. I don't recognize that name, Dial Bruv. Appreciate your support. So the opposition believes they have won. They say that their observers are not being allowed to observe at a lot of polling places. Oh, by the way, thanks for mentioning Bloomberg. Our viewer, one of Crazy Yoda mentioned Bloomberg. Bloomberg has an article, Venezuela's silence on election results draws global concern. The drawn-out wait has attracted significant international attention, they say. By the way, Edmundo González, the opposition candidate, has already said that he believes they won. Interesting. Bloomberg says Maduro had repeatedly said in the final weeks of his campaign that the first bulletin from the Electoral Authority would come at 10 p.m. It is now 12:01 a.m. They also said, Bloomberg says, should the voting agency withhold the physical tabulation of votes, it will be very hard for the opposition to contest the official numbers. Bloomberg says the election is, hold on. The election has been the first in more than a decade where democracy seems within reach to Venezuelans. I don't know why the sound is so bad. We'll have to hopefully improve it. It wasn't bad before. Oh, I'm going to have another angle of this, I think. I think I'm going to have another angle of this. From State TV. I think. I don't know. We'll see. Bloomberg says, while the election appeared to proceed without major incident, there were some reports of delays in the quick vote count at centers and the presence of pro-government motorcycle gangs known as colectivos who intimidate voters. That's all become typical in the country's elections. Some of our viewers have been talking about the colectivos. Oh, they have a shot on state media. On state TV, they have this shot from state TV. On the left, the shot on the left is from the Electoral Commission building. See that right there? On the left, that is from state television. And that's at the, I don't know if it looks like it's in front of the building. What's going on there? But again, this is state television. That's state television right there. Are they walking into the hall maybe? Maybe they're going into the hall to make an announcement. All right, that's different. That's not there. That's the CNA hall where the announcement's going to be made. I don't know who these people are. That's state television. That might be the state TV reporters. Are those the state TV reporters right there? Okay, they're coming in now to make an announcement. I might switch the sound. Hang on. Okay, they're about to make an announcement at the Election Commission, guys. Does this sound better? Hold on. Is that better?
Electoral para lo que será esta esperada declaración que espera el pueblo venezolano en torno a lo que serán los resultados de la elección presidencial 2024. Además, eso que mencionabas habla de la capacidad del Consejo Nacional Electoral precisamente para atender eventos como estos de gran magnitud en el que se espera precisamente una amplia participación del pueblo venezolano. Vamos a prepararnos ya de inmediato para lo que serán las declaraciones que emitirá en este momento el presidente del Poder Electoral, doctor Elvis Amoroso, quien observamos en este momento ya se prepara para realizar su intervención al país. Escuchemos de inmediato.
Escuchemos. Bueno, sí, Mayber, como... Buenas noches a todo el pueblo de Venezuela y desde aquí también al mundo tan pendiente pues de lo que ha ocurrido hoy aquí en la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Agradecimiento a cada uno de ustedes, especialmente a los veedores internacionales que están aquí de los 5 continentes. Muchas gracias por estar presente aquí en Venezuela en esta hora tan importante.
What are they going to say? Let's see.
República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Poder electoral. Consejo Nacional Electoral. El poder electoral se dirige a todo el pueblo de Venezuela en uso de sus exclusivas atribuciones constitucionales y legales a fin de informar que, luego de solventar una agresión en contra del sistema de transmisión de datos que retardó de manera adversa la transmisión de los resultados de las elecciones presidenciales, habiendo llegado al 80% de transmisión, cumplimos con emitir el primer boletín que marca una tendencia contundente e irreversible. Con el 80% de las mesas escrutadas y con un nivel de participación electoral del 59%, los resultados son los siguientes. Primero, Nicolás Maduro Moro, del Gran Polo Patriótico, obtuvo 5.150.092 votos, con un 51.20%. El candidato Edmundo González de la Mesa de la Unidad obtuvo 4.445.978 votos, con un 44.2%. Otros candidatos obtuvieron 462.704, un 4.6%. Queremos informar también que hemos solicitado de inmediato al fiscal general de la República se inicie una investigación sobre las acciones terroristas perpetradas contra nuestro sistema electoral.
Breaking news. The Venezuela government just said that with 80% of the vote in, Maduro has 51.2%, and I believe they said that Gonzalez has 44.2%. Am I right, guys? 51%, 51.2 to 44.2. They're claiming Gonzalez lost by 7%. Am I right about this, guys? Is that what they said, chat? Is that what they said? 51.2 to 44.2? Venezuela government says with 80% of vote in, Maduro has 51.2% and opposition candidate has 44.2%. That's what they're claiming. They're claiming that Maduro is winning by 7%. Hold on, I'll turn the volume up, sorry.
Nuevo presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, candidato Nicolás Maduro Moro.
Did they just say he won? What's going on? I'm confused. Hang on.
Elvis Amoroso, presidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral. Rector Carlos Quintero, vicepresidente del Consejo Nacional Electoral. Rectora Rosalba Gil Pacheco, rectora electoral.
Yes.
Rectora Agné Nogal Méndez, rectora electoral.
The Election Commission is saying he won, I believe. I believe they said he won.
Leonel Párica, rector electoral. Rector Imac Sac, rector electoral. Doctor Conrado Pérez, rector electoral. Rectora Aura Rosa Hernández,
big news.
Rectora electoral. Rectora Antonieta de Estéfano, rectora electoral. Rectora
Breaking
Ana
news,
Julia
huge
Niño.
breaking news. The Venezuelan government election commission has declared, AP says this too, they just declared Maduro the winner. The election breaking news, the election commission has declared that Maduro won, and they claim he's ahead by 7% of the vote with 80% counted. Wow. Wow. All right, so what happens now? But let me put the headline up there. Hang on a moment. I got to change the headline. So they're claiming he won. Wow. So what's going to happen now? Breaking news. Breaking news. So now we're going to have to wait and see what the opposition says. So again, the election commission says Maduro is the winner. They said he had 51.2% to 44.2%. This is an election that the opposition has been polling way ahead of Maduro before today, for weeks at least. And then there was an Edison Research exit poll, which said from today, which claimed that the opposition candidate had 65%. The opposition already believes they have won. So I bet you're going to see big protests now in Venezuela. Wow. Wow. So this just happened. Let me go to the opposition. I bet the opposition is going to say something now. So let's go to the opposition. Let's go to the opposition headquarters. This is opposition headquarters, okay, right here. So we're going to see what the opposition has to say about this. They're clearly going to say they're stolen. The opposition is clearly going to say that the government stole the election. Wow. So wow, they did it. All right, well, they didn't even say it was close. They didn't even say it was close. They didn't even say it was close. All right, hang on. Hang on a second here. All right, so now what I got to do, I'm hearing like some reports about Caracas and stuff. I would not be surprised if there's unrest. Let me do some checking here. But this is a wow that the Electoral Council, which is controlled by the government, has claimed that Maduro won, and he won. They're claiming he won handily. Wow. Now, again, the opposition was, look, the way this is supposed to work is when they vote, you vote electronically, and then a paper ballot, piece of paper gets printed out with the vote on it. So in theory, it should be easy to verify the results. What the opposition plan was to have an observer at each polling place and watch the count of the physical ballots after, which I believe was supposed to happen at every polling place. But the opposition spoke a little while ago and said that in many of the locations, they were not being allowed to observe the vote count. But I mean, if everybody was there, in theory, there should be paper backups of all the votes, and it should just be an open process where you could have all the paper and counted in front of everybody. But that did not happen. And now, wow. Also, why it took so long to come out with this result, I have no idea. Thank you, Holy DCE, and I'm Ready Rich for your support. I'm Ready Rich says, all who know any Venezuelan people will tell you this was expected with tears in their eyes. Thank you, Sergio Lobos, as well. Lucas, Layla, and George says, this is so sad. I'm crying. I feel so bad. Sergio says, I can't believe it. This is theft. Thank you, Suzanne Michelle, for your support as well. Well, let me see what information I can find for you guys. Now state TV is showing them celebrating. The government TV is showing a big celebration, unsurprisingly. Let me show you what government TV is showing. This is government TV coming up. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I want this. Here is government TV. Right here. That's government TV. There's Maduro right there. There's Maduro. That's live. That's live government TV. You are looking at a live shot government TV. Are they playing music? I can't play the music. Yeah. So that is a live shot from Venezuela government TV of Maduro is celebrating. He is celebrating. He's smiling. He is happy. There he is, celebrating Maduro. After the government-controlled government elections agency declared he won. Wow. Elon Musk says shame on dictator Maduro. Elon Musk just posted, shame on dictator Maduro. That's what Elon Musk just posted. All right, this is live government TV. That's government TV station. Maduro is smiling. He is happy. I don't have any street cameras I can show you right now. We'll see what the opposition is clearly not going to accept this. So the opposition is not going to accept this result. So I don't know what's going to happen in this country right now, because this country, there were a huge amount of people across the country that really got passionate about this election. Wow. So there's Maduro. Again, that's state TV. That's government television. He is smiling. He is celebrating. I think he's going to speak. What is the evidence of fraud? Well, I think two things you would point to are, one, lots of polling in the weeks running up to this had the opposition way ahead. Two, the government apparently did not let the observation actually observe the vote count like they were supposed to be allowed to. So that seems kind of suspicious. Also, there is a record for years under Maduro of actions being taken against opposition candidates and opposition political movements, like not allowing the opposition leader who won the primary with a huge majority, barring her from running from serving in office for 15 years after she won the primary. Hang on one moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. You are looking at the state television shot of Maduro celebrating. Wow. Just give me 1 second, guys. Just give me one moment here. Thank you. Wow. All right, so what's going to happen in Venezuela now? What's going to happen in Venezuela now? Marco Rubio posted, hey guys, Marco Rubio posted, he says, after announcing a complete fraud in the election, expect the Maduro regime will now begin to black out the internet inside of Venezuela to make it difficult for those inside to communicate with each other and to the outside, into the world. That is a new post from Senator Marco Rubio. Again, he said in Spanish and in English, after announcing a complete fraud in the election, expect the Maduro regime will now begin to black out the internet inside of Venezuela to make it difficult for those inside to communicate with each other into the world. We are also waiting for a statement from the opposition, and as Maduro celebrates. CNW, which is a news account I follow, which they do a lot of reporting on Venezuela. I really like them. CNW says, this is an embarrassment even for Maduro's standards of votes fixing. It will be a busy few days in Venezuela with the fallout from this, they say. Guys, the people saying no evidence of fraud, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. This is a very simple process to make transparent. Very, very simple. Let me explain it again. For those of you either who can't hear well or are bots or something, let me just explain it one more time. When you vote in Venezuela, you press the machine. Your vote is recorded electronically, and a piece of paper comes out with the name of the candidate you voted for on it. There is a paper record of all the votes. In theory, what should happen? It's very easy. It's very easy. At each polling place, you count the paper votes after, just to see if they match the electronic voting. And it's very easy. What was supposed to happen, you let somebody from the government and you let somebody from the opposition observe the paper ballot count. So if the government wanted to be transparent about this, they could have let the opposition observe the ballot count at each of the procedures, at each of the places. They did not do that. So maybe you don't think that's evidence of funny business. I personally think it does. In addition to their years-long record of doing all kinds of stuff to influence elections. But fine, say there's no evidence whatsoever. Keep saying that. Hang on. Maduro is speaking.
Que le da la noticia a Venezuela del triunfo de la independencia nacional, de la dignidad del pueblo de Venezuela.
Oh, the opposition is about to speak. Hold on, the opposition is speaking. Hold on, the opposition is about to speak.
No pudieron con las amenazas. No pudieron ahora.
That's the opposition.
Probando sonido.
This is the opposition, right here. A reporter for the Washington Post, who I think is there, really quick, Anna Vanessa Herrero, who's with Washington Post, she's a reporter for South America. She said as soon as they announced the vote, the city of Caracas, I think she's in Caracas, she said as soon as they announced the vote, the city exploded in screams and cacerolas rejecting the results. So that's what she said. She heard a lot of screams rejecting the results as soon as it was announced. I guess people were banging pans or something like that in the city, in Caracas. Oh, I guess there's a video of it floating around too. Anyways, we're waiting to hear what the opposition has to say.
Coño, pija, para esa vaina.
Maduro just said, it is the triumph of the ideas of equality. Is he still speaking? Let's see. That's Maduro. I think Maduro is speaking right now. There's Maduro.
En Venezuela hay instituciones. El Consejo Nacional Electoral es el poder electoral de la nación.
That's Maduro.
Fue una idea de Bolívar en la Constitución de 1826, en la fundación de Bolivia, que Chávez retomó. Muy temprano conocimos de su idea. Y en la Asamblea Nacional Constituyente del 99, Venezuela fundó para su nueva democracia participativa y protagónica un poder electoral que tiene un sistema electoral de altísimo nivel de confianza, seguridad, transparencia. 16 auditorías se le hacen. Díganme en qué país se hace una auditoría al sistema electoral. No quiero nombrar países hoy, solamente lo dejo para su reflexión. Pero ¿en qué país se revisa el sistema electoral para asegurarlo?
I think we're going to hear from the opposition leader and the candidate. María Corina Machado, the leader of the opposition, and Edmundo González, the opposition candidate, are going to be speaking any moment now.
¿Quién organiza las elecciones en los Estados Unidos? Las gobernaciones no tienen un instituto electoral. Y cuando hubo el debate que Donald Trump denunció que le robaron las elecciones, nosotros nos metimos en eso. Dijimos que hagan esto, que hagan aquello. Ese es un rollo de ellos, un asunto interno de Estados Unidos que resolverá. Así que eso es lo que pido como presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela. Respeto a la Constitución, a los poderes públicos y a la vida soberana de Venezuela. Respeto a la voluntad popular. No es la primera vez que pretenden vulnerar la paz de la República, la vida nacional. Hay que ver qué país del mundo, después de recibir 930 sanciones criminales, después de haber sufrido lo que hemos sufrido, ¿cuál país se atreve a convocar elecciones? Quiero que me digan. las convocamos, se realizaron de manera ejemplar y puedo decir ante el pueblo de Venezuela y ante el mundo: soy Nicolás Maduro Moro, presidente reelecto de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, y voy a defender nuestra democracia, nuestra ley y a nuestro pueblo. Hay que agradecer al pueblo de Venezuela su tenacidad, su perseverancia, su conciencia. Tremenda guerra psicológica que le metieron. Todas las redes sociales en contra. Y campañas diarias para favorecer a los demonios y a las demonias. Pero más pudo el pueblo de Cristo ante las campañas de demonios y demonias. Agradecer a todos los venezolanos y venezolanas que participaron. Agradecer de manera muy especial al Plan República y a los soldados y soldadas de la Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana, a la Milicia Nacional Bolivariana. Agradecer también a los más de 900 veedores e invitados internacionales que vinieron de más de 100 países. No sé si por aquí hay. Allá están parte de los veedores, mi saludo. Qué bonito que compartan todas las experiencias de este proceso electoral con el pueblo. Agradecer al personal que sirvieron al Consejo Nacional Electoral, a los rectores, rectoras y a todo el poder electoral del país.
We're waiting for the opposition to speak any moment now.
De ataque inclemente de las granjas de bots. Hoy sufrimos, Venezuela sufrió un ataque en la noche, un hackeo masivo. Ya sabemos de qué país viene. No lo voy a decir, ya la huella quedó marcada. Un ataque masivo al sistema de transmisión del Consejo Nacional Electoral porque los demonios y las demonios no querían que se totalizara y se diera el boletín oficial hoy. Hackeo masivo, así lo denuncio. Sabemos de dónde lo hicieron. Ya a esta hora sabemos quién lo ordenó. Queda en manos de la Fiscalía General de la República hacer la investigación y hacer justicia para nuestro pueblo. Pero Dios con nosotros. Felicito a los técnicos de las telecomunicaciones de Venezuela y del CNE que lograron despejar un hackeo brutal que pretendía impedir que el pueblo de Venezuela tuviera sus resultados oficiales. ¿Por qué querían impedir? ¿Por qué? Que el pueblo tuviera sus resultados oficiales. ¿Quién está detrás de eso? Para gritar lo que ya estaba cantado, el grito de fraude. No es la primera vez. Esta película la he visto varias veces. Es la película de la extrema derecha. Ya salió hace 20 años Henry Ramos Alud, ¿se acuerdan? Cuando el comandante Chávez le ganó el referéndum revocatorio y terminó siendo un referéndum revolcatorio a la derecha. Algunos de ustedes estaban muy pequeños o no habían nacido. Y trataron de manchar el resultado electoral con gritos de fraude. Y salieron todos en rueda de prensa. Todos con la cara de zombie que les caracteriza. Son gente fea. Fea por el alma. Fea por la mirada. Fea por el rostro de maldad. Son feos. Son feas. Bellos y bellas aquí. Aquí sí hay gente bella, noble, llena de amor, de patriotismo, de cristianismo. Y salió.
Some of our viewers are claiming that he's saying there was some sort of hack or cyber attack. Is that what he's saying, viewers? I don't know. But some of our viewers are saying that they got hacked or something. What was the nature of the hack he's claiming? What kind of hack? Oh, he's saying that the results were delayed because of a hack? That's what he's saying? Is that why he's saying they were delayed? People are saying that he's claiming that the results were delayed because of a hack.
Salió a gritar Capriles. Fraude, fraude. Descarguen la rechera, dijo. Y por culpa de Capriles hubo más de 14 muertos, 50 y pico de heridos. Salieron a quemar hospitales, CDI, ambulatorios, a perseguir y tratar de matar médicos y médicas cubanas de la misión que estaba aquí de Barrio Adentro. Esa película la hemos visto. Por eso es que después de haber visto esa película y haberla vivido, yo le digo al pueblo de Venezuela, trataron hoy de impedir el boletín, trataron de asaltar centros electorales. En días anteriores no lo dije, pero capturamos, están convictos y confesos en varios estados, gente que iba a quemar centros electorales, convictos y confesos. Y le he pedido a la Fiscalía General de la República mano de hierro con los terroristas, con los guarimberos, con los violentos, pero no vamos a permitir que ellos levanten una espiral de violencia. Así se lo digo. El pueblo.
Really quickly, CNW posted that the president of Chile is saying he refuses to recognize the results of the election and declares he won't recognize any results that aren't verifiable. So you can see the president of Chile, Gabriel Boric Font, said the Maduro regime, he is the president of Chile. He says, the Maduro regime must understand that the results it publishes are difficult to believe. The international community, and especially the Venezuelan people, including the millions of Venezuelans in exile, demand total transparency of the minutes and the process, and that the international observers not committed to the government account for the veracity of the results. For Chile, we will not recognize any result that is not verifiable. Should have been easy for this to be verified because there should be paper receipts for all the votes. Should be easy to have a very public counting of them, but the opposition was not allowed to observe public counting. That did not happen. President of Chile saying it has not been verified to us. So, I mean, again, in theory, it should be easy because in theory there should be paper records of all the ballots. But that has a public counting of all these things has not happened. It did not happen tonight. So, anyways, Chile is saying they will not recognize any result that is not verifiable.
Estamos dando un ejemplo al mundo. Somos un pueblo de guerreros. Ese canto viene de la profundidad argentina y yo lo voy a repetir. Milei, basura, vos sos la dictadura. Milei, vende patria, cobarde, no me aguantás un round. Debe estar reventándose con su cara de monstruo porque un tipo.
Yeah, the president of Argentina, Javier Milei, already posted about before the results were even announced, saying that he said, dictator Maduro out. Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, already said tonight that he believes Venezuelans chose to end the communist dictatorship of Nicolás Maduro. And he said the data announce a crushing victory for the opposition. So, and he said Argentina is not going to recognize another fraud.
Está de pie y lista para seguir caminando su destino glorioso en el siglo XXI, victorioso, glorioso, grande. Este es un triunfo de la esperanza, es un triunfo de la verdad, es un triunfo del camino señalado por nuestro comandante Hugo Chavez para perseverar en la construcción de una sociedad alternativa al capitalismo salvaje que nosotros llamamos nuestro socialismo bolivariano, cristiano, humanista del siglo XXI. Nuestro socialismo de raíz indoamericana, con la carga definitiva del independentismo bolivariano, con la fuerza zamorana de la igualdad, con la fuerza espiritual de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Eso somos nosotros. Nosotros somos Bolívar, Zamora, Guaycaipuro, Negro Primero, pero sobre todo somos los hijos de nuestro Señor Jesucristo. Somos el pueblo de Cristo. Quiero agradecer a todo el pueblo cristiano por sus oraciones, por sus bendiciones, por su amor. Y hay que respetar esta Constitución. Hay que respetar el árbitro. Y que nadie pretenda manchar esta jornada bella que ha tenido el pueblo de Venezuela.
We're waiting for the opposition to speak. So Maduro is still speaking, but soon the opposition will speak, and we're waiting for that. The opposition leader and also the opposition candidate are both expected to speak soon, but I have my eyes on it, but have not spoken yet. So we'll have to see what the opposition says. I mean, they clearly are not going to accept it. What's going to happen in the country now? What's going to happen in the country? I think there's going to be a lot of protests there. I don't know what's going to happen. But this could be a dangerous situation in Venezuela.
Cuando el comandante Chávez surgió como gran líder de Venezuela, no dudé ni un segundo en seguirlo, en estar a su lado, en apoyarlo. Mi única aspiración en la vida siempre fue ser soldado de Hugo Chávez, donde él me colocara, en la trinchera, en el campo de batalla que él me colocara. Un día me dijo, Nicolás, si de las circunstancias que tengo que enfrentar con la nueva operación quedara imposibilitado de seguir al frente de la presidencia o partiera de esta vida, ahora te toca a ti. Yo les he contado la conmoción que viví y 2 horas después me preguntó, ¿y qué vas a hacer, Nicolás? Y me responde. Y yo, hasta donde pude hablar.
Anthony Blinken is speaking right now. He happens to be speaking. What's he saying? This is Anthony Blinken. I can't hear him. I guess there's no sound. This is from Reuters, but he's speaking not about, like he was happening to be speaking in Asia, in Tokyo. I think he just happened to be speaking. But I can't hear him. There's no sound on this broadcast, apparently. Hold on. Oh, wait. Let's try this one. Can we hear him? I don't know if he's talking about this or not.
And it complements the growing network of interconnected alliances and partners within the Indo-Pacific.
He's not speaking about this right now. He's speaking about something else. He's speaking about something else.
Concrete steps to advance this cooperative agenda.
He's in Tokyo.
First, we are charting a course.
There is the opposition. That's the opposition headquarters. There. Yeah, our viewer Pabrikid thinks that the opposition is not going to speak until after Maduro finishes, which you may be right about that. Who knows how long Maduro will speak for? Maduro is still speaking.
De felicidad social para rescatar todos los derechos vulnerados por la guerra económica, por los misiles imperialistas. Yo quiero desde aquí enviar mis saludos también muy especial, porque he recibido la llamada de los presidentes de la Alianza Bolivariana para los Pueblos de nuestra América, nuestros hermanos de Nicaragua, Bolivia, Cuba, del general de ejército Raúl Castro Ruz, del Caribe, de hermanos de América Latina y más allá. Y su llamada ha sido de admiración por la valentía y la fuerza de este pueblo. Ustedes saben que dije y ratifico: soy un hombre de paz y de diálogo. Quiero que Venezuela asuma, conozca y debata a profundidad el plan que ustedes han aprobado hoy con voto popular. Porque ustedes hoy han aprobado, y ya será ley de la República, el plan de la patria de las 7T. Las 7 transformaciones han sido aprobados por mandato popular y se convertirán en ley orgánica. Aquí lo tengo, hecho en el debate, en la consulta, escuchando miles y miles de opiniones. Pues yo mañana voy a firmar un primer decreto con el impulso y el amor y el apoyo que ustedes me han dado para convocar a un gran diálogo de entendimiento, debate nacional y de nuevos consensos alrededor del plan de las 7T con todos los sectores económicos, sociales, culturales, políticos de todo el país. Un diálogo, porque dialogando es que se puede construir. Un diálogo, me atrevo a decir, armónico, amoroso. Sé hacerlo. Nosotros lo queremos. ¿O ustedes quieren que en el país se impusiera la intolerancia, el odio? Que vuelva otra vez la polarización negativa y el enfrentamiento entre venezolanos. Ustedes quieren que vuelva el odio, la intolerancia, el enfrentamiento y la violencia callejera. ¿Quién quiere intolerancia y odio? Yo quiero amor, diálogo y entendimiento. Y tengo el poder que ustedes me han dado y la unión cívico-militar policial para impulsar el más poderoso y gran diálogo nacional de entendimiento económico, social, cultural, político, moral, espiritual. Diálogo económico, prioridad. Seguir el camino de la recuperación y de la construcción de una nueva economía, prioridad. Consolidar el crecimiento económico, la generación de riqueza, la platica, para poder invertir en lo social. Segundo, diálogo social.
We're bringing you live coverage here. So, again, for those of you coming to the stream late, so this is an election. Nicolás Maduro is the widely described as authoritarian leader of Venezuela. And the presidential election was today. And there has been a huge... So after not being united in past years, there was this unexpected united opposition movement this year in opposition to him, and polling in past weeks had the opposition candidate way ahead of Maduro. The opposition candidate, by the way, is a placeholder candidate, Gonzalez, because María Corina Machado, who is the opposition leader, she won the primary, and then the Maduro government banned her from running for office. So the opposition ran a different candidate, and the polling had the opposition candidate way ahead. But today, the election happened, and then 6 hours went by, and there was no comment from the Government Election Commission. And then after midnight, more than 6 hours later, they came out and they said that 80% of the vote is in, and Maduro is winning by 70%, and he's the winner. And this election, the results should have been pretty easy to verify, because the election system in Venezuela is you vote electronically, you press what candidate you want, the voting machine records it, and then a piece of paper comes out with the vote on it. So, in theory, what was supposed to happen is as I understand it, at every polling place, they were supposed to also have a count of the paper secondary ballots that come out when people vote, and the opposition had planned on observing those counts at all of the polling places. But the opposition said that they've only been allowed to do that at 30% of the polling places, and they were not allowed to at the other polling places. And this is so the 2018 election is why many countries believe that to have been a fraudulent, not fair and free election. The Maduro regime is notable for placing for taking action against possible opposition candidates and opposition parties before elections, and you could find lots of analysis that suggested that there was a decent chance that no matter what happened in the voting, that Maduro would say he won. So the opposition believes that they have won, but they have not. But Maduro is speaking now, and we're waiting for the opposition to speak, which will happen after this. I assume after Maduro speaks. I don't know how long he's going to speak for, but the opposition. I'm going to show you the opposition speaking. So we have not heard from the opposition yet. After the election, the government-controlled election commission announced these results. So, but you can find look, I told you what I think it's a great publication, The Economist, said in their article about this. I told you before, they said it is implausible but not impossible that the government loses and accepts defeat. So they did not think it was likely, no matter what happened, that the government would accept defeat. So you know, we've already seen some. Hey guys, hold on a second here. So we've already seen leaders from some countries come out and say they're not going to accept this result. The leader of Argentina believes that Maduro lost. The leader of Chile said that this result is not verifiable, so they're not going to recognize it until it's made verifiable. So we'll have to. But what's going to happen now is, I would think, since there was such a huge movement of people who were very passionate about this election in opposition to Maduro. By the way, during Maduro's reign, the economy collapsed. The GDP at one point was down 80%. About a quarter of the population left Venezuela during Maduro's reign since 2013. Big question now is, are you going to see protests in the streets? Will you see the military, which in the past has supported Maduro, come out and attack the protesters or subdue the protesters? I don't know what's going to happen. So it seems like a very dangerous situation. Anyways, we're waiting for the opposition to speak, and they're supposed to speak any moment now. I'm going to send you over to there's Maduro dancing. I'm going to send you over to the That's the opposition headquarters right there. And I assume that, so speaking, I assume we're going to hear from the opposition leader, María Corina Machado, and Nicolás Maduro, and the opposition candidate, who they had run when she was barred from running, and that is Edmundo González. Ronan thinks the internet's going to have problems. So some of our viewers think we're not going to be allowed to see this. We'll have to see. Yeah, Senator Marco Rubio has already come out and said this was fraudulent. But again, if the government had wanted to be completely transparent about this election, they could have. Very easy to do. We watched a video. We actually watched a video. Right after the polls closed, we had a video from AFP of one of the polling stations in Caracas. And we literally saw the election workers going through the paper printed ballots. Well, they're like backups. The piece of paper that gets printed whenever anybody votes on the voting machine. There's a piece of paper printed as a backup. So we saw election workers counting backups. We could see the pieces of paper and counting them. And by the way, there were clearly a lot more González ones than there were Maduro ones at this polling place we were watching. But it would have been the easiest thing in the world to make this completely transparent. The government could have just had allowed observers and cameras at every single polling place and just go through and count the pieces of paper and do it in front of everybody. It would have been very easy to do. Nothing was stopping them from doing it. We watched part of a count. We saw it. It does not take very long, by the way. They just have the votes. They just have the stacks of paper, and they're just going through and doing it. But that was not allowed to happen. Our viewer SSH said Blinken did talk about it during his press conference. I didn't see that. Moshe Schwartz posted a clip of Blinken, and Moshe said, we have serious concerns that the results announced do not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people. Yes, I'm seeing multiple reports that Blinken said we have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people. So that is a comment from Secretary of State Blinken, who happened to be in Tokyo speaking. Maybe I could in theory go back and see that. I might be able to play that for you. Guys, I'm going to play you Blinken from before via Reuters, okay? I think I got the Blinken speech here. So we're waiting for the opposition to speak. But while we're waiting for the opposition, let me show you Secretary of State Blinken. This was earlier. Pull this up here. again, via Reuters. Let's see if I can find where he spoke here. Oops. Hang on. One moment, please. One moment, please.
Yoko, to you, to the government of Japan, thank you. Not only for the hospitality and for organizing us.
Now, this was earlier. This was earlier. This was like a half hour ago or something, or 20 minutes ago.
The Foreign Minister from Australia, Foreign Minister Wong, and the External Affairs Minister from India, Shankar. Thank you for the quality of the conversation and the work that we're doing together, not only today, but the Venezuelan Electoral Commission.
Here it is, right here.
In the face of adversity. And people for their participation in the July 28th presidential election. Thank you for the quality of the conversation and the work that we're doing together.
Here is his statement on the Venezuelan election. This is a few minutes ago.
If my colleagues will indulge me for just 1 minute, I want to speak quickly to the elections that just took place in Venezuela. We applaud the Venezuelan people for their participation in the July 28th presidential election. We commend their courage and commitment to democracy in the face of repression and in the face of adversity. We've seen the announcement just a short while ago by the Venezuelan Electoral Commission. We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people. It's critical that every vote be counted fairly and transparently, that election officials immediately share information with the opposition and independent observers without delay, and that the electoral authorities publish the detailed tabulation of votes. The international community is watching this very closely and will respond accordingly. Now, to the business of today.
Okay, so that was his comment. That was his comment. You just heard it. So that was Secretary of State Blinken. Now we have this, which is the opposition headquarters, where we're waiting for the leaders of the opposition, specifically the leader María Corina Machado, to speak. Look, this has got to be something that they thought might happen. Is she coming in now? Hold on. This has to be something that the opposition anticipated might happen. I have to imagine that the opposition knew that this might happen. I don't even know, I don't see the opposition leader there. Oh, is that Gonzalez? Is Gonzalez there? Hold on. Is that? I think that's Gonzalez. Is that Gonzalez right there? Oh, and there she is too. Gonzalez and Machado. Gonzalez and Machado right there. Okay, there they are. So this is María Corina Machado speaking.
Ahora sí. Queremos decirle a todos los venezolanos y al mundo entero que Venezuela tiene un nuevo presidente electo y es Edmundo González. Ganamos y todo el mundo lo sabe. Todo el mundo lo sabe. Quiero que sepan que esto ha sido algo tan abrumador.
She says we won and all the world knows it. She said we won and all the world knows it.
En todos los estratos del país, en todos los estados del país, en todos ganamos.
She says they won in every state of the country.
En las calles. Sabemos lo que hoy pasó. Y déjenme decirles algo. Hemos estado asegurándonos que toda la información de este proceso se recogía y se reportaba. Desde temprano en la mañana habían 3 sondeos a boca de urna independientes y autónomos que comenzaron a dar resultados contundentes, impresionantes. A lo largo del día también con los quick count o los conteos rápidos, fuimos monitoreando cómo iba la participación, hora a hora. Esto es una participación histórica. La cantidad de gente que fue a votar hoy. 4, quick count, conteos rápidos, autónomos e independientes, que dieron los mismos resultados que las encuestas de boca de urna. Adicionalmente, en este momento tenemos más del 40% de las actas. Debo decir algo, el 100% de las actas que transmitió el Consejo Nacional Electoral las tenemos. No sé dónde salieron las otras. Todas las que transmitieron las tenemos. Y toda esta información coincide. ¿Saben en qué? En que Edmundo González Urrutia obtuvo el 70% de los votos de esta elección. Y Nicolás Maduro el 30% de los votos.
She's saying I think they got 70%, she's claiming. And she's claiming that Maduro got 30%.
La elección presidencial con el mayor margen de
from what they know so far.
Felicitaciones, Edmundo. Felicitaciones, Edmundo. Ay, perdón. Uy.
She says
todo el mundo lo sabe.
they have a count from 40%
Lo que aquí pasó.
of the places.
Empiezo refiriéndome por el propio régimen. Ellos sí saben lo que pasó y lo que pretenden hacer. Esto lo sabe toda la comunidad internacional, toda, hasta los que fueron alguna vez aliados, saben lo que pasó en Venezuela y la forma como la gente votó por un cambio. Pero lo más importante es que esto lo sabemos los venezolanos. En todas las comunidades, los pueblos, las aldeas, lo que la gente hizo para llegar a votar. La alegría de encontrarse, la esperanza de un cambio y una transición pacífica. Todos sabemos lo que ya pasó. No solamente los habíamos derrotado política, moral y espiritualmente, hoy los derrotamos con los votos en toda Venezuela. Eso pasó hoy. Pero además, también lo saben los miembros del Plan República, los ciudadanos militares. Ellos estuvieron allí, en primera fila, vieron la gente con alegría, con esperanza, organizados de forma cívica, pacífica y abriendo los brazos a todo el país. Lo saben. Y el deber de la Fuerza Armada Nacional es hacer respetar la soberanía popular expresada en el voto. Y eso es lo que esperamos nosotros los venezolanos de cada uno de nuestros militares. Lo que no vamos a aceptar es ese chantaje que la defensa de la verdad es violencia. No, señor. Violencia es ultrajar la verdad. Eso sí es violencia. Violencia es lo que pretenden hacer. Nosotros vamos a defender la verdad. Y por eso hoy le quiero pedir, le queremos en nombre del mundo próximo y electo presidente de Venezuela, a cada uno de nuestros miembros de mesa y testigos que siguen en los centros de votación, porque nos siguen llegando actas, que ahí nadie se mueve. Nadie se mueve. Y les pido a todas las comunidades de Venezuela que vayan en familia a acompañarlos en todos los centros de votación. En este momento seguimos registrando la victoria de Edmundo González Urrutia en toda Venezuela. Y es abrumadora. Yo quiero, además, decirles de esta acción de esta noche, que esperamos que todos nos mantengamos firmes, conscientes de lo que hicimos, orgullosos de lo que hicimos, que en los próximos días vamos a seguir anunciando las acciones para defender la verdad. Porque lo hemos dicho, hasta el final es hasta el final. Y el final será que prevalezca la verdad y el respeto a la soberanía popular que hoy se expresó y eligió a Edmundo González Urrutia como el próximo presidente de Venezuela. ¡Viva Venezuela libre! ¡Gloria al bravo pueblo!
Estimados amigos, los venezolanos y el mundo entero sabemos lo que ocurrió en la jornada electoral de hoy. Aquí se han violado todas las normas al punto de que aún no han sido entregadas la mayoría de las actas. Nuestro mensaje de reconciliación y cambio en paz sigue vigente y estamos convencidos de que la gran mayoría de los venezolanos lo aspira igualmente. Nuestra lucha continúa y no descansaremos hasta que la voluntad del pueblo de Venezuela sea respetada. Buenas noches.
Vamos a hacer esto con un poquito de orden. Rubén, por favor, tú puedes contestar unas 3 o 4 preguntas porque de verdad estamos fajados.
Okay. El Consejo Nacional Electoral ya emitió un primer boletín. ¿Cómo se cambia eso?
Nosotros vamos a defender la verdad. Déjeme decirle, eso que han dicho es imposible que se compagine con toda la información que nosotros ya tenemos. Y le digo, tenemos más del 40% de las actas. Es imposible.
Pero ¿cómo se demuestra técnicamente que esa emisión es falsa? Es decir, si no estamos dentro de la comisión.
Tenemos la información y tenemos las actas. Y la diferencia es tan grande, y siguen llegando, que esto no lo van a poder parar.
María Corina, the international community and to the United States at this moment, including the Biden and Harris.
You're going to talk in English now.
So far we've received very clear, firm, important support from many chief of states in different countries. And they know what has happened in Venezuela. And they understand that violating the popular will would represent for a country and for a region. And believe me, what has happened in our country is a huge social movement that they will not stop. We are a civic, peaceful movement, and that's how we will keep working until we make the truth prevail, and it will prevail. I think we have their support. Thank you.
María Corina, pero empezaron a recibir ya irregularidades. ¿En qué momento ustedes recibieron ya reportes?
Hang on one second. We might end up pausing here for a second. Hold on.
Bueno, desde temprano reportamos irregularidades en lo que fue cómo se fue ralentizando determinados centros sin justificación alguna. Y ustedes lo vivieron. Cuando empezó el reporte, y entonces comenzamos a recibir denuncias que fueron debidamente reportadas, por aquí está María Beatriz, en el sentido de que estaban sacando a nuestros testigos de cientos de mesas, y que habían cientos de mesas que ya habían cerrado, pero que no querían imprimir el acta ni transmitir. Esa fue la señal clara. Si tú cierras una mesa y no imprimes el acta, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué?
¿En cuántas mesas ocurrió eso?
¿Ah? Cientos de mesas.
Nicolás Maduro acusó de actos terroristas, estas cosas que ocurrieron con el tema de la elección.
Miren, déjenme decirle una cosa, mano ganada no se tranca. Los principales interesados en que llegaran todas las actas somos nosotros. ¿Por qué crees tú que pararon la transmisión? ¿Por qué creen ustedes que pararon la transmisión? Todo el mundo sabe lo que pasó. Todo el mundo sabe lo que pasó. Ahora nos corresponde a todos defender la verdad. No es solo a nosotros, nosotros hacemos nuestra parte, pero cada venezolano tiene que defender lo suyo, porque esto se trata de la vida de todos. Yo no especulo con relación a este señor.
¿No se previó que este escenario podía ocurrir?
Mira, nosotros sabemos que esta gente es capaz de cualquier cosa, pero es que esto va más allá de cualquier cosa. O sea, esto no es un fraude más. O sea, esto es desconocer y violar groseramente la soberanía popular. No hay manera que ellos puedan explicar y justificar esto. No con la información que tenemos.
¿Qué esperan de la Fuerza Armada? Que ustedes son llamados.
Fueron testigos de lo que vieron hoy. Y esta transformación los incluye a ellos. Voy a dejar que el próximo presidente...
Maduro decía que se
Y
iban a
recuerden
repetir
una
por
cosa,
200
que hay un
años.
refrán popular que dice que la mentira tiene patas cortas.
Pero Maduro decía que se iban a repetir 200 años si se atrevían a llamar a la calle y a hacer protestas.
Aquí
te
nadie está siendo llamados a la calle a violencia. Hemos llamado a la reconciliación de los venezolanos y a la paz. Ese ha sido nuestro mensaje durante toda la campaña electoral.
Y además en familia. O sea, nosotros todas nuestras convocatorias son lleven a sus hijos, lleven a sus nietos, lleven sus ancianos. Nadie va a llevar a su familia a un contexto donde va a haber violencia, todo lo contrario. Es una celebración cívica. Y en esta vigilia de celebración cívica seguimos esta noche y seguiremos hasta que prevalezca la paz.
María Corina Machado.
Second here. So, all right, I'm going to have to consult with our chat translators. So I do know she said that they won. She said that they have, I believe she said they have they have their own like results, maybe that they observed at around 40% of the polling places. And I believe what she's saying is that the results suggest they had about 70% of the vote, and that she said like basically it's impossible that the results were what the election commission said, given what the opposition already knows about what happened at certain polling places. Because the opposition had people at polling places, and at some of the polling places they were actually able to, I guess, watch the count of the paper ballots. And so the point she's making is, she says if you just look at what we know from the places where we had observers, it doesn't make sense that she says it's basically impossible to have this result given the what we know about I think she said 40% of the places that we were at. So I'm going to check some of the chat out because I know some of you know the language. I can make out some bits and pieces, but she said VS Main says she said she has 40% of the electoral minutes, which I believe is. Sorry, hold on a second here.
And we will not accept that, Trump, the regime puts in front of us, saying that if we want to defend the truth, that's violence. On the contrary, violence is what they have done.
You expect to take to the streets to protest these results?
No, we are going to keep, right now, as I said, defending the voting stations. We are asking our monitors to stay there. So we can get every single tally with us, registered with us, and believe me, what we have already processed is huge, and there's no way it's possible that the results they announce are consistent with information, official information we already have.
And you said you didn't expect to have the whole of the...
María, para España, para que me quede claro, es una vigilia... por aquí, por favor.
Okay, so... So again, my understanding of what she said is that they have data from, and again, my assumption would be when they say they have the minutes, I'm not sure exactly what that means, but again, I believe the plan was for them to have observers watching the count of the paper ballots. So, so I guess she's saying they had observers at 40% of the polling places who know the results, and at those places where they have the information from, they had 70% of the vote. So let's see here. Hold on a second here. Yeah, she said... yeah, what is it? The minutes is the report of what happened at the polling station? Is that what it is? I'm not familiar with that, what that term is. Anyways, so she says that the data shows they got 70% of the vote at the 40% of the places they have data from. Hang on one second here. I'm going to take some more comments from you. Just give me one moment here. No, in English, in the America, the word minutes means like when you have a meeting, you write down what happened. That's going to be a different definition. I think it's like a bad translation. When I see the translation of the word that is translated into English as minutes, that's not the word you would use for it in English in this country. Yeah, it's a different use of the word minutes than how we would use it here. Let's see here. Hang on a second. I think when they say minutes, they mean like we have data from the vote count. That'd be my guess. Because that's what they would have. They would have the records. They would have the data of what the vote count was. So right now I have no videos. I have no videos from Venezuela right now. Yeah, all the videos are done. So Daniel is saying they have the data that was transferred to the actual headquarters. So in theory, what could happen? I mean, I would think this is what would happen, is you'd have, is that after the vote at each place, you have the voting system, the electronic voting system, which has a total in it, and then you have the paper ballots. So you could count the paper ballots that get the paper backups. You could count the paper backups. You could verify that the paper backups match what's on the the electronic voting system, and that would be the number that's sent to the National Election Commission. So if they have that information, it sounds to me like she's saying they have that type of information, if that's what she's saying, from 40% of the polling places. And in those 40%, Gonzalez was getting 70% of the vote. Which, by the way, let me remind you that the well-known polling firm Edison Research had an exit poll today, which said that that estimated that the opposition got 65% of the vote. So it's not a crazy number, given the recent polling and given that exit poll today. So it'll be interesting. And look, as I said, you have to think the opposition thought there was a decent chance of this happening. I can't imagine that the opposition was sitting there going like, oh my gosh, we never planned for this. I can't believe that the data that we have shows us winning, but that Maduro says he won. Boy, he really tricked us doing this. No, that's not what happened. I am sure that the opposition thought there was a very good chance of this happening. So maybe they have, maybe they'll make their data public or something like that. You know, there's a world in which if they have verifiable data that they can release to other governments or whatever in the world, it's going to be pretty obvious if they really have data from 40% of the precincts that 70% of people were voting for their candidate. And I'm assuming it's not just from precincts which are normally would be for their candidate. They're going to put that, I would assume they're going to make that data public. Because if you have that data, I think that's the way statistics is. It'll just be obvious that 51-42 Maduro can't be the result. Yeah, Pepe thinks they have a plan. So Pepe Silva. So again, this is not a surprise to them. So the question is, what is their plan? What is their plan? Sorry, by the way, on Facebook, the stream ended after 8 hours, so we had to restart it. But we did restart. So, yeah, so you know, they say they have this data. And they look, the plan was to have them, I think, observe everywhere. So, you know, it's not like they weren't allowed to observe anywhere. So I don't know what's going to happen in the coming days. What do you think is going to happen in the coming days? Are there going to be a lot of protests tomorrow? Ted thinks no one will do anything about it. Only the U.S. could, and that won't happen. Well, I think other countries like the U.S. will. The U.S. had lifted some sanctions because Maduro had promised to make concessions to make the elections more free and fair. And then Maduro did not fulfill what he said he was going to do, so the U.S. had put some sanctions back on. But I think all the sanctions will probably go back on now that were there before, if there are any that are currently not there. But I mean, let me say this. If it's true that the vote was 70-30, and again, which is certainly there was lots of polling leading up to the election that said the opposition was way ahead. That's a lot of people to be dissatisfied in the country. Praise the Cat says once they cut the internet, things will get ugly. So I don't know what we're going to see from there, what's going to happen and what we're going to hear about. Red Squirrel thinks Maduro did the opposite of free and fair. Yeah, Koala Ear says more people will leave. So that it was predicted that if Maduro won or said he won, that a lot more people would leave. I mean, a quarter of the country left over during Maduro's reign. Yeah, I'm not showing unconfirmed reports of what's happening in Venezuela. That's just, it's all these unconfirmed reports about everywhere. So I'm not, again, the unconfirmed social media posts is not something I'm showing on this broadcast. But again, she said that they have this data. So I would assume they might actually publicly release data. Hang on a second here. Our viewer M thinks they're gathering data evidence. There's nothing new from Israel. Nothing. It's the morning there. Nothing happened overnight. No response happened. We were covering whether a response happened to the Hezbollah. Israel says Hezbollah fired a rocket which hit a soccer field and killed 12 people and injured more than that. And all the victims were between 10 and 20 years of age. And Israel said that was Hezbollah. And Israel is, from all accounts, planning on launching some military retaliation against Hezbollah. That has not happened. It did not happen overnight. So we were seeing if that happened, but it did not happen. So certainly we'll be keeping an eye on that in the coming hours. Walter Beasley thinks the people will suffer and more will come here. The economy has really collapsed under Maduro. And from what I understand, that's a big reason that he was losing a lot of support, even from former supporters, that the economy was doing so badly. But I don't know what's. I don't know what's going to happen now. PW360 sent me this. If I can find it here. Carlos Jimenez from Miami and the Keys, a congressman, said, said Maduro of Venezuela equals Bashar al-Assad of Syria. Yeah, I already showed the Rubio post where he was posting that it was not that the election was Marco Rubio said the election was fraudulent. He said, everyone knows voter turnout like the one today in Venezuela would result in a massive loss by Maduro. The only way he wins is with massive fraud. That's one of the things he said today. But yeah, I don't know if there's going to be protests there or what. Peaceful protests. I don't know what's going to happen there tomorrow. No idea. Or later today, I guess. Later today. VS Maine says, it's crazy they just posted one single final voting results statement. They should have shared the votes as they were counted. He's talking about the government election committee. Well, again, this was, you could find lots of predictions saying that Maduro would declare himself the winner. So no matter what happens. So what happens next? What happens next? Again, he didn't even say it was close. The government said that Maduro won by 7%. But didn't even say close, 7%. See, it's weird. I feel like if people weren't following this and they just hear Machado says opposition candidate won 70% of the vote, they'll be like, oh, that's stupid. That would never happen. But like that is in line with stuff we've been hearing from Venezuela about the exit poll today by Edison Research. And they were way up in polls leading up to this election. But if people don't know that, they might have thought like, oh, that seems like an outlandish number. But again, for all I know, she's going to make her information public. I don't, you know, maybe they have really. She says they have observers. They have data from 40% of the polling places. So maybe they have a way of making that public so that people can see it. You know, there's an article from Reuters about some different leaders across Americas react to Venezuela election results. Let me just show you some of this. It's interesting. Hang on a second here. Here, this is from Reuters. If you can see this. Oops, let's get this stuff off. So, leaders across the Americas reacted to Venezuela's electoral authorities' announcement just after midnight on Monday. Sorry, you can't see what I'm looking at. Leaders across Americas react to Venezuela's election results. Leaders across the Americas reacted to Venezuela's electoral authorities' announcement just after midnight on Monday that President Maduro had won a third term in office, despite multiple exit polls, which pointed to an opposition win. Okay, so let me show you this. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken said, "We've seen the announcement just a short while ago by the Venezuelan Electoral Commission. We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people." Chile President Gabriel Boric. Maduro's regime must understand that the results are hard to believe. The international community, and especially the Venezuelan people, including the millions of Venezuelans in exile, demand total transparency. From Chile, we will not recognize any result that is not verifiable. Peruvian Foreign Minister Javier González Urrutia. I condemn in all extremity the sum of irregularities with the intention of fraud committed by the Venezuelan government. Peru will not accept the violation of the popular will of the Venezuelan people. The Peruvian ambassador to the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has been immediately recalled for consultations. Costa Rica president. The government of Costa Rica categorically rejects the proclamation of Maduro as president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which we consider to be fraudulent. We will work with the continent's democratic governments and international organizations so that the sacred will of the Venezuelan people is respected. The Cuban president says, "Nicolás Maduro, my brother, your victory, which is that of the Bolivarian and Chavista people, has cleanly and unequivocally, without doubt, defeated the pro-imperialist opposition. They also defeated the regional interventionist and Monroeist right. The people spoke and the revolution won," said the leader of Cuba. The Honduras president also said, "Our special congratulations and democratic, socialist, and revolutionary greetings to the President Nicolás Maduro and the brave people of Venezuela for their unobjectionable triumph, which reaffirms their sovereignty and the historical legacy of the commander Hugo Chavez." Oops, hold on a second. The Bolivian president said, hang on here, We have closely followed this democratic festival, and we welcome the fact that the will of the Venezuelan people at the polls has been respected. We want to ratify our willingness to continue strengthening our ties of friendship, cooperation, and solidarity with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Argentine President, Argentina will not recognize another fraud and hopes this time the armed forces will defend democracy and popular will. And then a joint statement by the foreign ministers of Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and the Dominican Republic before the results. They said, we consider it indispensable to have guarantees that the electoral results will fully respect the popular will expressed by the Venezuelan people at the polls. This can only be achieved through a transparent vote count, which this was not, which allows the verification and control of observers and delegates of all the candidates, which this did not. That is from that Reuters article. So what is going to happen in the coming days in Venezuela? What is going to happen? The Wall Street Journal says Maduro's continued hold on power in oil-rich Venezuela is likely to make it harder for the U.S. and its allies to fully lift sanctions leveled against the regime for human rights abuses and corruption, or resume normal diplomatic relations. That could prolong an economic crisis that has led to the exodus of nearly 8 million people, about a quarter of the population, during Maduro's rule, with many settling in the U.S. and Latin American countries. This is also a fair point. They say this result is a blow to the Biden administration, which had offered concessions in recent months in exchange for commitments to hold free elections, but instead saw Maduro tighten his authoritarian grip. So the U.S. had originally lifted some sanctions on Venezuela because Maduro said he was going to do certain things to make the elections free and fair. And then some of those sanctions got put back on because Maduro didn't do what he said he was going to do. Yes, and this will, it could increase the number of people from Venezuela leaving and trying to go to the U.S. and other countries. That certainly could happen. But, yeah, I mean, certainly it doesn't look great. It does, I mean, you know, I guess the Biden administration was hopeful that there could be a free and fair election there, and I'm sure the Biden administration does not think there was now. And this was certainly not an election where the government allowed the results to be verifiable, which they could have easily done. I just think it's sad. I mean, look, I mean, just look at the government's behavior. I certainly think the most reasonable conclusion from the government's behavior is that they're hiding something and that they made up the election result. Because this was a very easy, there's paper ballots, they could have had observations as they were supposed to at every place. They didn't allow that to happen. So, you know, it's like, look, and some of you out there want to think that everything is nobody's worse than the other, and everything is what is that thing they say? Whataboutism. where you just, somebody says something's bad about somebody. You say, well, what about this? Well, what about this? But look, I'm sorry if this hurts you to hear, but there are dictators in the world who don't allow free and fair elections, who control the country, who control the media, who control the electoral apparatus, like Putin, for example, and like Maduro, who is known for not being friendly to free and fair elections, and like Lukashenko did in Belarus. And there are, I hate to break it to you, but there are places where dictators and authoritarian governments do not allow free and fair elections. And some of you will be like, what about 2020 in America? Even though there's no evidence that there was any kind of significant fraud in America. So if you don't want to hear this, this is for the people who live in the world of reality. For the people who live in the world in reality, can I just address you folks who live in the world of reality? Not Republican or Democrat, but reality. It makes me sad. As someone who is, I majored in history in college, I'm into history, and I follow current events. So it's one thing to read about these events happening, but when you see what was going on in Venezuela, when you see that the candidate who won, I believe, over 90% of the primary election was not allowed to run and banned from running, but they got a different candidate to run. She was not allowed to fly. So they basically threw together this campaign where people talked on social media and she would drive around in motorcycles. And it was real. You actually saw a lot of people in Venezuela. Remember, 8 million people left. A quarter of the population left under Maduro. A quarter of the population left. But of the people still there, a lot of people got very hopeful for this election. They thought they had hope enough that they allowed themselves to be hopeful. And to see what happened, and then the government comes out and they don't let observers observe, and then they claim that Maduro won by 7%. It's just sad to see. It's sad to see it in real life. It's sad to see it in real life. You know, you read about it, it's one thing, and you read about it in history and you read about it happening, but when you actually see it happening, and look, you know, if you want to deny that there's authoritarian governments that have fake elections that declare the results, well, then you go ahead and deny it. So again, this is just addressed to the people in the world of reality that this does happen. And no, it did not happen in 2020 in America. No, that did not happen. But so for those, I say to those in the world of reality, it's tough to watch. It's hard to watch. And I'm glad I live in a country that has free and fair elections. And it must just be completely devastating and disheartening to people who live somewhere who they clearly got hopeful enough to have mass participation. I think well over half the country voted today in Venezuela. And to have a vote and you let yourself get hopeful and you go out and basically the government says, F you, I won by 7%. And there's a lot of places in the world like that. There's a lot of places in the world where you can't even serve the internet as you want. There's a lot of places in the world where you are not allowed to be free in your own country. And if you want to poo-poo this and you want to make some stupid comparison and say, well, that's like the U.S., no, it's not like the U.S. No, it's very different than the U.S. So again, this is for the people who live in the world of reality. I'm grateful to live where I live. But it's scary and it's sad when you see this stuff happen. It's the same thing I felt when I saw what happened in Belarus with the last election there. And you had, for a couple days, you had a real cross-section of that country coming out in protest, and then they were just violently put down. So, you know, you people in America who say, oh, it's just like America. I hope America never actually gets to a place where you actually really see what it's like, where it really becomes like that in America. Because I think you'll see it's a big difference. So it's just hard to see, but much of the world lives in conditions like this. And you just saw it. You just saw it. That's a government who just doesn't care. They'll just come out and say, F you, here's the announcement. We won by 7%. It's not even trying. It's like not even trying to make it plausible. Not even offering, fake evidence. It's just saying it, basically. Just saying we did it. And there's plenty of places in the world where that happens. And I'm sorry to those people who think, oh, your channel has an agenda. Well, I'm sorry. I deal in the world of reality. And the reality is there are countries like this. And that's something that's happened throughout history. But there are countries like this and places like this where it's like this. And I'm not going to stick my head in the sand and pretend it doesn't happen just because some of you get mad and some of you want to make up things about what the world is like, and some of you want to draw false parallels. Okay, this is not a political statement. This is reality. So sorry if you don't like the channel anymore, because Steve says, yeah, this looks like a fraudulent election, and there's certain countries where there's fraudulent elections. And there's certain countries where there's dictators who don't respect human rights and they control the government, and it's just obvious. And they control the various branches of government and they control the media. And I think but when you actually see it, when you actually are, keeping up with this event and seeing the hope, people let themselves get hopeful. But maybe there's some plan the opposition has. But to see the government come out and just make that announcement, and they don't even say it's close. They don't even say it's close. It's such an FU. They so don't care about the population and they don't care about the world opinion of them that they don't even make a try of making it believable. Oh, it's really close. I thought they might say, oh, 80% is in. When they said 80% was in, I thought what they were going to say is 80% is in, Maduro is up by 1%, and we've got to count the last 20%. So we'll let you know in a couple days. And I thought they would draw it out. But they didn't even do that. They just said, oh, it's 51-44. That's it. So there's not even an attempt there's just no care at all for the people who don't support Maduro and aren't in on the whole thing. Just no care at all. It's just a total FU. So, it's hard to watch. It's hard to see. It's hard to actually see in real time, but you saw it. You saw it. But think about if you live there. If you live there, and then and the government doesn't let people observe the vote count, and then they just come out and say that. G Slayer says that was crazy. But that was tough. That was tough to watch, that announcement. Alex Kruglov says the only way to live in these countries is to leave them. Trust me, I am from Russia. Well, look, a quarter of the country already left in the last 10 years. A quarter of the country left. A quarter of it left. And if he stays in power, there's going to be a lot more leaving, apparently. So that's people voting with their feet, just leaving. Thanks, Dr. McRib. And Zach Bundy as well. Hey, thanks, Jarrett Scott. That's very kind of you, Jarrett. Thank you, Jarrett, for your support of the channel. Thank you, Jarrett. And Alex Kruglov and Berenico and AKF2996, TFH. That was just tough to watch. That was such an FU. That's like throwing it in your face. When you come out and you give a press conference after saying nothing and not letting people actually observe the vote count, which would have been very easy to do. There's paper copies of all the votes. And then you come out and you say that we won by 7%, and you don't address at all the fact that, you know, you didn't let people look at the votes, and you don't address at all that the polling has been saying that the opposition is way ahead. And you just declare this, and you just declare it. That is really rubbing people's face in it. The people who would rather you not be in power, you're just sticking it in their face that you can make them do, that you don't care and you don't have to listen to them. Sticking them in their face. So that was tough to watch. So we'll see what happens there. Let's see here. Awaken Youthful says, honestly, this was the most likely scenario. Some of the predictions I read before this election said exactly that. As I said, I read you that Economist article, and it said from a couple weeks ago, and it said it is implausible. That means unlikely. It said it is implausible but not impossible that the government loses and accept defeat. But that's an Economist article from a couple weeks ago saying it's unlikely that the government would lose and accept defeat. Oh, and the other giant FU to the country, the majority of the country apparently that doesn't vote for him, is Maduro gets up there and starts dancing around afterwards. You know, you'd think if you're the ruler of the country, right, that you'd want to maybe reach out to those people. Given that you were losing in the polls, and that you didn't let the observers from the other side observe the vote count, which could have easily been done, you'd think you'd want to maybe reach out to that part of the country, that huge part of the country that doesn't want you in power. But no, he just goes up and starts dancing around. And it's the same thing. Same thing. Yeah, it's scary. And look, I know there's like all the people or the bots or whatever in the chat, and they say, well, that's the same in the US, same as 2020, which is not true. And in this day and age on social media, with all this craziness where you can just make up everything, then, you know, people say that garbage, I guess, because it's okay, or somebody's paying them to say it, or they just say it because they're just not educated about things, whatever. Or they have their tinfoil hat on. Look, I just hope it's not the case that it really ends up being like that in this country and other countries. I just hope it's not the case. So it'd be awfully sad if that was the case. In spite of the people or bots or whatever they are claiming it's the same in this country, which it's not. I just hope that we don't lose that. It's an awful way to live. But it's hard to watch. It's hard to see it. It's hard to see it. Anyways, well, we'll see what's going on there. Who knows? You know, there's a world in which a huge part of that country is very upset right now, and doesn't like doesn't like what Maduro just did. If that's the case, what happens in the coming days? We'll have to see. Thanks, by the way, to TLSKB and Relila for your support on Twitch. Pragmatic Realist, Kick6606, Pentalion, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Elysium Field, Devil Doc, Christophonics, Fruit Shop, Koa Goose, James54, The Kupo Mog, Haunted Wind, Diglett with Hat, Ilkun Hill, Max Nothing, Ann Carolyn, Parker War, Dracode, Petmoo, Mattis, RP, and Boar Wasser. And it's hard to actually watch that happen in front of your eyes. It's really hard. Well, we'll see what happens there. Gabriela Aguilera says, it is hard to have lived it as a Venezuelan, but it's harder when no one is watching. She says to the people watching, so thank you for watching and feeling the pain with us. Thanks, Ra-AI. She says, I'm from Venezuela. Thanks for sharing this for the world. There were millions of Venezuelans who had left around the world watching this tonight. Reactions from European leaders, I haven't heard them, but again, it's like the middle of the night. Probably a bunch of them are just waking up now. I'm sure we'll get them today. Gizmo Hardy says, the truth is very hard to watch, but at this point we all need to be watching it. All right, it's 2 in the morning. Well, we might be covering this more in the future, depending on what happens in Venezuela. Let me just do a last check and see if I see anything going on there. Oh, I just saw something here. Italy, the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Italy said, Antonio Tajani said, I have many doubts about the regular conduct of the elections in Venezuela. We ask for verifiable results and access to documents. Does the result announcing Maduro's victory truly reflect the will of the people? That's Italy's Antonio Tajani, Minister of Foreign Affairs. All right. I think we're getting to that time. By the way, thanks to Kevin from Space and DeWolf's Den and Fool's Forest and Unbiased Journalist for your support. I think we're getting to that time. Will there, look, the opposition knew this was, I'm sure the opposition knew there was a very good chance of this happening, where they have data showing that they've won by a lot, and Maduro comes out and says he won. So this cannot be a surprise to the opposition. So the question is, what was the opposition plan for if this happened, and how are things going to proceed there? So we will have to see how things develop. I have not seen a Brazil statement, and I don't believe I've seen a Colombia statement, but I haven't been checking all these places. So I have not seen a Brazil statement. I mean, Lula had said before that, didn't he say that that Maduro should respect the will of the people, I think? Am I right about this? Yeah, I mean, there's an AP article from 6 days ago saying Brazil's Lula urges Venezuela's Maduro to respect vote results. I mean, that's something you would say if you thought he wasn't going to win, actually win the vote. To me. Now, by the way, just to be clear, AP says Lula, for many years, refused to openly criticize the Venezuelan leader. He was also commenting, I guess, on when Maduro had said at one point that there would be a bloodbath if he lost. So I don't know exactly what Lula was implying when he said that. Maybe he was saying it more as a response to Maduro's talk of potential violence. But anyways, I have not seen a statement from Lula or Brazil yet. Micronics thinks there's no way the Venezuelan people are going to let this stand. PZ Papa Zulu says another 6 years and half the country will be gone. Oh, but just to point this out, let me point out one more thing. We did, and you can go back and watch it. When the polls closed, there was an AFP camera at one of the polling places in Caracas. And for about 15, 20 minutes, we saw the poll workers counting the paper ballots. I mean, every time you vote electronically, but there's a paper receipt printed of your vote. So we saw in that one location the poll workers counting through the paper receipts. And there were way more Gonzalez ones than there were Maduro ones. It was just obvious. You could see it. And we could see the names on them and stuff. It's possible. I don't know if the opposition says it has information from 40% of the precincts or 40% of the polling places. But if the opposition took like video of the count, or I mean, I don't know what evidence they have, but at the polling place where we were watching, it was pretty clear what had happened there. It was pretty clear the way the vote was going. So, if the opposition had evidence like that, if they had camera footage from 40% of the polling places, well, then it would just be obvious what the result was. I don't know what the exact nature of the evidence that they have is. But I mean, go back and watch it. You can see the count with the polling workers counting it. Turned Off thinks Maduro cheated and laughed about it. All right, I think it's time. I think it might be time. I think it might be time. Well, maybe maybe we'll be streaming more on this later today. I will have to see. All right, I think we're going to wrap this up. Hey, it is it's 2:14 a.m. So our viewer Dude says once an autocrat took power, it's almost impossible to get rid of them. Maple Tinkerer says they're already sanctioned. How do we force their hand to recount with observers? Well, I don't think anyone from outside is going to be forcing their hand to do anything. There would have to be some kind of domestic pressure. Some people, I think some of our viewers and others have talked about what happens with, I've seen some people online saying what happens with the military. There's no evidence that the military doesn't still support Maduro. But anyways, by the way, I know this was called Venezuela election and Israel-Hezbollah conflict. We ended up covering the election much more, but that's because I didn't know what kind of news we'd get from Israel-Hezbollah conflict. We didn't end up got hardly any news from there. That's why. So I'm sorry if you were hoping for more news about that, but I can't make the news. But we really had no updates about that. So anyways, so we very well might do more coverage of this depending on what happens there. I wouldn't assume everything is all said and done there because, again, I have to assume that the opposition thought this might happen. So we will have to see how things progress. And but subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here, Agenda Free TV. Without an agenda, even though some people think this has an agenda, some people think my dedication to truth and evidence and having good evidence for your beliefs is an agenda. So some people think that's an agenda. They think that's having an agenda. But aside from that, we really don't have an agenda. I will also post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. @Lookner on X. I will post breaking news updates there while I'm not on the air. And yeah, I appreciate you guys being here for the stream. Also, a special shout out to the people who were translating in the chat. One day, I tried Google translating the speeches from the Spanish, and it's helpful, but it's not like fluent. I feel like one day your phone will just have an app and it just gives you a perfect translation. Maybe. And then I could just, read it to you in real time or something. An in-house translator. I don't have that. But the people were doing a really good job in our chat. We had a bunch of people in the chat translating the Spanish. So I really appreciate that. That was very helpful. And Flying Chimp says definitely already exists with AI. Well, maybe next time I'll try ChatGPT. I don't know that it does exist in real time to do it like that. But by the way, so I want to say a big thanks to our moderators. Our moderators are the best. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms, is that we have moderators. And we couldn't have the chat without them. So I really, really appreciate our moderators being here for the stream. People like on YouTube like Ruth Krafasi and Beezy and Cynthia Moon. All the other ones I thanked throughout the broadcast. But thanks to all of our moderators. You're awesome. Big thanks to you. Over there on Twitch, Cerrero, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Devin, all of our other moderators who've been over there on Twitch. Huge thanks to you. Facebook, Kay Lowry Body's been over there. Margaret Riley. Sorry we had to restart the broadcast on Facebook, but I don't control the Paul Anderson moderating too. Thanks, Paul. I don't control that they have an 8-hour limit on Facebook. And also Linda Belk and Larry, who moderate for us on X. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. By the way, thanks to Marcel Fafford for your support. Thank you, Marcel. Yeah, and thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. This channel exists thanks to your support. Kevin from Space on Twitch, DeWolf's Den, Fool's Forest. I think I thanked everybody. But yeah, thank you for letting the channel exist. And look, I mean, without your support, I couldn't buy the footage. The footage was incredibly helpful tonight. That's how that wasn't free footage. That was all AFP and Reuters footage that we were using tonight. So I very much appreciate you guys supporting the channel. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv, but big thanks for your support of the channel. And let's see here. Oh, turn on notifications. We have a notification system where, because I don't know when big news is going to happen. Big news could happen at any time. We have a notification system where you sign up once, it's free, and then you get a notification every time we go live, right before we go live. It works really well, really reliable. We do it through Discord. So the mods can post the notifications link to sign up in the chat if they want. And thank you, mods. And also you can find the notifications link in the Facebook and YouTube description of this broadcast. Oh, thanks so much to GSM. Thank you, GSM. I appreciate that. And at the same link, at the notifications link, you can actually check out, we have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we are not on the air. So check out the Discord chat. Thanks to our Discord moderators as well. Big thanks to you. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, if you're interested in that, that would be awesome. You can, if you're interested in being a volunteer moderator, you can ask our moderators for more information on that. Also, I want to, a reminder for those watching on YouTube, if you want to get the YouTube notifications for this channel, there's like this funky thing you have to do, which is you need to click on the notifications bell and choose all notifications. I guess in retrospect, I could have had the title be, I originally had the title of this broadcast as just Venezuela election. But I really thought that there might be something that I thought that the Israel response to Hezbollah might come on tonight. So I wanted to let people know that we'd be covering that. But in retrospect, it didn't happen. Anyways. Hey, thanks to our... thanks so much to our Twitch subscribers for your support. All of our Twitch subscribers over there, like Wall Street and Shaggy, Pusheen 10, Sarah, The Sugar O, Wall Street Christophonics, Allistic, Jack's Animals, Kevin from Space, Devil Doc, Zelda Minis. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the Israel situation too. We might have a stream about them coming up soon when more stuff happens with Israel and Hezbollah. I wouldn't be surprised if we're streaming on that again soon. Thanks to Explodes5 for your support for the bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. And also our Facebook all of our other Twitch subscribers are Facebook subscribers, like Eve Richards and Lou Green and Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Jane Summers, Diane Allworth, Eve Richards, did I say? Billy Joe Drage. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers and all of our YouTube members too. Really appreciate you, YouTube members. People like Surrender Monkey, Juby Joe, Cheryl Simpson, Lucky Minute, UV Lightning, Red Squirrel, Apex Strategist, Harper Ann, Kim Canadian, Gringo, Ronald Kame, Turned Off, Annette Cervantes, Strange Reverend, Princess Teapot, Gregory Albright, Lil Anna. Lil Anna says recount. So I don't, it's a good question. I think that Machado was talking about a recount. I don't even know what kind of recount they can have. I mean, this idea, I can't imagine that the Maduro government is sitting there holding all of the paper ballots that are produced when people vote, the paper backups. I can't imagine the government is sitting there keeping them all organized, saying, well, wait, if there's a recount, we want to have all these ballots available, all these receipts available. So the international community and the opposition can watch us count them. I can't imagine that's happening. I don't know where they are or what happened to them. I can't imagine they're holding them all very well organized for the recount. So who knows what's going on with those? One of our viewers said electronics can't be recounted, only trusted. Well, again, first of all, they print out there's a printout of the vote every time somebody votes. But second of all, for all I know, there is in theory a way to check the machines if they were accessible. Maybe they have some memory card on them and you can actually see on the memory card what results were were input and then sent to the Electoral Commission. But not that I think that international observers will ever be allowed to look at that kind of stuff. Okay, guys, I think it's time. I think it is time. You says you're lucky you live in America. I agree with you. Captain Country says if Maduro has control of all that, I don't see how there's any recourse. Well, again, the opposition claims that they have data from 40% of the polling places. So maybe they'll publicly release what they have. All right. We are going to wrap up this live stream. So what happens now? I don't know, Grillface. I don't know what happens now. We'll have to see. All right, guys. We're going to wrap it up. Wonder Flicker says time for a revolution. Well, I don't know if you're going to see protests. And I don't know if the armed forces and security are all backing Maduro. That could be tough. All right, guys. Anyway, I do very much appreciate you joining the stream. And look, I think this was like watching history. I felt like this was quite an event, with all of the build-up and the not being clear what would happen, and then what actually happened. So, wow. All right, well, we very well might be back covering more of this soon. But for now, I'm wrapping it up. So thank you so much again for joining our coverage. I really appreciate you being here. Thanks people who sent me messages. Sorry I couldn't get to all the messages people sent me. You sent me messages and sent me news tips. I appreciate that. And thanks for letting me read your comments, the comments from the chat. And thank you for participating in the chat. And a big thanks to all of our moderators again and everybody who donated to the channel. That's really nice of you. All right, that is it for now. I will be watching for what happens in both. I have to imagine that we might be back on soon talking about Israel's military response to Hezbollah. But I will also certainly be keeping an eye on the events in Venezuela. And if events warrant, we will do more live coverage. But I very much appreciate you guys joining. And I'm going to wrap this up right now. Okay? All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you for joining our live coverage of election night in Venezuela. And I will post updates on my X account at Lookner. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.